it happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k into 845.
Didn't show the boots. Even at
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to a very warm North Cyprus here at the Merit Crystal Cove. We're live for the Merit Poker Vintage Tournament Series warm-up. 2k buy-in with a 500k guarantee to kick things off in this festival. And we're here for day 2 coverage. Gonna be a long old day today. So we have merged all of the qualifiers from the day 1s that have been running over the past couple of days. November 16th running all the way through to November 27th, or 27th of November rather. As always, my name's Henry Kilbane, and I'm going to be joined throughout this festival by my co-commentator Leo Worthington Lees. He's jumping in just to say hello.
Hello.
Before he tucks into his food.
How's it going, everybody? I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Honestly, man, I just, you come to Merit, and we already spoke about it briefly off air, but you just wake up, the sun's shining, you're on the beach, there's poker, there's food, there's sun, great gym, spa, everything. It's becoming quite the hotspot for poker in Europe.
A hell of a place, and you feel very looked after. The hospitality is literally second to none. I don't think I've ever been anywhere where you just get treated like such a king, no matter who you are.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's no discrimination in hospitality compared to some other places as well.
Yeah,
no, for sure. And we've been hearing it a lot from poker players around Europe as well. This is the one spot where people really do enjoy coming, just to bring their family, their friends, their girlfriends, boyfriends, whoever it is. Because even for non-poker players, there's stuff to do.
There's so much to do. It's the second time I've been here. I've not been to. I didn't stay at Crystal Cove last time, but I did play poker here. I just rented a villa somewhere, also super cheap as well. If you don't want to stay in a hotel, you want to get your own place. You can rent some crazy villas out here for not very much money at all, and they're all like ocean front, swimming pools, unbelievable.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's sweet.
Ooh, look at this.
Kick things off here. First feature table of the series. It's the Merit Vintage Series warm-up, day 2, coming in incredibly deep today, and it's going to be a long old day. Another reason people enjoy coming here is because of the bang for your buck, if you will, in terms of the actual structures of these tournaments. You have a great mix of players as well, especially for this buy-in range. 2k, 500k, 3k, 1.5 mil main. Typically a buy-in range across Europe that you expect to come up against a lot of elite regs and pros, but that's the beautiful thing about this place. You just have a lot of wealthy people that love playing poker. They don't mind splashing about 2k, 3k, 5k buy-ins, especially when there's 1.5 million guaranteed. And with these structures as well, stick around a lot more. Badir, Saladin Badir, a Merit Poker regular and a European crusher. I mean, bracelet winner, if I'm not mistaken. I think he beat Phil Hellmuth heads up. Stopped Hellmuth from winning bracelet number 17.
Interesting, I didn't know that.
Yeah, in the, I want to say it was the 25k high roller during the World Series of 2019.
What are you, his boyfriend or something?
I just covered him many times. Yeah, covered him a lot. I mean, he's a regular here. You can see came 3rd back in August in the MPP, the Luxembourg MPP, the opener for 63k.
Scroll to the top. Let's have a look at the overall, shall we? Yeah, nice. That's a decent Hender mob right there.
is indeed. But going back to won the 50k Super High Roller Bowl Europe event number 4 here for 832k.
Not a soft tournament.
Not a soft tournament. 25k WPT as well. Oh, maybe he didn't beat.
Last 4 entries on the Hendon Mob, all first place. Followed by second, third. Oh, you've ranked it by third. I see.
Yeah, it's all right, mate.
Who knows what he's doing, our man Henry? Not his first time on the internet.
So jumping into big blind 2.5k, scanning around. We got a couple of like 200 big blind stacks. It's, you know, we're going to see a lot of flops, a lot of 3-bet, 4-bet pots. Hopefully, when we're this deep.
Probably going to see one right now. It was a 100k starting stack, wasn't it? So.
Wow, he just ships
Shoves
it
it in for 44, 45 big blinds.
I don't hate just jamming the offsuit combo and inducing with the suited combo sub 50, but
yeah,
late position.
If you're in Solver World, there's not really any such thing as a 40 big blind, 45 big blind jam in this situation. There are some in ICM spots and some kind of squeezes and a lot of like 30 to 35 big, well not a lot, but some 30 to 35 big blinds all in, but they're mostly out of position. So this is definitely an unconventional play, but it's going to probably allow Levy to, I was going to say, just to get away from it, because the hands that choose to jam massive stacks really just tends to be like jacks and ace king, jacks, tens, ace king. So obviously not doing very well against that range at all with ace queen. So disciplined and good fold there.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's 100k starting stack, as Leo already mentioned. We had Day 1A and Day 1B on the 16th of November. Then had Day 1C yesterday, and then we had Day 1D Turbo. This morning, the Turbo flight. 500k guaranteed. Looks like late reg closes at 5 p.m.
Today?
5 p.m. today, yeah.
How many runners has it had so far, do you know?
That is a good question, and I will fire a message over to the team.
Because I was in the room yesterday when 1B was running, and there was like 180 players just in that flight alone.
Yeah, I mean, I was speaking to the videography crew, and they were saying it's just been absolutely electric here from day one at this festival, and it makes sense. You know, the MPP was what, 5k 5 mil, so needed like 1,000 runners, and they got that. That was obviously in partnership with Luxon Pay and Rob Young, and obviously Rob's got great ties to the UK poker scene and the European poker scene, and just, you know, it's been a great year for Merit. More and more people are, you know, becoming familiar with the types of tournaments that they host here, and it's clear to see why people are.
Because there's a few places around Europe like this, you know, where they host big tournaments. Kings being one of the main ones, but most people have their qualms with Kings because of what's outside of the casino. You know, there's not really anything else to do, and if you want to go to play a 2-week festival somewhere, you really are going to want to have some time away from the tables. But Merit is like the complete opposite. It's got all of those tournaments, and then outside is just heavenly. I almost don't want to play sometimes when I, you know, last time I got here I was like, well, I might just not play at all. I might just lie on the beach all day. But yeah, great tournaments. So I've got a bit of a hand developing here.
Yeah, great tournaments, given that you can start opening King 8 suited from +2, because, you know, you're 100 bigs deep. Why not?
Yep, pretty solid open. Be the bottom, but in there nonetheless. Basta picking up a gut shot on the turn. And it looks like the flop went check, judging by the size of the pot. So Basta leading out for just under a third.
6.5k turn probe. Levy with a few options available here, Leo.
Yes, raising definitely on the table. There's going to be a lot of combo draws and worse pairs in Basta's range. He can have a lot of like 6-5, 4-5, a lot of hands with clubs, and just a lot of air balls as well, because it's such a bad board for Levy's opening range. And King on the river makes things very interesting. Levy rivering 2 pair, Basta rivering top pair after leading out on the turn with his bluff. So could definitely see Basta just continue here for value, and then Levy is going to have a pretty easy raise depending on the size. Unless Basta chooses a big size, you know, something pot or close to pot. might make Levy choose to just call, but it looks like around 16,000 to me. 13.5. Yeah, so I think Levy has a very easy raise for value here. Interesting one for Basta once he does get raised as well, because Levy might not always raise his King X for value on the river. If he has something like King 10 suited or King 9 suited, he might elect to just call those because there's not very much to get value from. There's really only kind of Ace King and possibly King Queen that will want to go for value, and those have to have obviously not c-bet the flop. So
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Really like the way you've kind of reverse engineered the raising range of Levy here against the big blind range of Basta. Obviously a board certainly smashing the big blind range. Basta has all of the straights, all of the flop 2 pairs. I guess 100 effective, Levy's going to be opening every pocket pair, so he can still have 3s, 4s, and 6s. It looks like he is reaching for raising chips, and like you said, when you think of what the raising range actually looks like, there aren't many hands that want to raise for value outside of Ace King, Kings, slow played Kings, maybe Kings with a club that wants to just check back for some pot control on the 6-4-3.
yeah.
And then, you know, when you dive down deeper into the value bucket, are we raising King Queen for value?
Yeah, maybe not.
Range? Maybe not, right?
Maybe not against that size, because we don't expect Basta to like value bet an 8 on the river. So he's probably not blocking a hand like 8-9 in the river. He's probably just checking. It's also really interesting as well that Basta has the King of Clubs, because then he blocks a hand like King Jack of Clubs or King Queen of Clubs that can check back the flop.
Yeah.
And then river. So he does pay it off.
Yeah, pretty swift call and a big pickup for Levy given the current level we're in. 103k pot. Just saw him get away from the Ace Queen against the Ace King. Certainly one to watch. Playing over 100 big blinds early on day 2. So don't forget, those of you that may be tuning in from Merit, you've already maybe fired 1 bullet. You can still jump in to the tournament late reg until level 12. Leo and I are going to be here until around about 10 p.m. or so. Going to cover this for the first, looks like first 8-9 levels of the day.
Yeah, I didn't realise you could buy into day 2, so I'll see you later.
Leo's gone. We'll be back for...
Ah, bastard. You're never going to believe it. It was so sick. Levy now with the King 5 suited, +1. A bit on the wide side, but I can definitely see him opening this if he perceives the table to be pretty soft. This is one I would find myself VPIPing a certain frequency, but does elect to just let it go. Perhaps doesn't want to be viewed as the guy who plays every hand, can make your life a little bit trickier down the line, so makes a disciplined fold.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, why not?
Yeah, why not?
The table's letting you.
Exactly. I mean, it's early days though, isn't it? So he doesn't know much yet about how the table's going to react.
Yeah, that's a good point. We are on a 30-minute delay with Leo to obviously protect the integrity of the game. But yeah, I'm sure all of these players will be having some fans, friends, spies watching the stream, sending them hands.
Absolutely.
You got a group when you're on feature tables, sending you hands, discussing some of the folds, or?
Yeah, occasionally. I didn't have any on this one just gone. I just kind of got in the zone and turned my phone off, actually.
Nice.
Well, airplane mode, so I could still listen to my music. But yeah, I was just kind of in there. But I think it's definitely worthwhile. But also, you don't necessarily want to let one-off hands or one small piece of information have too much of an influence on your game.
That's very true. I feel like you can like confirmation bias over a small sample size, making significant adjustments based off of a hand history rather than trusting your gut.
Exactly.
Again, you know, it really depends on your play style. Depends on whether you stick to the solvers that you've studied or you're more of a field player that just trusts your own instincts. It does vary from player to player. As we have Ace Queen against Ace King for a second time, just, what, 4 hands into today.
Yeah. And these positions, traditionally pretty under-bluffed pre-flop, cut-off versus under the gun +1. There will be some suited ace-x in there, perhaps some like Queen 10 suited type stuff, but this is going to be quite value-heavy for most of the poker playing population. But Shufani does obviously have a very strong hand, so not surprised to see him continue here. I think he'd probably be folding ace-jack off. or a hand as weak as kind of maybe ace-10 suited even. But the suited ones obviously play a lot better out of position, so ace-queen off seems like a pretty good defend so far. Ace-high flop for some sickness dealer.
Well,
There it
dealer
is.
has delivered.
Ask and you shall receive.
47k in the middle, 108k
Yeah.
effective, and he just open
Open
jams.
ships.
Okay. Near with the snap call, the old one chip. Okay, pal, thank you.
Yeah, I've got the nuts.
Let's see two more.
Yeah, bad shape for Shufani. Not going to be loving this at all. Yeah, near with the king, obviously, as well, blocking some of the runner-runner straight possibilities for Shufani. So, near in absolutely great shape here. You see 87% equity. Bumps up to 93% on the turn. Just got to fade the queen. No chops available.
If Near can hold here, which he does.
Beautiful way to start day 2.
Yeah, up to 440k, puts him in the top 10. The overall chip counts, 162 players coming back to today. Eli Farah, the chip leader, 622k, which is still good for the better part of 250 big blinds.
Is that all?
That all. Shout out to everyone just joining us over on the Merit Poker Facebook and YouTube channels. Henry Kilbane alongside Leo Worthington. Lee's going to be calling the action for all of you over the next 10 days, live from the Merit Crystal Cove. And yeah, I've been looking through the structure sheet to see if there's like a cheeky side event that we could maybe play
I
on a
did see
day.
actually on our 2 days off there's a mix max.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, 1k mix max. Starts at 8 max day 1, 7 max day 2, 6 max if you're fortunate enough to make the final day. So that's an interesting, pretty fun structure.
Okay, let's have a look. So we know our tournament, our commentary dates. Let's have a look.
I think it was the 23rd, 24th that you said we had the days off. There's also some 1-day bounties on those days. There's a $400 15k and a $600 25k, but the 1k sounds a lot juicier, doesn't it?
So what did I send you?
Ace 10 suited for Near now in the hijack. And Ace Queen for Basta in the cutoff, and he's playing a relatively short stack, all things considered. Under starting stack, he's playing around 35 big blinds. So expect to see this one get 3-bet at a pretty high frequency. We are shallow enough that we're happy to stack off pre-flop facing a jam. Ace-Jack and hands of that strength. Ace-Jack, Ace-10 suited, probably going to elect for a flat call, but yeah, Ace-Queen definitely strong enough to go for some value here. And back round to Near. Interesting spot now for him with the suited ace.
Oh, sorry, mate. There's a $500 PLO Omaha bounty on the 24th.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm in.
Schedule confirmed for Henry. And Jack 8-2, 1 heart, Near with the backdoor flush draw. Not much else going for him. And Basta with the complete whiff, but the betting lead and the stronger range. Probably can eliminate pocket jacks from Near's range. Expect that to jam pre-flop, so you can have pocket 8s. Deuces might not always peel the 3-bet, so not very much there in terms of sets. Ace-Queen going to be the best hand a decent amount of the time here. And Near does just check fold there with his backdoor equity, which I think is fine, considering how shallow the effective stack was. We want to be a little bit deeper to be peeling our backdoors there.
Very quiet at the table, not much table chatter. I guess people just warming into their seats day 2. It's a long old way to go before we even, start talking about making the money, all that kind of stuff. Late reg still open.
Down to what, half the field roughly?
Thereabouts, yeah, just trying to get some information.
Ace-Jack suited now for Basta in the hijack. After chipping up a little bit that last hand, he's up to 44 bigs. Definitely going to be in with this one. Makes it 5.5. Volotko, that's a good name.
That's a strong name.
V's and W's and K's, you know, they're very strong letters. Volotko.
Let's have a look at Volotko's Hendon mob.
He looks like a man who knows his way around the poker table to me. Not much on there though, so it could be an online kind of guy.
Yeah, maybe.
Has he got his online listings? No, not listed. Russia as well, so seems very likely. He just peels the king 10 suited in the cutoff. We're off to a flop. Heads up. Again, both players whiffing. Not even a backdoor flush draw for Basta, but Volotko has a reasonable hand to continue versus a c-bet. He's got backdoor diamonds. Wraps around the queen a little bit. Overcard. Does make the call. Small c-bet as well from Basta, so getting it more than a good enough price to continue here in position. Going to be able to take it away on a lot of turns and rivers, but that is not going to be one of them. Does give Volotko a bit of equity in the form of a gut shot, but Basta has the jack in his hand, and obviously turns top pair himself, so great one for him to continue barreling all of his bluffs that he could have at this stage. Hands like Jack 10 or 5-6 suited, even like hand like pocket 3s, pocket 6s, pocket 5s can elect to start bluffing now. Trying to get Volotko to just fold his hands like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, 7-8 suited. Even putting pressure on a queen, it's just such a good card for Basta, so gets it done. Nice sizing on the turn there as well, no need to go too big.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing turn card.
Bit disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah, from an entertainment point of view.
We wanted like the 9 of diamonds or something. Well, no, maybe not even the 9 of diamonds, because then Basta's just out, isn't
it? Like the Jack of diamonds, like
Jack of
turn
diamonds.
second pair, nut kicker.
Yeah. Or even Ace of diamonds.
Yeah, something like that.
Ace of diamonds.
Saladin, but stretching. He knows all too well these tournaments, marathons, not sprints. Day 2 today, long old day 3 tomorrow. Final table on Sunday. Certainly something that you kind of more often than not learn the hard way. We've all been there. We've all been guilty of trying to win a tournament before late reg is closed. Certainly blasted off a few spots myself rather than remain impatient.
Yeah, that's all part of the battle. It's what separates a lot of the crushers from the non-crushers is just
mindset.
You know, patience, discipline, all these things, showing up, being consistent. It's not necessarily about your outright skill. There are a lot of people out there who are kind of equally matched in skill, but some of them just perform so much better than the others that it doesn't become even close. A lot of premium hands floating around so far, even though we've only been in for a few hands. We've seen an ace-queen plus pretty much every hand. Ace-king suited now for Volotko. Not the kind of spread you want to see, is it, when the dealer turns over? You can see 2 cards, they're both red, a 10 and a 6. You've got ace-king of spades. Badir flopping top pair with his 10-4 suited. Flops the best of it, and not really anything for either of the other players. But that's not going to stop Volotko. He thinks that the board is just disconnected enough that he's potentially betting for value a decent amount of the time here. Enough gut shots around.
Yeah, also 2 overs, backdoor Broadway as well. Going to have enough equity against the continuing range. There's going to be some overcards that he can barrel on that favour his range, or you can just turn top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, why not? Also, the ace-king of spades obviously blocks some strong top pairs, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah.
Like you said, just being able to turn equity a lot of the time. Yeah, absolutely smashes it here. It's going to be a tough spot for Badir now, because this is just such a good card for Volotko to bluff. However, you got to think, is he really going to be, how wide is he going on the flop? Can he have like queen jack of hearts, jack 9 of hearts, 7, 8, 8, 9? I guess he can.
It comes for 60%, 18 into 30. As you already mentioned, you know, the ace queens, ace jacks, maybe the ace 4s, ace 5s of the world going to barrel as well. And well, another overcard, but is flopped top pair.
Yeah, not much we're beating now. We could have feasibly been ahead of a few combos on the turn, but now we're pretty much dead against all of them. The only thing we're really beating is jack 9, 7, 8, 8, 9. We don't have an 8 or a 9 or a jack or any of those blockers in our hand, but I think the 10 is probably just not quite strong enough. Yeah, does just let it go. Nice hand by Volotko. Stacking an extra 105k into his already healthy stack.
So, Leo, 500k guaranteed prize pool, 2k buy-in. We needed 250 runners to hit that guarantee. We got 535 entries in total, and that is with late reg still open for 3 more levels. So
What's cancel? Any idea? Entry, re-entry, cancel. Is it like forfeited stack, perhaps? Is that a thing you can
that
do?
might that makes a lot of sense, right? Like if you
Make
got
day
down
2
to
with the bowl.
day 1A or day 2 with a bowl, and you just wanted to rebuy instead of that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, 53 million chips in play. Currently 263 runners, but again, late reg still open for a few more levels. So.
So what you can get in with probably 16 big blinds or something like that. What level are we on now? Level 9, so 3 more levels.
40 big blinds if you late reg.
3, 4, 5. So you can still reg with 20 bigs.
Yeah.
What a structure. Hour clock as well. Some more suited aces floating around. This time they've both got the same hand.
Jamie Flynn, 60th on the island all-time money list.
Nice.
Best live cash, $91,610.
We had a good score there recently.
Yeah, final table, the EPT in London. EPT main.
9th place. Not bad at all.
Seems to grind some of the stuff that you're in as well, some of the UK IPTs. I'm sure you've either battled with him or at least seen him somewhere.
Yeah, I don't recognise him actually.
To be fair, if you were forced to try and recall every poker player you've ever played a hand of poker with or seen at a live stop, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how many people you actually come across in our industry, in our day-to-day lives compared to your average person.
Most people interact with really the same group of people, don't they, over and over again.
Imagine I don't know, you work in Sainsbury's or something.
Yeah.
You have the same 20 people that you work with.
Even the customers, you're gonna have a relatively consistent customer base.
It's mad, isn't it? Whereas when you travel around Europe, you just get people from all over the world, just random people.
Brand new every day.
Yeah.
So the ace-10's doing battle here, both with exactly 5% equity, because it's going to be a chop 90% of the time. However, that is just in terms of equity. If it's actually a chop, I expect that to be nowhere near 90% of the time. I expect one of these guys to win it with some kind of aggression. But the 10 on the turn does change things. Both players picking up a pair with the gut shot to the nuts. Kind of feels like ace-10 is a bit too strong to be bluffing, but we can maybe get some big... The problem is the queen X that both players have pre-flop, or the queen X or the jack X, or even the 9X that both players have pre-flop is minimum of a straight here, because there's not really any 9-7 in there. It's all going to be 8-9, king-9, king-queen, ace-queens, king-jacks, king-9 suited, so there's a lot of interaction with this board. So it has to be a pure air ball that's bet twice, like ace-4 suited or something like that with a backdoor.
Which I do like. I do like if you're going to have obviously an ace-king range advantage here, you want to have some ace-x that has backdoors as well.
Yeah, and the ones that block straights are good, and block 2 pairs are good because they block the kind of best bluff catchers. So nice hand there by Flynn.
Yeah, nice little pickup.
Aggression gets him to win a chop pot.
For those of you just joining us, that hand breakdown by Leo Worthington, at least UK grinder, out here to call the action alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. For the next 10 days, we're going to be bringing you, obviously, the entirety of this warm-up. Day 2 today, day 3 tomorrow, and then final table on Sunday. And that's not it. But, we've got the main event coming up as well.
Oof, that main event's going to be juicy.
Yeah, it includes 9 packages as well. I want to find out more info on that. I assume that is
to the January series, probably, right?
That would make a lot of sense.
I saw they got one in Morocco, Montenegro as well. In
the Merit Merit in Montenegro.
Also looks juicy. They got another 2K and a 3K, slightly smaller guarantees, but still pretty big. 400K for the warm-up and 700K for the main event, I think it was.
That's in January, you said?
No, I think the Western Series is in January, and then the Montenegro one was maybe February or March.
Oh, okay.
Flynn opening again, ace-6 suited, +1 off his 50 big blind stack. And yeah, with the relatively small 3-bet out, the small blind just goes for 3x. Traditionally, you see a little bit larger than that out of position, especially 50 big blinds deep. So Flynn just going to continue getting a good price and has position. is dominated, but as we know, that doesn't matter too much in this game.
We keep having like hand v hand pre and then just complete
Absolute
board
burgers,
whiffs.
yeah. 7-3 deuce, no backdoor for anybody.
If the dealer starts cooperating with us a little bit, we're going to see some carnage at this rate.
Well, we got the ace-high one, the ace-queen versus ace-king.
That's true. Yeah, can't be a bloodbath every hand.
Yeah, no, just going for this small c-bet there and taking it down. Nothing for Flynn to continue with.
Well, that Merit Casino Royale in Montenegro that you mentioned, I'm just finding out that that's where the actual movie...
Casino Royale, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
In Montenegro.
So that's like another reason to head over there, because you can just be
Wow.
like, guys, I'm playing poker this week in literal Casino Royale.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. That's where James Bond was filmed.
Where the sheaf, the famous poker meme, peels a free bet out of position with ace-6 off.
It's great. It is great, isn't it?
Dies, loses $20 million and dies or something.
Yeah.
Amazing. Love the internet.
My favourite thing about the entire hand is when it gets to showdown, the guy that's first to show has like the 17th nuts. He has like king high heart spades
he's
or
like,
something.
I got a flush.
On like a paired board. And there's like millions being put in behind. It's like 4-bet on the river and he's like, yeah, king high spades. Good.
Yeah, I don't think you win, mate.
It's brilliant. But you know, they've started, as far as I'm aware, they've actually started calling in people like producers from poker events to actually give like feedback
on poker
movies.
Yeah,
now.
good, because
I believe Stapes was just invited to I want to say, I feel like it's a movie that's being released next year, and he was kind of invited in as an advisor, I guess, if you will.
that's good, because there are a lot of like badly portrayed poker scenes
Yeah.
in TV and movies. Obviously, Rounders is an exception. They
Yeah.
absolutely nailed it, to be honest.
Yeah,
Especially
they did.
considering the like meta game of the day and the way the game was played. I think they did a really great job of.
And like the whole going broke and like losing the bankroll to
yeah.
like Teddy. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yeah, I love that movie. I don't know how many. That's probably my most watched movie of all
That's
time. I would say.
100%. Yeah.
Followed by Interstellar.
It's my go-to first date movie.
Nice. Yeah, this is what I do, and she's like, "Which one are you?"
Yeah, it's like that was me 5 years ago, going broke every other month.
Yeah.
So we dive back into
Now
this.
you're more of a Joey Knish, are you?
Well,
Older and wiser.
yeah, older and wiser. I'm not sure.
Older, at least older.
Trying not to grind too much.
Yeah. Retired.
Yeah, kind of retired.
Not much for either player again on this board. Double gut shot for Volotko, but the 3 hearts is going to dissuade either player from putting very much money in on this board. So flop does go check, check.
I'd still like to see Volotko come with the turn probe here. Just try and fold out some ace highs, some king queens of the world. Ace king, ace queen, no heart.
Agreed.
We have enough equity even against the continuing range.
Yeah,
of
I
ace
think
king.
Levy is supposed to just range bet very, very, very small on these boards versus the big blind. But the problem with not doing that is that you do end up in this situation a lot where the range that doesn't even want to bet 20% pot is so weak and capped that it makes it very, very difficult to defend later on in the hand. And Volotko obviously just targeting that cap range with a very small bet. Levy paying the price. Thinks he's getting a good enough deal, is ahead of enough kind of gut shots or 1 heart type hands. Volotko just a river in the straight now. Now he's got some pretty clean value. Not very much we lose to at all. We don't expect Levy to ever check back 2 pair or sets or flushes. Maybe the occasional kind of nut flush, but mostly just going to be pretty capped. So Volotko just going for value here. Just goes around 2/3 pot. And Levy now with the decision. The problem with the 7 is obviously a lot of the bluffs that were bluffs on the turn have now improved to a good hand on the river, at least a pair. We're really only beating 1 heart type hands now. Does let it go.
Yeah, so Levy from Israel, 638k in total live earnings. His best live cash coming during the World Series this summer.
For
Came,
half of that,
yeah, came
There it
70. Where was it?
10k main event,
Oh,
19th.
19th. Wow.
Brutal.
323,000. Pay jump as well. Two away from a 90k pay jump. Oh.
Very nice score though. Congratulations, sir. Great tournament, obviously. What an experience that is. Have you ever played the WSOP main
Never
event?
played it, mate. No.
You should. Everybody should.
Kind of. I think I'm just like, I'm saving it. I'm saving it. I don't know what I'm saving it for, but
Well, you don't earn it. You know you can play more than once.
yeah.
You can play every year if you want.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I've been on the fence for a while, man. You know, I've been grinding a lot of PLO, and I've had a really good couple of years just moving up stakes, and I've really been enjoying the grind.
Yeah.
But there is something about tournament poker that
You can't beat it, can you?
I'm getting to that stage now. I think I am converted, you know, just doing like so much commentary, and I'll come to these events and I'm just like, why am I in the booth?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I've played a mixture of everything in my career. I've played...
I remember you grinding cash like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I used to play. I started off playing cash, live cash in the UK. I've played pretty high stakes in America, and the cash just never makes me feel quite the way that tournaments do. You know, there's something about the finite nature of tournaments where you can't just reload, and you know, you can't just I'm just going to play this game all night. Like, it's all about performance, and mistakes are a lot more important in tournaments than they are in cash games. You know, you can make a mistake in cash and you can recover from it, especially if you're at a relatively soft table. You can play whenever you like. You can always get in a game. You can sit with however much money you like, depending on the stakes you're playing, etc., etc. But I like that kind of forced nature of tournaments where you have to just deal with the situation you're put in.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the reward system, and you know, just I don't really know how to explain it, but I can see why tournament grinders typically have a lot more motivation to just keep grinding. Although on the flip side of that, you know, you brick a year's worth of tournaments, that morale can
Fade
very quickly. Bolotko getting 2 better hands to fold after being checked to on the button. Bit of a tight fold there, the 9-8 third pair. Flop check, check, turn check, check. Deuce of hearts on the river, not really completing anything other than 4-5 suited.
Yeah. Also, just got to wonder though what Volotko is going to have that decides to check twice and then start bluffing on such a bricky river. So nice play by him. Very nice. Definitely not his first time playing, despite what his Hendon mob might say.
Yeah, it probably feels like he had the best hand there actually when he just bets the 5s.
Yeah.
But yeah, no man, I've been on the fence for a while, and I've been thinking, you know, next year to turn down commentary for a few events and just show up and play, especially like structures like this, man.
Yeah.
You just have 100k starting, hour-long clock.
Yeah, they are really good. The higher you go up the kind of tournament buy-in ladder as well, the better tournaments become. Game selection is obviously very important. If we got a 2K, I mean, if a 2K runs in the UK, it's generally going to be pretty damn tough, but you can find some really, really good tournaments around the world. There's obviously a lot more traveling involved than if you play cash, and that's part of the difficulties of making a living playing tournaments.
Nice.
So Mert coming with a limp from under the gun, a 6 of diamonds off 40. Well, near with the 4x.
Ooh.
Flynn with the kings.
Only 44 big blinds effective here as well, and obviously we've got a lot more dead money in the pot, 2 limps and then a bigger than normal open raise, so it might be quite hard for Nerd to get away from this, to be honest. I expect to see Flynn make it something around 27.5k here. Doesn't want to make it too big and obviously commit himself, but it looks like he's going a bit bigger, 33k, 32k. Seems definitely on the larger side for an imposition. Oh, he's in the small blind. Apologies. In that case, it's a bit on the smaller side. But it can't really go much bigger than this off his stack depth, so.
Still some room to 3-bet fold if anyone's sick enough to come with the 3-bet out the small with this stack depth.
Yeah, and if we see a bricky flop here, I expect we'll see the chips fly in. I think Nerd's probably just peeling, hoping for a kind of jack high or lower board that he can stack off on.
Note the SPR, Leo.
Yep, we are at 1.
Well, that is a bricky board.
Very bricky, and not only bricky, but actually gives Ner a decent bit of backdoor equity. He's got the backdoor straight draw and the backdoor flush draw, so definitely never going to be folding on this board.
Hand number 13, and it feels like every single hand so far today has been just hand against hand.
Some kind of premium. Interesting decision for Flynn what to do on the flop with SPR. This is actually a spot I really like just jamming because our ace king, if we do decide to jam a hand like ace of diamonds king, we can get it in ahead a decent amount of the time. We can put a lot of pressure on a hand like jack 10 suited. And also, when we have if we put some pairs in that range, Nur basically is just forced to stack off with any pair he has. He's always going to stack off with a flush draw. We don't mind if jack 10 folds. So I don't mind a jam, but he goes for the small bet and then jams the turn, and Nerd kind of reluctantly pays it off.
Well, he has picked up some of that equity that you mentioned in the form of a gut shot. So 6 outs once for Nerd. Not the spot you want to be in, but still 14%.
Yep, better than nothing.
229k in the middle, and Flynn gets the hold up to just shy of 100 bigs. Great start for the Irishman here. Day 2 Merit Vintage Series warm-up event.
How much?
Nice hand, sir.
50, 75?
Scoop in a casual 100 big blind pot, thereabouts. Yeah, it does feel like every hand. It's a bit ace king against ace queen, queens against tens, ace 10 against, you know, all
That's
these.
the way you like it, isn't it? You don't want to see everybody just folding every hand. Where's the fun in that?
That's very true. Although these players could give us the chance to actually introduce the stream, what we're going to be doing. So we get a couple of new players join the feature. So 9-handed. Currently 263 players out there in the mix, as I'm sure we'll see some players busting out, some re-entering, some new players that have shown up late to the festival buying in as well. I'm torn. I'm torn on the day 2 max late reg. You see and hear so much from elite pros out there, just max late regging absolutely everything they play, but then you look at certain fields and you're like, well, actually, I want to be in there from level 1. I want to be in there with Terry 2 pair that's just gonna
however,
gift me 200 bigs.
If you're making your living from tournaments, it's a trade-off, isn't it? Because
for sure,
it's time invested, how quickly you're going to appreciate your return on investment. If you can save 12 hours of every tournament you play and enter a tournament with half of the average stack or a third of the average stack, like, that's not a bad spot to be in at all. It's all relative, you know. Yes, you can accumulate a big stack on day 1, but you can also just enter a tournament with a third of the field left, which is like a massive advantage in its own. If your short stack game is good, which obviously elite players, they're all basically solved 15 big blinds and below, like they know exactly what they're doing. It's a very interesting stack depth, and it's also where a lot of people tend to be the weakest, so there's definitely merit to it for sure. I am a fan of late regging things myself.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And like you said, you know, if you are treating the game as a pro, playing it for a living, saving time, saving energy as well, saving that mental energy of grinding. You know, we're going to be here for 10 days.
Exactly.
So saving yourself a little bit of mental energy.
That last festival I just played, GKBT Blackpool, I played every day, and by the end of the week I was like absolutely exhausted. I went home and slept for like 14 hours.
Oh, I can imagine, mate. Yeah. Yes, it's one of the many things that is overlooked by the general population when it comes to poker and playing poker for a living.
Yeah, so much more to it than just learning strategy. So much more to it. That's a small part of it, you know. 25% of it is how good you actually are.
Yeah. Obviously, 60% of it is, oh, do you count cards for a living? Yeah, that's it. That's me. You got it.
So are you addicted? Whenever people say that to me, I ask them if they're addicted to going to work, and they just kind of stare at me blankly.
I get it though, man. I mean,
no, of course.
It's just
one of those things with a big stigma attached to it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to change that with these live streams, the game.
It's a real shame that that's the way it is, because there are so many bright people in poker. Like, it's just chock full of super smart dudes who would better the world at any given opportunity and have so much to give to kind of conversation and so many ideas and like new ways to think about things. That's what poker provides. Once you've been playing this game for a long time, you find it just floods into your personal life, and it starts affecting every decision you make, but usually for the better. It's a shame that we can't just Snap changed the population's kind of view of poker, but
I think it's getting better though, I must
Yeah.
say, especially in recent years. And let's be honest, where else do you get the chance to, play cards and have a casual conversation with CEOs of billion-dollar companies or astronauts or NASA scientists or whatever it is? It's just
yeah.
draws the attention of people from every corner of the world and every different kind of background, and it's a special game, man. We got more and more people, mainstream people, creating content,
Yeah.
celebrities, movie stars, rappers, God knows who else is playing now. So give it a couple more years.
Yeah. I saw, what's his name?
Drake?
No, it was a footballer. Max Cruz just won.
Oh, yeah, he just won a bracelet.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
won a bracelet.
They won the 6 max during the WSOP Europe.
That's got to be some good exposure, because I imagine his socials are followed by a whole chunk of people. And now we've got all these kind of YouTubers coming in, like these games streamed at Hustler.
Mr. Beast.
Yeah,
all
Mr.
these
Beast.
guys.
And the chess girl, Alexandra Botes. And what's that other guy? The
Ludwig.
young crypto millionaire guy, Alan Keating.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, doing wonders for the game, really. Did enjoy that. Everyone just bashing Helmuth for a few hours in that during that live stream game. He just looked very out of place, didn't he? Even though it's his game, it's kind of supposed to be his home, but they're all making him look a bit silly, really.
Oh.
Flynn getting the 3-bet through. Getting the 3-bet C-bet through. Picks up another pot. Very good start to the day for him. Doesn't look too happy about it though, does he?
He knows. It's
He
a
knows.
long grind.
Inside, he's like, come on, here we go.
So often, and I've commented on it because, you think from an entertainment point of view, and like you said, trying to grow the game, if a casual person was to potentially tune into to a stream, not see many people talking and whatnot, and I've criticized it a lot, but at the end of the day, as a professional, like, you would treat any job, you take it seriously, right? But the amount of relief that you see on people's faces when they either bust a tournament or when they finally win a tournament, they go from serious to just like relaxed and happy that it's all over, because it's a grind.
It's a grind. You're just deep inside yourself, This whole time, you're just right in there in the depths of your kind of consciousness, trying to make these super nuanced decisions over and over again, back to back to back, whilst at the same time not giving anything away, not giving any information away to 8 or 9 other players.
100%. There's so many times where, like, someone who hasn't said a word throughout an entire final table, or just has always been like super stoic during spots, they win the tournament, and then it's just,
Extrovert.
Yeah, they're just like super happy and chatty, and but yeah, no, I get it. Completely understand.
Another absolute napkins flop for both players. Not even a hint of anything for either. Literally nothing. About as nothing as it gets for 2 hands in Hold'em.
Yeah, Levy bumping things up with a suited jack from the cutoff.
Yeah, and I expect him to just c-bet a hand like this with 0 equity, jack high. He just benefits so much from getting these this exact kind of holding to just fold. Hand that's ahead but can't continue. Ace highs, king highs. Nice hand.
Yeah, got to keep an eye on this young Levy from Israel. It seems to.
What was
seems
that,
to
cut
be-
off there? He
Yeah,
was?
cut off. Yeah.
Little on the aggressive side there.
I can't say I blame him if players behind are just playing
Exactly.
really honest, really straightforward. Great awareness being showed, just deviating slightly from a typical cut-off strategy.
Yeah. And not that I'm particularly old, but that is something the quote-unquote new generation doesn't necessarily understand so much about poker, especially live poker, is that there are times when you should deviate massively from what the correct strategy is, because sometimes you're just much better than the people you're playing against, and you have to take advantage of that.
Oh man, I mean this WSOP Europe main, you had like Sean Deeb opening 7-5 suited from like under the gun, just like old school pro that just trusts his instincts and is very dialed in and fine-tuned to the way other players play.
Exactly. He thinks, I've got a good understanding of how everybody at this table's playing, I'm going to take it to the streets post-flop and just play my perceived range really, really well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's a beautiful thing about this game as well, just so many different ways you can approach it.
Absolutely. Now with another open under the gun, and Eldar with a very curious peel on the button with the Jack 4 suited. Playing only 15 big blind. Oh no, sorry, not 50 big blinds. I was thinking it was a 6k big blind. 2.5k big blind, so he's pretty deep.
Sometimes, Leo, you haven't played a hand for 10 hands, and you're on the button.
And you're like, do you know what?
Hand.
I've had enough of this.
I've been there. Everyone's been there. There's so many times I just look down at absolute rags in a cash game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what?
You know what? F
Cool.
this guy.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm gonna just outplay him. And that's what I thought. I thought I'm just gonna outplay this guy. This hand. Rounders quote for you there, guys.
10 big blinds deep. That's just that was like one of the only parts of the movie that really made me laugh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna outplay the guy. This
You're
hand.
10 big blinds deep against Johnny Chan. You're playing a 5-bet pot apparently.
And you're like, do you know what, Johnny? I've had enough.
I'm all in.
Not this time, sunshine. Not on my big blind. I played a guy once actually in the UK where he got super offended by the fact I didn't even know that I'd done it, but I'd opened his big blind apparently like 3 times in a row. I was like, mate, I got a good hand. I had like ace 10 off or something the 3rd time, and then he just looked at me and he goes, "Next time you open my big blind, every time from now on, I'm just gonna go all in." And I was like, it's not really a very good strategy when you tell me what you're gonna do, is it? So then, like literally 2 orbits later, I opened King 10 suited, he jammed, I just snapped him off, and he had like 4 deuce off.
Oh man.
Unbelievable. Some people just let it get to them, you know. They just cannot handle it.
Another edge in poker.
Another edge in poker,
Ego.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Ego, stamina, all sorts of edges, little edges here and there. But yeah, those ones are. I don't know if it's an edge for us or just a massive leak for them. I think it's just a massive leak for them. You know, if you're letting your emotions make your decisions in poker, then you are literally drawing dead.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've seen it in myself where you know. So I personally don't struggle with bad beats. If someone sucks out on me, you know, that's variance. And as a pro, that's something that you just have to take on the chin. But I get annoyed if I like misplay a hand, and then I'll let it like eat away at me slowly, and then all of a sudden I'll realize that I'm playing like a bit looser. I'm like V-pipping just like so like way too wide and whatnot. And
You're not alone. I think most people are naturally like that, and it's something that you have to try hard to combat rather than some people are just naturally not like that and they don't care. Those people are just better at handling their emotions, and it takes practice.
It does. Yeah. Yeah, so many elite regs you see have put so much work into their emotional regulation at and away from the table.
Yeah, it's just the process of like being very present, being mindful, and just accepting reality for what it is, you know? That happened. That's the situation. This hand just happened. Now I'm in this situation, you know? Oh, I'm down to 20 bigs, but I have to play it, so I've got 20 big blinds. You know, not like, oh my god, I could have had 80 bigs, could have had 100 bigs, and then most people are dwelling on that for the next half an hour or even days sometimes, you know? But you just can't be like that. It's like, the way I think of it is like, you know on your phone when you swipe and all the apps you had open are there?
Yeah.
You know, I just swipe them away. That hand's happened, but I'm done with it now.
Gone.
Swipe, gone, forgotten.
Like that.
Queens now for Levy. Picking up a few hands. No in the small blind with the 8-9 off.
Vicky.
Just peeling. Just because.
Yeah, 100 bigs deep.
Yeah.
You see a flop connected.
Just going to outplay this guy. And Basta with a very standard defend. 5-3 suited. And again, just a bit of a flop that kind of slows everything down, you know?
I was thinking, saw 3 of hearts in the window, and I was like, okay,
Yeah.
maybe a little 2-pair v overpair kind of situation.
3 of hearts, 6 of diamonds,
Yeah.
8 of spades, 8 of
Something-
clubs, you
something
know?
like that.
Yeah, but no, we get the ace 10-3 rainbow. Check, but I think Levy is still going to potentially see bet a decent frequency here. He does elect to just check it back. Don't think Nair is going to go for any bluffs on this kind of board. Doesn't really hit him at all. Basta picking up a gut shot on the turn. But again, not really any reason for him to start putting chips in. He does have showdown value with 3. When both players check twice, Levy should be pretty confident he has the best hand, so I'd like to see him go for some value here. He can get called by some flush draws, he can deny equity to some straight draws, he can get called by 10x. There's going to be obviously a decent amount of 10x in Nur's small blind calling range. He's going to have a lot of those 10-9, 10-8 suited, and obviously we can see he's peeling 8-9 off, so he can potentially have like 10-9 off.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so important to have people watching the stream. I know it's
yeah, like
very
that
small
piece of
sample.
information there is huge. If somebody just tells you, by the way, that guy just peeled the small blind with 8-9 off, like that changes everything.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. It's Basta comes with a check call out the big.
I like these graphics where when they put bets in, it like flashes off the amount off their stack. It goes minus 7,000, then his stack adjusts to 107k. That's very cool. Very cool. Levy with the Queen of Spades blocking a hand like King Queen of Spades or Queen Jack of Spades that Basta can have improved with, so he maybe will elect to just check this one back. Kind of hard to get value from a 10 now as well, so he really only would be getting value from some hand that's peeled the turn with a gut shot like King Jack. I think 10-9 is just going to fold the river. There can still be some weak ace-x in there as well. Basta could potentially have a hand like ace-2, ace-5. So it does go check-check. Levy just going to take that one down. Another pretty nice pot heading his way. Up to 276k now.
You know if there's any UK guys that you're aware of that are here?
Mike Allen said he was coming. Don't know if you know Mike Allen.
Don't know, it doesn't ring a
Solid,
bell.
very solid guy. Have a look at his head, the mob, you might recognise his face. Maybe not though. If you don't play in the UK much, I think it's Mike. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, 320k in.
Yeah, he had a pretty deep run in Vegas this summer. I think that was one of his best scores recently. He's definitely been knocking on the door a lot recently. So.
Oh yeah, I see he's been grinding out in Asia.
Yeah.
Philippines, Vietnam.
Solid guy as well. Very, very nice guy. So looking forward to seeing him when he gets here. He said he was flying into Paphos, so
very nice.
Not sure when, but he'll be here. Jessica Pilkington is here. You know Jessica Pilkington?
I do.
She's in day 2. Saw her earlier.
Press.
I've never looked at her hand on my what's it say?
223k until live values. Man, I need to start grinding more, dude. Like, looking at these Hendon mobs. People just out here, get it done. Grinding everything.
Yeah, tournaments are good. Really fun. Do like them. My only niggle with tournaments, right, is how time-consuming they are. Yeah. That's the only thing that really bothers me about it. It's like, if you're going to commit to being a tournament pro, that's basically it. That's like your entire life. You maybe get a couple of days a month where you can do something unpoker related, because it's all the traveling, all the breaks, all the re-entering, queuing for cash desk, going to the next stop, studying your hands. Like there's a lot to it. It's a very dedicated thing that we do here.
So dive back into this 3-bet pot, would you believe? Kind of min-click 3-bet from Mert, low jack V.
Was it a misclick, do you think, or was it deliberate?
I think it was deliberate. I mean, it was Flynn open, Mert 10k. Fair
enough. Just trying to perhaps define ranges a bit more. Knows if he gets jammed on, he's unlikely to have the best hand, and when he gets called, he's going to be dominating a lot, / going to have a very, very strong hand. Jack 6-6 board, though. Not too good.
Yeah, I can understand Flynn's kind of reasons for checking turn against population when you get min-clicked. More often than not, alarm bells start ringing in your head, you know?
Yeah, it's just a question now of, like, do they check back aces on the flop? And I think the answer is actually yes, sometimes, a reasonable amount, especially if they have aces with the diamond. But once it goes check-check on the turn, King Jack going to be pretty much always the best hand. And not too much for Flynn to be bluffing with here. He can potentially have some 9-10s, but I think they're going to be betting the turn. We obviously block, like, Queen 10 and King Queen and stuff like that, so... yeah, nice hand by Flynn. Obviously blocks ace-king as well with King Jack, so more reason to be checking.
Yeah, let your opponent turn top pair as you turn 2-pair.
Or the turn comes an river comes an ace, and you're just like, why didn't I bet the turn? What's wrong with me? Why am I like this?
Yeah, see, that's what I struggle with, is when I butcher a hand.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, you're just a bit of a mug.
But that is poker. Like, I don't think I've ever played a day of poker in my career without making a mistake of some kind. Actually, that high roller was the closest I've come to feeling like I played
good poker.
optimal the entire day, every single decision. And even then, I mean, there was definitely decisions in there where I'm like, that was a mistake. But still, close.
Do you not think that's confirmation bias because of the result?
No, I think it's a good result because of playing really, really
Nice.
solid. You know,
That's
I turned
nice.
up really prepared for that week to be like, I'm just going to play my best all week. And even leading up to that, the tournaments leading up to that mystery bounty as well, I feel like I was just nailing it. And then after, funnily enough, I was talking to Endrit about this the other day. One of my big leaks is I am super focused when I'm in pursuit of a good result. But it has to be a win. You know, like a win or a chop where you get the maximum out of the tournament. Anything comes close to that doesn't count. So I got 9th in that mystery bounty. That doesn't do anything. I'm like, nope, next. 9th,
Okay.
nothing. As soon as I get that score, I just take my foot off the gas completely and I'm like, damn it. And then I just like kind of almost like lose interest. Not lose interest, but I lose motivation for a little while. So right now, when you messaged me being like, do you want to come and do commentary? I was like, that's actually perfect because
Nice.
otherwise I'd probably just go to another series, not be particularly motivated because I just had a nice score and then I'd just play like a bit of a whale for the week.
Yeah, guilty. Been there, done that. Talking of wailing around.
There's not any wailing around just yet.
No, not at all, but just like wailing around in general.
Oh, you mean you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just being a whale. I mean, life's for living, isn't it? We're here to have fun. We weren't born to just be super productive robots our entire time. Life is much more fun when you're a bit of a whale sometimes.
Definitely. I love being the whale in like a 1-2 PLO game and just like splashing about in this. No splashing here though. Both players with legit hands. Elder opening from early position and getting himself in a bit of trouble as he's flop top pair Jack Kicker against Badir's King Queen.
SPR just over 1 now on the river. Or SPR, yeah, just over 1. Eldar goes for the block bet and gets snapped off by Badir with the best hand.
82k pot. You can't love it facing 3 streets
No.
with King Queen, but
It's 3 small streets though. You got to expect there's going to be some weaker queen in there, and yeah, like your hand, you just kind of have to call those sizes. But yeah, like you say, not loving it. Nice one for Badir.
it's one of those where like if you ever do get shown aces or kings, you're like, thank you for letting me lose a small one.
That's how I felt yesterday with that hand I told you about earlier. I was like, wow, thanks for the $500 that I've still got.
Yeah. Those of you watching over on the Merit Poker YouTube channels, please do go ahead and drop us a like. Really helps the YouTube algorithm push the content to a wider audience, and why wouldn't you want more people tuning in for the start of this Merit Poker Vintage Series. Warm-up day 2, live from the Merit Crystal Cove. Leo Worthington Lease in the booth with me.
The legend.
10 days.
Henry Kilbane.
The legend. Thank you. See the likes going up slowly but surely. Thank you guys and girls at home. Those of you watching over on Facebook, please do let us know whereabouts in the world you are tuning in from. Let us know if you plan on coming for any of the events here. Also, let us know if you are here playing this event. Love to catch up with some of the viewers on break, grab a coffee, or just come and say hello. The password is mashed potatoes if you see Leo and myself walking around. So we dive back into this. How about this little 3-bet pot near going nowhere with the suited 9-6, and well,
Wow, what a
Here
flop.
we go.
This is what we've been waiting for.
100 big blinds effective, going to the flop, 3-bet pot, aces with the ace of diamonds against the 9-6 of diamonds on a queen 10-8, 2 diamonds board. 45k in there, Leo. This could be one of the biggest pots of the tournament.
Yep, Nur absolutely loves to play poker. That's one thing I've gleaned from him so far. He did not come here to fold at 9 high.
I mean, look, you buy in for 2.2k, you want to play hands.
You
gotta
want to
get
play hands,
value
exactly.
for this money.
And what a flop this is. Nur putting in the bet of half pot, facing the check from Flynn. I like Flynn's decision here to just check call this one. He can protect his ace-jack and his ace-king. He can have some top pair in there. It's a board that interacts with Nur's range really well. Now that is a turn card.
95k in the middle. That's going to potentially slow things down. I mean, Nur turning the straight. Flynn against the big bet.
Yeah, but he's
Being a
obviously
really
got to be
tough
very
spot.
aware of the ace-king here. It's going to be a decent part of Flynn's range that 3-bets pre and then check calls the flop. So we might actually see him check here, especially with the flush draw back up. But looks like he is going for the bet.
One of those spots where you like bet and get jammed. Not even like, why did I bet turn? Like, why did I bet turn?
Yeah. And like, then you start thinking, oh, they can have bluffs here, but then does anybody? What is he going to bluff with? What's he going to check jam the turn with? Does a bluff? Ace-5? Ace-5 of diamonds?
He's come with the 2/3. Action back on the Irishman. Flynn, 241k behind, 158 in the middle.
Yeah, really interesting spot for Flynn. I think we might actually see him fold. He doesn't even beat... There are like no bluffs from the flop left that he even beats anymore. 6-7 of diamonds is the only one.
King Jack is like the only hand I can think, like King Jack.
Yeah,
King 10 that's turned itself into a bluff.
I don't expect those to bet the flop at full frequency, and I don't expect them to always... Like, I rarely think that people actually would bluff those. What you actually see in these games. Does go for the call, though. With the gut shot to the nuts. Perhaps the 2 outer to improve against a worse set as well. And obviously you can improve against 2 pair. Brick on the river though.
Let's break out 2-2-1 in the middle. Flynn, the effective stack with 1-7-8 behind. See what near brings. Half pot on the flop, 2/3 on the turn. He's done a great job at setting up a very natural river SPR of less than 1 to kind of come with the jam size.
Yeah.
Instead elects to go for less than 25% pot.
I think he's going to assume it's quite hard for most of Flynn's range to pay this off. Like, even a set is not loving a big size. He obviously is going to call with queens and jacks and stuff like that, but no, just trying to milk a bit of extra value out of a hand like pocket kings or ace queen. Quite like this size, actually. One thing I've learned from looking at solvers recently is there actually is a lot of betting not all in when the SPR's won. Much more than I expected. A lot of small sizes.
Definitely be curious to pick your brain at some point about that. So I get to the river at SPR1, I'm like, well, I guess I'm just, you know,
I guess I'm all in.
Oh,
It's all in or check.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not checking.
I'm only allowed 2 sizes here, all in or check.
All in or 100%. Yeah, Flynn obviously realising this is not a good situation at all. Really does beat very, 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 very little, especially when he's got the ace of diamonds in hand. Some of the feasible bluffs would be like ace-5 of diamonds or something like that, but having the ace of diamonds are not good here. I think the best play for him if he's not folding would just be to jam.
Yeah, and I think given the body language and whatnot,
Too late for that.
Yeah, it's way too late for that. Discipline laydown
Yeah.
against near rather.
I personally, I know this is a bit wild, but I literally can't see myself ever not being all in on that board at some
100%.
stage if I'm Flynn.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what my hand is. The board is Queen Jack 10 and it's a 3-bet pot. Like, I'm going to be all in on one street or another. It just depends on how strong my hand is on each street. I would definitely just be check jamming the river as him with the aces.
The only argument that I would make about jamming there is that he checked flop, and I feel like with ace king you're probably going to be continuing on the queen 10. But anyways, we're getting nitpicky early into today. It is Sergey Volotko out in front with
200 picks.
as the blinds have gone up from 1k.
That's a name, Mert.
Mert, great name. John Baster, Saladin Badir, Jamie Flynn, Sir Levy, Marat, Shafi Gullin, David Neer, and Alon Eldar. Alon, bottom of the pack with 20 bigs, but still hour-long clock. Plenty of time to spin it up.
But we know he also is not a folder, so we could see some action. I'd like to see Ner and Eldar getting a bit of I'd like to see Eldar chip up to like 250k, and then him and Ner just play some massive pot where it's like 9-4 suited against Jack 8 off.
Oh, talking of Eldar, here he is. The king, queen of spades.
23 hands. That's all we've played, and it's been literally just like
Hour.
Yeah, nuts versus nuts.
One level. 23. Yeah, 23 hands an hour. That's not bad, especially given that we don't have a clock.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about this the other day. He asked me how many hands you think you get in live tournaments. I said obviously the later the tournament gets, the less hands you get per day, but I said around 25 an hour, so happy to be proved right.
Edwin Snippe over on the Merit Poker Facebook channel saying, hey Henry, happy to hear you're back in the booth. So I guess you got to your flight in time. I got to my first flight in time. Did get to my first flight. Missed my connecting flight. So instead of flying from Frankfurt directly to Larnaca, I had to wait an additional 3 hours in Frankfurt, fly to Athens, in Greece, 2-hour layover there. Got here around 10 p.m. last night. Got straight to bed as we jump back into this. How about this for a flop? Ace, Jack, 7, 2 spades. Top 2 for Volotko. Straight draw and second and a half flush draw for Eldar.
Not wasting any time. What's Volotko up to here?
Volotko's just snap called.
Oh, right. I thought he was like thinking about it.
No. All right, the immediate one chip flick in.
Yeah, literally the worst possible hand you can see. You look at Ace Jack and you're like, wow, I've got the absolute nuts. How can I ever lose? And then he turns over King Queen of Spades and you're like, what's going on here?
What's going on indeed? As Eldar, you did say you want him to chip up to 200k.
I did say.
Very first hand.
There we go.
Doubles up to 107k. These guys just love it, don't they?
I love it. I love watching people like this play poker. The scruffy t-shirt, the necklace hanging out, the sunglasses. Like, he looks like he's just been on the beach all morning. Or woke up on the beach this morning after going out drinking last night. And then was like, oh, day 2.
And you know that a live 2k for these guys is like your local £20 nightly back home.
Yeah, people that live in Cyprus who are retired here, which is a lot of these kind of 50-something dudes, they've got the absolute lottie. Also, crypto pretty big over here, so there's a lot of people have made some money over the years. Not recently, but at some stage.
It depends, man. Like
if they held all their money on FTX or not.
Yeah.
I was lucky. I had absolutely $0 on FTX. So
me and my crew
had chunks on there.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Fish.
Pretty
no
rough.
such thing as 10% APR.
I didn't have. That's true. That's very true.
No such thing. If it sounds too good to be true, it definitely is.
I don't think it was anything to do with the API, just a nice platform in terms of user interface and just how easy it was to use.
It's just a shame how
it's going to take a long time to recover in terms of like getting the trust back and whatnot.
And it's just like there have been so many things in crypto that could have been a really good thing if the people behind them weren't just such greedy. Like, why do you need billions of dollars? Why can't you just leave it alone? You know, like you're making. If I was making that much money off transaction fees per day by earning an exchange, I'd probably never open the exchange. I'd just leave it there and be like, wow, I'm making absolute chunks. And then I'd just go off and enjoy my life. I'd not be like, oh, I need to make another billion or another billion. Like, God, if you gave me $1 million, I'd give half of it away straight away.
Yeah, he has to put his hand in, yes.
That's why.
Especially given what the majority of the crypto community is trying to achieve, long-term vision.
Yeah.
But here we are. Yeah.
It's like capitalism made its way into crypto, isn't it, really?
There's always going to be bad actors. It's the same in poker.
Yep.
But yeah, it's going to take a while.
10-10-5 rainbow, a 3-way pot here. Again, nobody really flopping anything. Ace high still the best hand, but Volotko showing some aggression once again. Good blockers too, some 10x there. Blocks some overpairs as well. Nice hand by him. He's snuck a few nice bluffs through so far.
Sergey Volotko, chip leader at this table. Probably one of the chip leaders of the tournament, playing 200 bigs.
Yeah.
First 2 levels of...
You know what it's like though, day 2. People do like to just get in there straight away. The opening 30 minutes can be absolute fireworks of any day of poker. And the closing 30 minutes. Volotko with the ace-jack off now. Gonna be opening this one. Makes it 5k. Jack 10 suited for Flynn in the hijack. He flicks in the call. Could definitely mix a free bet in with this combo just to try to get heads up and take ultimate position, get the cut off on the button to fold. But also plays pretty well multi-way, so we don't mind. Just peeling. Shafagulin in the big blind with the king 5 off. This deep, I think king 5 off just wants to be a fold versus these positions. We can defend versus like cut off and button, but the king is just not going to be strong enough. We're going to be dominated super often, and it doesn't play well at deep stacks out of position, especially multi-way. So, but then it's just a min raise. It's a very, very small price, so it's negligible. And Volotko flopping top pair.
Agi.
Goes for the c-bet,
Agi.
and absolute whiff for the other two. So Volotko taking down another pot.
זהו.
Up to almost 500k.
הם משחקים סתם. פה זה כבר בגמר אנחנו. הם משחקים סתם על מקום שני.
לא חבל על בזבוז זמן. מה קורה?
בסדר גמור, 400,000.
It's just a different world out here, isn't it?
Yes. In a good way.
Yeah. Especially, you know, UK poker scene that you're used to. Just a bunch of wizards for the most part.
It really is.
Just all a bit of a measuring contest, isn't it? And then you go to America, come here, just have people that just love poker for, you know, it's their hobby.
Yeah, it's their hobby, whereas in the UK it's like distinct split between pros and recreational players who are pretty good.
Yeah.
Because the economy is, you know, plays a big factor in it. You go to America, the economy is pretty stable. People have decent, well-paying jobs, and they're well looked after, and they've got liquid money to spend, disposable income. But in the UK, that's just not the case at all.
Yeah, 100%.
It's a lot tighter. The one thing I'll say that UK poker really has going for it, though, is the field sizes. I do like having these kind of smaller fields. And if you travel and you play elsewhere, especially around mainland Europe and America, the fields do tend to be pretty massive. So it's obviously ramps up the variance a lot.
Well, Badir with the 3-bet jam from the big, just very aware that Elder's been playing a bit loose and going to have an incredibly wide range on the button. But yeah, coming back to that, like here, as you already mentioned as well, you know, there seems to be a lot of money, retired people that have, you know, done well in life and now they just want to enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that very early in my career. I didn't realize that you could play poker as a hobby. Like, I just felt like, you know, everyone wants to be uber serious and take the game seriously. But a lot of people come here, buy them for 2K. They know that they can win a tournament. They know that they can win a trophy. And they enjoy the social aspect of, you know, meeting people at the table, grabbing coffee on break and whatnot.
Yeah.
And Merit does an incredible job of really catering to that environment.
Yeah, like you said as well, going back to that social aspect, it's like, it almost feels like you're on holiday, even if you live here. You know, it feels like you're on holiday every day, whereas in the UK, that's not the atmosphere, and it feels a lot more serious all of the time. This kind of loose atmosphere where, you know, there's beach outside and it's sunny weather, that just tends to relax people a bit, and it makes them a lot happier to effectively lose money. A lot more willing to just be involved when their mood is good outside of poker. Whereas I feel like in the UK, a lot of people are just in a bad mood a lot of the time because, you know, it's not
the UK.
Because it's the UK. It's just always grey and rainy, and it's not super conducive to waking up happy every day. You know, happiness is a bit more earned in the UK than it is in these Mediterranean countries.
Well, 4-way affair here.
This should be good.
This should be a lot of fun.
In before 7-5-3 all club. Oh no, not all clubs. He's got a flush. Okay, here we go. We got some gut shots. We got some pairs. We got some top pairs. No flush draw, sadly, but Mert flopping the best hand. Merterson.
I was looking for like the 9-10 X 2 clubs kind of. Oh, hello. King ball corner pocket.
Interesting one. No, improving with the King Jack. Improves the trips, but it's going to be a board that it's going to be a card that just kind of deters all other hands from putting money in, really, because it's going to be trips a lot of the time in a 4-way pot. Somebody's just going to have a king super often, and that is no at the moment. But Eldar is like, no, it's me. I've got the Jack of 10 of hearts. I block King 10 of hearts and King Jack of hearts. I've got the king. Queen on the river, that would have been good. I did say I want to see these two battle. And Eldar following up the bluff. Now with the decision whether he has a value raise or not. He decides no. You win. Words you love to hear when you call the river. You win. Jack high.
It does just both flush draws bricking.
Yeah.
And as Leo already alluded to, blocking like King Jack, King 10,
שיחקתי את זה לאט.
Ace
Pretty
Jack,
good
Ace
bluff.
10.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that bluff.
לא.
See the numbers slowly creeping up on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
We'll be going live on Twitch tomorrow as well for day 3, I believe.
Cool. Cool, cool, cool. How often a day are they going to change the feature table? Every 2 hours,
Every
I guess?
2 hours, yeah. So we'll be going on break in
After the next level.
about 40 minutes time.
But this is only the first level, isn't it?
Second level. First level was 1k, 2.5k. This level was
I didn't even
1.5.
notice. Wow, what a structure.
Yes.
Basically played the same level for 2 hours.
Yes, it's just mad.
Eldar in again, opens the hijack versus a limp. Mert limping off 25 bigs under the gun with pocket 9s. Interesting play. I guess he's trying to just juice up the pot a bit before he eventually jams. And Eldar has a 6 and a mystery card, which we can, I guess, assume is either the ace of clubs or another 6. I'd expect 6s to just jam. I'd expect even ace 6 suited to just jam as well, playing 15 big blinds facing a limp. Shafagulin coming in hot with a 3-bet in the cutoff with the pocket 7s. And we don't know what Eldar has, but we know that Shafagulin must have him crushed no matter what. And we know that Eldar doesn't have 6-7 of clubs. Mert now in a pretty tricky spot after limping with the 9s, facing an ISO and a 3-bet. I am sure his plan was to limp jam versus a single raise, but this definitely changes things. We may see him fold the best hand.
It's 25-ish effective.
Does. Let it go. Problems that come with playing your hand in a non-conventional manner. If he'd have just opened here, he probably would have been able to comfortably get it in against Shafagulin had Shafagulin still chosen to 3-bet, but does end up folding the best hand. And now we'll see what Eldar does. Nice to see what he has, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's not pocket 6s.
Just bumped it up with the Queen 6 of clubs.
Yeah, I think it was probably a 5-6 suited affair there. And Shafagulin taking it away. I like that 3-bet. Just trying to get heads up. He knows that it's shallow enough to just get it in pre-flop. So, nice observation. Splashy player as well, so you got to choose your player type, choose your battles. Nice tables and chairs and stuff here as well. That's something I really rate. I played a tournament in Italy last, I don't know, a couple of months ago, and it was just like the most uncomfortable week of playing poker I've ever had. All the chairs were like that, so the back was leaning really far back, so you couldn't even like lean back in your chair.
Yeah.
And the tables didn't have any rails around the outside. It was just like felt and then a bit of metal and then like a rim like that, but no padding or anything on top. God, it was horrible. But it was also a ridiculously big tournament. It was 500 euros, $1 million guarantee.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was massive. The busiest room I've ever been in my entire life. And the queues for registering were absolutely horrendous. It was literally like a mosh pit at the cashier desk. Like 3 cashiers there and like 500 people trying to get to the front.
My Melly.
That's another thing I like about here as well. You have different ways you can pay.
Arik v'meme.
Crypto, Lux on Pay,
Lux on
cash.
Pay, really good. I used that for the first time recently at Dust Till Dawn.
Yeah.
Really, really happy, impressed with that payment service. Shafagulin flopping the open ender, and he's going to have a pretty solid range advantage on this board as well. He's going to have a lot of the sets that the big blind is not going to have because they would be 3-bet pre-flop. He's always going to have ace-jack. He's going to have more ace-kings. Does pick up a straight on the turn, but Volotko not drawing dead just yet. Still has 21% equity with the flush draw. Although if Shafagulin does elect to go for a relatively big bet on the turn, I think we'll see Volotko potentially fold his flush draw.
Yeah, just unlikely to be getting the right price, right?
Exactly, and he's going to be dominated some of the time by a hand like Ace Jack of Diamonds, Jack Nine of Diamonds, Ace Queen of Diamonds. There's just too many ways we're drawing dead. So, but Volotko electing for the lead on the turn, the block bet. I'm a fan of this. Just trying to realise his equity for very, very cheap, and also potentially even gets Shafagulin to fold the best hand sometimes. If Shafagulin has a hand like King 8 suited with basically no equity versus a straight, he may elect to just start folding, or if he has like a weak queen or a weak 10, ace 10, something like that, he may just fold versus that small size, but he does not, because he has a straight. And inconsequential deuce on the river. And I think Volotko probably is just going to go for it again here when he has 7 high. He doesn't really have any blockers to folds. Shafagulin can still have called the turn with 1 pair or 2 pair and then fold the river. He can have some ace high flush draws himself that fold the river, so yeah, I think it's just a pretty mandatory bluff for Volotko. But Shafagulin obviously never going to fold the straight.
Yeah, big pot out of nowhere.
Yeah.
95k. Shafagulin up to over 400,000 now.
Nice.
Crazy how deep we are.
Really crazy. Like, you feel like when you're sat here, day 2, halfway through day 2 with 200 big blinds, you're like, is this tournament actually ever going to end?
Yeah, it's looking. I want to see the structure again.
I think there need to be more tournaments that just start with 50 big blinds. And by more, I mean any at all.
Do you think people would be interested though, like recreationals?
No, it would be very reggy.
Yeah.
GG do that speed racer, don't they, where you start with 10 big blinds? Have you seen them?
Mm.
Yeah. Ace 8 off in the cut-off in there. Be shocked if he folds this. Doesn't let me down. 10-9 suited for Volotko, and the small blind could go either way here this deep. Hand makes a pretty nice 3-bet, but also a very, very fine call, and he does elect to just call. And Flynn folding his big blind, so we're heads up.
Oh, that's an action flop.
Here we
finally.
go. Here we
top,
go.
top.
Top pair, top kicker, open ender, and a backdoor flush draw with 2 overcards for Volotko. So we could definitely see a juicy pot. Volotko can check raise here sometimes with the backdoor flush draw. I think he'd pure call like 10-9 of clubs and 10-9 of hearts, but he may elect to raise 10-9 of spades and obviously 10-9 of diamonds, the ones that have a bit of backup equity. Because the function of that, having like 10-9 of spades here, is that he can get called by diamonds that then fold on later streets, which is really, really nice. He can get a lot of dominating hands to fold. He can just get like the king high C bets out straight away. There's a lot of pros for raising here, and it looks like he has gone for the check raise, 31.5. I like that. I think personally I would go a little bit bigger because we're going to be relatively polar on this board. Our value raising range is just going to be sets and straights basically. Wow, and Nerd just lets it go, just like that.
Byproduct of aggression from Sergey.
Very nice. It's an interesting one for Nerd because he actually has one of his best hands that he's really going to have on a board like this. Like, he can have 5-6 suited and he can have some sets and he can have some 2-pair, but Ace 8 is even better than Aces to continue there because he's blocking so much of the value range that raises the flop. He's blocking pocket 8s, blocking 7-8 suited. He can get there against 2-pair as well with the ace, and he has no diamonds, so that was a very, very interesting fold. I'd say that's like at least one street too early to be folding there, I think. But very nice hand for Volotko. Playing very well so far.
We're just folding top pair, top kicker. We're just going to get binned.
Exactly, yeah. Like, that's another one if somebody tells you that hand on stream. Like, by the way, when you check raise the 10-9, the guy just folded top pair with no diamonds. You'd be like, okay, I guess I'm going to check raise this guy a bit more.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's another thing that just makes good players really good, is their ability to work out how certain pieces of information should affect their strategy. Like when I told Endrit about that hand yesterday, the one I told you about earlier where the guy just called the river with a full house, the first thing he said is like, well, now you know in future on similar boards when he doesn't lead, you can just triple it off because he's always really capped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make sure to check that one.
That didn't sound very Irish to me. That sounded more American.
Really?
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Do you think that sounded Irish?
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. I need more speech from Flynn. Somebody go down there and tell him to talk.
Yeah.
you're not getting much of a
I
sample.
thought that was it. I thought he was gonna. I thought there was gonna be a sentence coming there, but he's just like yes.
Bit of banter being exchanged between Levy and Flynn.
There we go. Lighting up now. It's always the guys who have won a couple of pots. They start getting a bit chirpy. Jack 7 off snap fold. We haven't seen anything of this big blind yet, but he is relatively short. It looks like he's playing about 61k.
Good old Mert.
Yeah, we've only seen him limp fold the 9s. That was really it.
Peter keeps slow rolling us with these spreads today.
Yeah.
And obviously with the blind structure being 1.5k, 2.5k with a big blind ante of 2.5k, expect to see Levy limping, you know, his entire range, at least bottom of range, against someone like Bert, who has been playing incredibly tight.
Yeah.
Not even floating with the ace high, ace of hearts on the queen 8-3 there.
Yeah, that's very interesting as well. I'd definitely be peeling one off there at least. The ace of hearts, like we just
have the best hand.
You could just have the best hand, and you just have free reign to bluff every time it comes a heart, basically. And like you've got the overcard as well. Yeah, definitely on the tighter side there. Flynn as well, just folding the button. Playing a 24 big blind stack in the big blind with Jack 7 off is relatively tight, I would say. I mean, Jack 6 off is obviously a clear fold, but Jack 7 significantly better. But it's fine. I mean, it's chippy V. It is a fold, I think, at that stat depth.
For those of you just joining us, my name's Henry Kilbane. I'm going to be calling the action for you all live from the Merit Crystal Cove over the next 10 days or so, alongside my co-host Leo Worthington Lease for this Merit Poker Vintage Series. Day 2 today of the warm-up. This is a 2k buy-in with 500k guaranteed, which we absolutely smashed out of the park with, what, 2 levels left of rate ledge.
Absolutely smashed it. So it's over $1 million in the prize pool already, and it was a, what, 400k, 500k guarantee?
500k guaranteed.
So doubled the prize pool. Very nice. Very nice. Grosvenor, did you see Grosvenor have announced in the UK next year they're doing a 1k, £1 million guarantee in Coventry?
Regularly?
No, just a one-off, I think. It's called like the Super Series or something, I don't know. But that's pretty cool. £1 million guarantee in the UK. Not often you see that. I mean, we've had like WPTs before, but they're like a 3k or a 5k. Vlotko with the top pair and Eldar with the dominated second pair. 3 of spades on the turn doesn't change anything.
Yeah,
Big blind
19k
versus
in the middle.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Eldar having the 10 is not 10 of spades especially is not ideal at all, because we're going to block a lot of second barrels with the king 10, queen 10, 10-9 type hands. But it is versus an aggressive hijack range. He can still have some 5-6 suited. He can have some perhaps some like 10-8s and 10-9 offsuit even potentially in there if he thinks that the blinds are particularly weak. He can turn a hand like pocket 5s, pocket 6s, pocket 4s into a bluff. He can obviously have king queen. You can have a relatively high number of bluffs here, so wouldn't be surprised if Eldar continues again, but does just select a fold. Nice disciplined fold, even versus that small size. Vlotko very steadily chipping up here. It's been a great day for him so far.
Yeah, Eldar just getting away from second pair.
Yeah, nice.
That was nice.
What percentage of professional poker players do you think are married?
Wow.
Males. I mean, yeah, males. Obviously there are female professionals, but they all just get snapped up instantly.
Yeah, they do. I don't know, man. I mean, I think it's just because of like the recent circle of people. Most of the guys that are grinding like the Triton super high rollers, they're all in their like their 30s.
That's the thing, isn't it?
They're in like later stages of their careers. Because obviously, like to get to that level, you do need something that only time can give you, and that's experience. You know.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. You have the
young
odd
wizards.
young wizard here and there, but even like a lot of the quote-unquote young guns like Badziakowski or Mateos, like they're all in their late 20s now.
Yeah, I was going to say, Badziakowski's not that young anymore, and like Ali Imsirovic.
Yeah, those guys. So
I feel a bit guilty mentioning that name, actually. I'll take that back. Don't like to promote scammers and cheaters.
yeah. Yeah, well. But yeah, other than Bads and Mateos, a lot of the guys are married.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even know if they are. Maybe I'm just using like I would say like... I don't
Not
know.
many.
Yeah, not many. I'd say like 25%.
You reckon? I'd say less than that.
Yeah, probably less than that.
Wow, look at this. Eldar all in for his last few big blinds with the Jack 10, second pair. But he's drawing incredibly thin against the bottom set of Nur. He does have the club, Jack of clubs, so he's got a little bit of backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, but any non-Broadway, non-club on the turn is going to be drawing dead. That looks like a Jack, though. Always a sweat. So now it picks up an extra 7 outs. Can it an ace, or case Jack, or a 10? But it's a 9 on the river. That's going to see Eldar eliminated. I assume the option to re-enter is there if he wishes to take it. Doesn't look too disappointed about busting.
In before we see Eldar deep into day 3.
Or straight back in the same seat.
I've seen it happen before.
Yeah.
I've now got 2 of the YouTube channels.
Look at that handsome little mugshot you got there, isn't it? Mr. Professional.
Merit TV.
What did they say? Merit TV, Merit Poker, Merit Hotel. There's another one, I think.
This can't be it.
That doesn't look like it, does
Doesn't
it?
look
Doesn't
like
look
it.
like a poker channel. Selfie of a 60-year-old Indian man. Ace 10 off in the small blind for Shafigulin. Apologies if I'm butchering your name, and it's Shafigulin, but I don't know. You get what you pay for, don't you? He bumps it up. 8.5k, and Badir going to be definitely defending the Queen 9 off in the big blind. Too good of a hand to be folding at this stage, especially with position, all important position. So we're off to a flop, 19.5k in the pot. There we go, pair for both players. Top pair for Shafigulin. He's also got the Ace of Hearts and just the Queen 9 for Badir. No backdoors for him, but should be strong enough to continue for at least one. It's not amazing already, but having the 9 is nicer than having something like a Jack or a King, because we unblock a few more of the Broadway bluffs that we are ahead of, like the King Jacks and the King 10s and such. Does make the call at 7 of clubs on a turn. It changes absolutely nothing. Shafigulin still with the best hand. And I think facing this check, I expect Badir to just, check back. Not really any reason to start bloating the pot. Not much worse that he can get value from. He could think about betting a hand like King Queen, but yeah, Queen 9 happy to just check this back, and a Queen on the river improves Badir to trips, and quite a few draws have missed as well. There was gut shots at both ends. King Jacks, Jack 10s, King Jacks, 3-4s, 3-4 suited, 3 deuce suited, all that type of stuff, and not to mention the flush draws. So great river for Badir, and I think it's going to be pretty hard for Shafigulin to get away from this one.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this sizing on the river as well. As you already mentioned, so many draws bricking. You just really want to go for a polar sizing here, nuts or nothing kind of thing.
And Shafigulin doesn't have much that's like, in a really tough spot, you know. He's potentially not going to call with pocket 8s or something like that against either size. So really, I think going for the big size makes a lot of sense, because when he has ace-x, he's pretty much just going to call. So, yeah, nice sizing, like you said. And Shafagulin looks like reluctantly making the call. But yeah, forced to call. Again, like having the 10 is not amazing, because we do block some of those draws, but there's still just more than enough stuff out there. So nice hand for Badir. He up over the 200k mark.
Yeah, certainly a force to be reckoned with, that man, once he has some chips behind him. Looking to cross the 4 million in total live earnings during this festival. A couple of deep runs here, could certainly see him do that. Expect, what, $1 million in the prize pool already. A couple of hours of late reg, probably get up to, what, 570, 580 runners?
Yeah.
So about 200k first.
Yeah, maybe a bit more. Don't know what their payout structure's like, but Grosvenor really like missed a trick in Blackpool. Their main event got 142k for first and 98k for second, and for some reason they didn't just make it 140 and 100k and be like, hey, we got top 6 figures for top 2, but they missed a trick there. But that got absolutely massive, man. That was like a 200k guaranteed, and it ended up getting 580k.
Live poker's back, man.
It really is. Since COVID, everybody's just been absolutely gagging for it, because I think all the like former live players who only ever played live during COVID, they were forced to go online, and they just went online and realized they didn't really want to do that. You know, they didn't enjoy that. That's not why they like poker. So as soon as it came back, they were like, right,
yeah,
I'm in.
Yeah, and I even think like the recreational side of the industry as well, from like the social aspect, just realized that, look, we were just in lockdown for a year and a half. Life's too short to not be socializing and like enjoying ourselves. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how long this is going to continue for, because we're apparently entering, or have already entered a major recession. But it seems like live poker is at its best.
I think it's just one of those things, isn't it, where a recession isn't really going to affect the people who are playing 2K buy-ins in the first place as much, you know. And the people who weren't playing, the people who are most affected by a recession probably weren't playing much poker to begin with. And we got a bit of a hand here. No, with the King 10 suited in the big blind, flops the gut shot, and Levy with top pair.
I could see a bit of a hand play out here. No?
Yeah, and I like that size up on the flop from Levy. That's something you see a lot of players miss these days, but that is a good theory play there, sizing up on these very dynamic boards with a lot of draws when you have top pairs and over pairs that need a lot of protection. One, because you want to get protection against draws, but two, because the board can change away from your favor so often that it really benefits you putting more money in when you have the best hand early in the hand. So then when you end up checking it, if you check down on, say, the 10 of spades or whatever, you got more money out of the hands that you were ahead of at the time, instead of just getting that 1/3 bet and then checking it down. So a nice hand there by Levy.
Putting money into the middle.
When you have a good hand.
When you have a good hand.
Is a very good strategy.
It's going to serve you well long term.
It really is.
I would definitely note how kind of snug Near has been playing in terms of just...
Post-flop.
Yeah, folding, obviously the ace-8. I mean, I can understand why he folded the ace-8, but even there, just not even really considering the float in
He was
position.
just like, nah. Exactly. And yeah, like you said, I know we were being a little bit sarcastic there, like, oh, putting money in the middle is a good strategy. But you'd be amazed how often people just miss value. Just left, right, and centre, you know. Playing far too trappy. They think, oh, I've got a really good hand, but I want other people to put money in. But that's not really how the game works. I saw a big blunder yesterday when I was playing cash as well. A guy had a full house on like a queen, eight, ace board. He had pocket 8s. And I just went check. And he's just like, oh, nobody bet. And I was like, well, if you'd have bet, they might have called. You know, if they have ace-x, they don't really have much incentive to bet. If they have like ace-5, there's not really anything to get value from on a paired board. But those hands are always going to call the river versus a bet. So playing too trappy is definitely a big leak that a lot of people have.
Guilty.
Guilty sometimes also. But something I've definitely grown out of this year. I learned my lesson after doing a decent bit of studying about why I wasn't making enough money.
No problem.
That's a good thing to study, right?
Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
I went into PO and I was like, why aren't I making enough money? Yeah. PO was like, because you keep trapping, you retard.
Stop trapping.
And we got the gut shot for Volotko. Under pair and a gut shot with the absolute nothing burger. And we should see a check fold here, I imagine. He's peeled Jack 2 suited in the small blind.
Just loves the game.
And now going for the check raise. So he folds the ace-8 on the 8 high board versus a check raise, but now check raises himself on 7-5, 4-2 hearts with Jack 2 of spades. People like this are really tricky to play against, man.
So
because
tough, man,
it really is tough, honestly. I'm not saying that in any kind of sarcastic or otherwise manner. I really mean that. These kind of players throw me the most by an absolute mile. Because you just never know what's going on. You just don't feel safe doing anything ever.
It seems to just be random.
Yeah, literally random.
Yeah, there's the thought process behind it is, you know, this is a board that probably favors me, so I'm just going to check raise because, like, he probably just has ace king or king queen or ace queen. There's just like so much randomness to it.
Yeah.
Very difficult to play against. I think that's why poker is going to be around for a very long time.
Oh yes, especially tournaments.
Short stack just sitting out.
Tournaments, I think, will for sure be the longest-lived variety of poker should it ever fade out, which I don't think it ever will. But or there'll be some new format that gets made up in the future. We've seen that a bit recently. You know, flip and goes.
Yep.
Spin and goes, zoom, mystery bounties, progressive bounties, all these little changes that kind of unsolve a bit of the solving that's been done and makes the game a bit more level again for everybody. Volotko with the ace-10 off in the big blind. Makes the defend. Absolutely dominating at the moment. Ace high. Yes! And they both got a heart as well.
They do indeed.
Not bad, not bad. Expect we see Badir go for a very small bet here, something like 3k. It just goes for 1/3, 5k. Volotko, not much decision here, just seems like a pure call to me.
Cool. Sorry.
Floor just coming over to remind people that you can't use any electronics at the feature table of all the recent drama and whatnot in the poker world.
Yeah.
Merit Poker just want to...
What do you think about that? Does she cheat or does she cheat or not cheat?
Yeah, my immediate gut reaction was...
how can this not be cheating?
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Especially with like the information that this isn't me saying I had information about that, but just saying like when you work in the production side of things, you are a lot more aware than the average poker player of how it can be corrupted and just how accessible it is. And when the hand went down, I was like, hang on a minute. Like if
this stream wasn't on a delay, me and Henry could just tell players at the feature table what they've got at any given moment. We could just be like, you're in a hand with somebody and he's got this hand.
Yeah.
And yeah, we know how easily corrupted human beings are as well, especially underpaid ones with the current economic situation around the world. A lot of people are just desperate, you know, and they would do anything for a bit of money, especially if they think they won't get caught. But yeah, there was far too much coincidence surrounding that, like the moving of the desk and the way these players are all interlinked, the 7-hour dinner the day before, the non-disclosal of being backed, all this type of stuff. Very, very, very sketchy indeed. And then the whole, I took a polygraph test and somebody Googled the address of the polygraph test and it was like some shady little shack in some
really?
North Las Vegas. Like somebody posted a picture of the address linked to the place she did the polygraph test, and it was less than reputable business, I would say.
Yeah, for me, but like I was already 90% swayed before any of that came out, just based off of Garrett's reaction.
Yeah, you got to trust somebody. Like there is an implied amount of trust in that person's opinion on things, because it's not like he's somebody who just goes around saying that people are cheating all the time. He's never said anything like this in his life. You know, he's a very, very stand-up guy with an impeccable record. And he doesn't seem like a sore loser. He's had plenty of losing sessions and lost big hands where he's just been like, yep, nice hand, reload, next hand.
Yeah. Also, his gut instinct is just going to be so finely tuned as well as to what seems normal and what feels out of place. And yeah, His gut was just snap off in that one. Or something fell off.
Yeah, flopped flush for Flynn out of the... Oh, that was a hard one. Flopped flush for Flynn out of the big blind. Badir with second pair. Basta with absolute burgers. Goes check, 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 and an 8 on the turn. Badir picking up the open-ender to go with his pair. Basta picking up a gut shot, but Flynn has them both drawing dead. Goes for around 60% pot. 12k into 22.5. Badir in a pretty tough spot here. Hand feels like we should always continue, but at the same time, we can be dominated an awful lot. We can be drawing dead, and improving to the 4 of diamonds or 9 of diamonds is not going to be particularly favourable either. So drawing relatively thin if we are drawing, but looks like he's going to take the more aggressive option and turn his hand into a bluff. Makes it 28k. Flynn going to be absolutely loving this. Obviously only losing to the flop nuts. Badir really not repping an awful lot here after the flop goes check, check, check. Like, he can potentially have some flushes, but that is really about it. I don't know if a set is always going to raise for value on the turn. Doesn't really have very many straights in his range, if any. So really we're just repping like a set of 8s or the flopped nut flush here. But doesn't really matter for Flynn, he just has an easy call and then call whatever happens on the river.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily think this is much to do with what he can rep and what his range looks like. I think it's more just of live tournament player exploit where you just see this a lot, where you're pushing equity against some of the hands that may continue as well, like King X with a diamond and whatnot. Like you have outs and well, the flop, the turn 3-bet.
Goes for the small 3-bet, which I don't know. When we've got an 8 as well, I think it's a bit unnecessary to raise there because we're blocking the value that he's representing that can call, and if he does have the nut flush, we're just dead anyway. So whatever, we just want to let him have potential bluffs there, I think, or like worse value. We definitely don't want to give him a chance to fold a very, very strong hand. So I think just calling there is the preferred play. He obviously, I think what Flynn assumes there is that Badir, it looks like Badir has a hand that he's like trying to raise small to be able to show down on the river. Like if he has something like Ace King with a diamond, or maybe even Ace King without a diamond, or like 7-8 for 2 pair, that he just wants to kind of raise and not face a big bet on the river. So Flynn just trying to capitalize on that and force those hands to put more money in with the small 3-bet.
11 minutes left of this level, and we'll be going into a 15-minute break. Once again, shout out to everyone over on Merit Poker YouTube page, Merit Poker Facebook, as well as the Merit Casinos Facebook page as well. Basically, shout out to everyone. Keeping myself and Leo company. Do go ahead and click that like button if you are watching over on YouTube. Helps us spread the word, reach a wider audience, have more people tune in for this day 2 coverage. Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. 2K buy-in, 500k guarantee, with over $1 million in the prize pool, due to the fact that people love Merit Poker and they show up. Play these Levi. Well, I'm curious now whether it's Levi or Levy, given that he's from Israel.
Or Levi.
Or Levi.
Levy. I would say Levy.
Yeah. At least the Queen of Diamonds.
And Badir wearing a Levy hat. Must be a fan. You just don't get quality jokes like that anywhere else. You really don't.
You're like the Ricky Gervais of poker
I
commentary.
know.
It was very sharp. Very well timed.
Thank you.
I think one of the sharpest just has to be Ali. Najad is just so quick with his words. It's actually really painful. It's like rogue chat and witty, questionable banter at best.
Yes.
Very fast.
Shanta, as I like to call it.
He's just put me in the bin so many times. But we'll just be having a conversation and I'll say something that he can just twist or play off of, and all of a sudden I'm guilty for trying to date my cousin or something. Like he'll just twist things and we dive back into this. Mert with a potential rejam spot here, although it is up against under the gun. May just elect to come with flat, which makes the most sense given we are 9-handed. Oh no, sorry, we're 8-handed at the moment.
Yeah, we had the bust out. Yeah, I think that's...
Oh wow.
What? The F was that? Did he actually just have King Queen off and fold versus an open? He can't have.
He did.
Nah.
Like up against the Hugo Boss white polo under the gun open. Just ace queen minimum, mate.
I can't believe Hugo Boss is playing a poker tournament in Cyprus. Isn't that crazy?
I told you this.
I would have thought he'd be busy.
Wealthy retirees.
I can't believe that hand. I see hands like that.
Under the gun, ace queen minimum, mate.
I see hands like that and I'm just like, why are you even playing? Like if you fold that, seriously, why did you come here?
To play Jack's plus.
To play Jack's plus and ace queen. Not ace queen offsuit though.
Let's see if Mert does set minor.
Yeah, maybe he prefers pairs. Maybe he's more a pair man.
I think a lot of people are.
Just really doesn't want to bust, does he?
That is...
You can't fold your bait. He knew Shafagulin had ace king in the big blind.
Typically, you don't want to bust tournaments. That's the...
And Shafagulin just defending the ace king suited versus under the gun. Doesn't want a free bet, get it in. 460 bigs. Very, very, very tight ranges. Big blind versus under the gun in a free bet pot as well. So potentially just wants to keep the ranges a bit wider, protect his range a bit more, have some strong hands in there unsuspected. I don't hate this at all. And Badir with the ace of hearts, 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Elects to c-bet, Shafagulin check calls the ace king high. Still has the best hand. Pretty good turn for Shafagulin. Well, for his range, not necessarily for his actual hand, but definitely a good turn for his range. Check, check on the turn. And 5 of diamonds on the river. Probably just going to go check, check too. No.
Welcome to Merit, Leo.
Yeah. Confusing hands. A little bit of a confusing hand, this one. But Badir does manage to get away from it for pretty cheap, all things considered. Ace king versus ace queen.
Yeah, one of the things that I kind of had to learn the hard way in poker commentaries, something my grandfather taught me very early in my adolescence, which was...
Don't date your cousin.
To assume is to make an arse out of you and me, and being presumptuous in the booth from like a theoretical standpoint. You already know what the computer would do.
Yeah.
You know what you would do. But that's the beautiful thing about this game is you just have so many different play styles and approaches. And
your grandfather was a great poker commentator as well. I used to love listening to him back in the day.
It's great. It's great.
Henry Kilbane the first.
I remember listening back to some of my very early commentary with like George Sanford at some of the like cash game festivals, and it was just hyper exaggeration. Every spot we would just be like, no, wow, and every second word that would come out of our mouths was a swear word. Just unbelievable how it led to this. But here we are, Merit,
You
Poco,
potty
Crystal.
mouth.
Yeah, Crystal Cove.
Top pair for Volotko and bottom pair for Badir. No backdoor flush draw though for Badir, but still going to be good enough to continue. Versus this size. Let's check cool.
You know, honestly, I'm just so sick of these spots where I just like flop bottom pair, no backdoors whatsoever up against a low jack range, and they just fire out for like quarter pot. I'm just like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna like have to pay you one street and then fold turn.
Yeah.
So it goes check, check, and Volotko allowing Badir to catch up. Jack of diamonds on the river.
Yeah, pretty good river, all things considered for Volotko as well. Because Badir can have improved to Jack high hearts, doesn't really improve to any straights or anything. Obviously 10-8's there, but 10-8 would have made a straight on the turn, and I would expect Badir to lead some of his stronger hands on the turn as well. On a board like this, changes decently in his favour on the turn. But now firing 27k.
Yeah, it comes
This
with the
pot,
overbet.
yeah, I was going to say, this is pot after the bet, right? So 27 into 23, so yeah, overbet. Overbets tend to be very, very, very underbluffed. Not something you see people finding very often at all, so... Yeah, Volotko obviously not loving it, but does pay it off.
Yeah.
Sees the 7 first, and he's like, what?
I think he just has like the best bluff catcher.
Yeah, with
that
the
you can
10.
have.
Blocks Queen 10, blocks 10-8. No hearts in his hand.
Blocking.
Also under-repped a
King
little
X super.
bit when he checks back the turn, so...
Yeah, I think when you continue so small on the flop, you kind of have to fire turn again with top pair. Like, you've just kept in the perceived wide range of Badir by continuing for small. And
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, hey, look, easy when we're sat in here and we can see the cards.
This is our next feature table after the break. Looks like it should be some good action.
Yeah, it is. A couple of crushes in there. Boris Kolev,
Yep,
number
recognise that
5
name.
on
Bulgaria.
the Bulgarian all-time money list, bracelet winner. Got Ramaz Haddad from Lebanon, regular at the Merit series, always showing up. Plays a lot of PLO as well. Played a lot of PLO with him.
The thing is with that overbet spot there, right, when you're facing that bet on the river, is because... What's his name? Kolovov.
No, Kolev's join us in the next. So you mean Badir or
Kolovolov.
Kolotko?
Kolotko.
We should know.
Because King 10 checked back, bet the flop and it bet small and then checked back the turn. Badir doesn't really have any need to bet big as a bluff because Kolotko is repping such a weak range already that he can get his kind of ace highs and his queen highs and stuff to just fold with a small bet. So the overbet is very, very suspicious.
Right, chat. We are going on a 15-minute break.
Excellente.
And when we come back, more day 2 coverage from this 2K warm-up live from the Merit Crystal Cove. Leo Worthington Lease alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Going to be calling the action for you all, so don't go too far. Quick look at the leaderboard at this table. David Neer continuing out in front of 167 bigs, and as we already mentioned, when we come back, fresh 8 faces going to be joining us at this feature table. We'll see you shortly.
It's really only kind of ace king and possibly king queen that will want to go for value, and those have to have obviously not c-bet the flop. So
yeah, I couldn't agree more. Really like the way you've kind of reverse engineered the raising range of Levy here against the big blind range of Basta. Obviously a board certainly smashing the big blind range. Basta has all of the straights, all of the flop 2 pairs. I guess 100 effective, Levy's going to be opening every pocket pair, so he can still have 3s, 4s, and 6s. It looks like he is reaching for raising chips, and like you said, when you think of what the raising range actually looks like, there aren't many hands that want to raise for value outside of ace-king, kings, slow-played kings, maybe kings with a club that wants to just check back for some pot control on the 6-4-3.
yeah.
And then, you know, when you dive down deeper into the value bucket, are we raising king-queen for value?
Yeah,
against
maybe
the big blind
not.
range? Maybe not, right?
Maybe not against that size, because we don't expect Basta to like value bet an 8 on the river. So he's probably not blocking a hand like 8-9 in the river. He's probably just checking. It's also really interesting as well that Basta has the king of clubs, because then he blocks a hand like king jack of clubs or king queen of clubs that can check back the flop.
Yeah.
And then river. So he does pay it off.
Yeah, pretty swift call and a big pickup for Levy given the current level we're in. 103k pot.
It's definitely worthwhile. But also, you don't necessarily want to let one-off hands or one small piece of information have too much of an influence on your game.
That's very true. I feel like you can like confirmation bias over a small sample size, making significant adjustments based off of a hand history rather than trusting your gut.
Exactly.
Again, you know, it really depends on your play style. Depends on whether you stick to the solvers that you've studied or you're more of a field player that just trusts your own instincts. It does vary from player to player. As we have ace-queen against ace-king for a second time, just, what, 4 hands into today.
Yeah. And these positions traditionally pretty under-bluffed pre-flop, cut-off versus under the gun +1. There will be some suited ace-x in there, perhaps some like queen 10 suited type stuff, but this is going to be quite value-heavy for most of the poker playing population. But Shufani does obviously have a very strong hand, so not surprised to see him continue here. I think he'd probably be folding ace-jack off, or a hand as weak as kind of maybe ace-10 suited even. But the suited ones obviously play a lot better out of position, so ace-queen off seems like a pretty good defend so far. Ace-high flop for some sickness dealer.
Well, dealer has delivered.
Ask and you shall receive.
47k in the middle, 108k effective, and he just open jams.
Ships.
Okay. Near with the snap call, the old 1 chip. Okay, pal, thank you.
Yeah, I've got the nuts.
Let's see 2 more.
Yeah, bad shape for Shufani. Not going to be loving this at all. Yeah, near with the king, obviously, as well, blocking some of the runner-runner straight possibilities for Shufani. So, near in absolutely great shape here. You see 87% equity. Pumps up to 93% on the turn. Just got to fade the queen. No chops available.
If Nick can hold here, which he does.
Beautiful way to start day 2.
Yeah, up to 440k, puts him in the top 10. The overall chip counts, 162 players. Certainly something that you kind of more often than not learn the hard way. We've all been there. We've all been guilty of trying to win a tournament before late reg is closed. Certainly blasted off a few spots myself rather than remain impatient.
Yeah, that's all part of the battle. That's what separates a lot of the crushers from the non-crushers is just
mindset.
You know, patience, discipline, all these things, showing up, being consistent. It's not necessarily about your outright skill. There are a lot of people out there who are kind of equally matched in skill, but some of them just perform so much better than the others that it doesn't become even close. A lot of premium hands floating around so far, even though we've only been in for a few hands. We've seen an ace-queen plus pretty much every hand. Ace-king suited now for Volotko. Not the kind of spread you want to see, is it? When the dealer turns over, you can see 2 cards. They're both red. A 10 and a 6. You got ace-king of spades. Badir flopping top pair with his 10-4 suited. Flops the best of it, and not really anything for either of the other players. But that's not going to stop Volotko. He thinks that the board is just disconnected enough that he's potentially betting for value a decent amount of the time here. Enough gut shots around.
Yeah, also 2 overs, backdoor Broadway as well. Going to have enough equity against the continuing range. There's going to be some overcards that he can barrel on that favour his range, or you can just turn top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, why not? Also, the ace-king of spades obviously blocks some strong top pairs, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, that's
and
a great point. Yeah.
Like you said, just being able to turn equity a lot of the time. Yeah, absolutely smashes it here. It's going to be a tough spot for Badir now because this is just such a good card for Flickr to bluff. However, you got to think, is he really going to be... how wide is he going on the flop? Can he have like Queen Jack of Hearts, Jack 9 of Hearts, 7, 8, 8, 9? I guess he can.
It comes for 60%, 18 into 30. As you already mentioned, you know, the ace queens, ace jacks, maybe the ace fours, ace fives of the world going to barrel as well. And well, another overcard, but is flopped top pair.
Yeah, not much we're beating now. We could have feasibly been ahead of a few combos on the turn, but now we're pretty much dead against all of them. The only thing we're really beating is Jack 9, 7, 8, 8, 9. We don't have an 8 or a 9 or a Jack or any of those blockers in our hand, but I think the 10 is probably just not quite strong enough. Yeah, does just let it go. Nice hand by Volotko. Stacking an extra 105k into his already healthy stack.
I've been on the fence for a while now, and I've been thinking, you know, next year to turn down commentary for a few events and just show up and play, especially like structures like this, man.
Yeah.
You just have 100k starting, hour-long clock.
Yeah, they are really good. The higher you go up the kind of tournament buy-in ladder as well, the better tournaments become. Game selection is obviously very important. If we got a 2K, I mean, if a 2K runs in the UK, it's generally going to be pretty damn tough, but you can find some really, really good tournaments around the world. There's obviously a lot more traveling involved than if you play cash, and that's part of the difficulties of making a living playing tournaments.
Nice.
So Mert coming with a limp from under the gun, ace 6 of diamonds off 40. Well, near with the 4x.
Ooh.
Flynn with the kings.
Only 44 big blinds effective here as well, and obviously we've got a lot more dead money in the pot, 2 limps and then a bigger than normal open raise, so it might be quite hard for Nerd to get away from this, to be honest. I expect to see Flynn make it something around 27.5k here. Doesn't want to make it too big and obviously commit himself, but it looks like he's going a bit bigger, 33k, 32k. Seems definitely on the larger side for an imposition. Oh, he's in the small blind. Apologies. In that case, it's a bit on the smaller side. But it can't really go much bigger than this off his stack depth, so...
Still some room to 3-bet fold if anyone's sick enough to come with the 3-bet out the small with this stack depth.
Yeah, and if we see a bricky flop here, I expect we'll see the chips fly in. I think Nerd's probably just peeling, hoping for a kind of jack high or lower board that he can stack off on.
Note the SPR, Leo.
Yep, we are at 1.
Well, that is a bricky board.
Very bricky, and not only bricky, but actually gives Ner a decent bit of backdoor equity. He's got the backdoor straight draw and the backdoor flush draw, so definitely never going to be folding on this board.
Hand number 13, and it feels like every single hand so far today has been just hand against hand.
Some kind of premium. Interesting decision for Flynn what to do on the flop with SPR. This is actually a spot I really like just jamming, because our ace-king, if we do decide to jam a hand like ace of diamonds king, we can get it in ahead a decent amount of the time. We can put a lot of pressure on a hand like jack 10 suited. And also, when we have if we put some pairs in that range, Ner basically is just forced to stack off with any pair he has. He's always going to stack off with a flush draw. We don't mind if jack 10 folds. So I don't mind a jam, but he goes for the small bet and then jams the turn, and Nerd kind of reluctantly pays it off.
Well, he has picked up some of that equity that you mentioned in the form of a gut shot. So 6 outs once for Nerd. Not the spot you want to be in, but still 14%.
Yep, better than nothing.
229k in the middle, and Flynn gets the hold up to just shy of 100 bigs. Great start for the Irishman here. Day 2 Merit Vintage Series warm-up event.
How much?
Nice hand, sir.
57?
To the festival, buying in as well. I'm torn. I'm torn on the day 2 max late reg. You see and hear so much from elite pros out there just max late regging absolutely everything they play, but then you look at certain fields and you're like, well, actually, I want to be in there from level 1. I want to be in there with Terry 2-pair that's just gonna
However,
gift me 200 bigs.
If you're making your living from tournaments, it's a trade-off, isn't it? Because
sure.
it's time invested, how quickly you're going to appreciate your return on investment. If you can save 12 hours of every tournament you play and enter a tournament with half of the average stack or a third of the average stack, like, that's not a bad spot to be in at all. It's all relative, you know. Yes, you can accumulate a big stack on day 1, but you can also just enter a tournament with a third of the field left, which is like a massive advantage in its own. If your short stack game is good, which obviously elite players, they're all basically solved 15 big blinds and below, like they know exactly what they're doing. It's a very interesting stack depth, and it's also where a lot of people tend to be the weakest, so there's definitely merit to it for sure. I am a fan of late regging things myself.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And like you said, you know, if you are treating the game as a pro, playing it for a living, saving time, saving energy as well, saving that mental energy of grinding, you know, we're going to be here for 10 days.
Exactly.
So saving yourself a little bit of mental energy.
That last festival I just played, GKPT Blackpool, I played every day, and by the end of the week I was like absolutely exhausted. I went home and slept for like 14 hours.
Oh, I can imagine, mate. Yeah. Yes, it's one of the many things that is overlooked by the general population when it comes to poker and playing poker for a living.
Yeah, so much more to it than just learning strategy. So much more to it. That's a small part of it, you know. 25% of it is how good you actually are.
Yeah. Obviously, 60% of it is, oh, do you count cards for a living? Yeah, that's it. That's me. You got it.
So are you addicted? Whenever people say that to me, I ask them if they're addicted to going to work, and they
good poker.
Optimal the entire day, every single decision. And even then, I mean, there was definitely decisions in there where I'm like, that was a mistake. But still, close.
Do you not think that's confirmation bias because of the result?
No, I think it's a good result because of playing really, really solid. You know, I turned up really prepared for that week to be like, I'm just going to play my best all week. And even leading up to that, the tournaments leading up to that mystery bounty as well, I feel like I was just nailing it. And then after, funnily enough, I was talking to Endrit about this the other day. One of my big leaks is I am super focused when I'm in pursuit of a good result. But it has to be a win. You know, like a win or a chop where you get the maximum out of the tournament. Anything comes close to that doesn't count. So I got 9th in that mystery bounty. That doesn't do anything. I'm like, nope, next. 9th, nothing. As soon as I get that score, I just take my foot off the gas completely and I'm like, damn it. And then I just like kind of almost like lose interest. Not lose interest, but I lose motivation for a little while. So right now, when you message me being like, do you want to come and do commentary? I was like, that's actually perfect because otherwise I'd probably just go to another series, not be particularly motivated because I just had a nice score and then I'd just play like a bit of a whale for the week.
Yeah, guilty. Been there, done that. Talking of wailing around.
There's not any wailing around just yet.
No, not at all, but just like wailing around in general.
Oh, you mean you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just being a whale. I mean, life's for living, isn't it? We're here to have fun. We weren't born to just be super productive robots our entire time. Life is much more fun when you're a bit of a whale sometimes.
Definitely. I love being the whale in like a 1-2 PLO game and just like splashing about in this. No splashing here though. Both players with legit hands. Elder opening from early position and getting himself in a bit of trouble as he's flop top pair Jack Kicker against Badir's King Queen.
SPR just over 1 now on the river. Or SPR, yeah, just over 1. Eldar goes for the block bet and gets snapped off by Badir with the best hand.
82k pot. You can't love it facing 3 streets with King Queen, but
it's 3 small streets though. You got to expect there's going to be some.
Push the content to a wider audience, and why wouldn't you want more people tuning in for the start of this Merit Poker Vintage Series. Warm-up day 2. Live from the Merit Crystal Cove. Leo Worthington Lease in the booth with me.
The legend.
10 days.
Henry Kilbane.
The legend. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove. We are live November 18th, 2022. We have a new feature table here. This is the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. Day 2 coverage. 2K buy-in. The 500K guarantee that we smashed out of the park. Already over $1 million in the prize pool with late reg still open. So we're expecting to have a first prize of maybe around 200, 250K as we kick things back off here. Blinds going up to 1.5K, 3K with a 3K big blind ante. It is Lebanon's Eli Farah out in first, the 141 bigs. Couple of recognizable names. Boris Kolev, Bulgarian Crusher, Berik Musin, Ramez Haddad, all regulars here at the Merit Poker Resort. So welcome my co-host Leo Worthington-Lees back into the booth.
Howdy.
Again, we just got such a... we got the shortest stack. Ahmed Abdallah, 14 bigs. He's going to be looking to make a move sooner rather than later, but everyone else just kind of at that stack depth where you don't really have to do much. You can just play some pretty honest poker.
Yeah, just wait.
Yeah.
These structures allow you to just wait around, be patient, play good poker. But it's amazing how often that still doesn't happen. Deuces for Kolev, under the gun +2. Playing 60 big blinds. He opens it up. A little loose, I think. Deuces are actually pretty sure just to fold here, but
yeah,
that's in
nine-handed.
solver land, but we don't care about that. Most people, I think, are opening deuces at this kind of stat depth because if you fold and it comes a deuce, that's it. You're GG for the rest of the day, really, aren't you?
It's just out there.
Yeah, just can't stop thinking about it.
Yes, sure.
King Jack off in a big blind for Abdallah. That is a nice scarf.
He's up against a +2 open. Always going to defend 17.5 in the middle. So we kick things off again. 17.5K. And a complete whiff for Abdallah. SPR on less than 2.
Expect Kolev to just bet range here. Deuces is a pretty good one to just bet and bet some more on later streets. Pretty good bluff, unblocking all of the hands that call and fold. Not going to be very much strong ace-X in the big blind range either that just doesn't shove pre. Probably like ace-jack plus is shoving pre, so.
Did you get a picture in your hand?
Nice hand, Kolev.
Like one picture?
Where?
No, this case. It was like when you throw it, I was able to see like a really small.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's king.
Yeah.
Ah, bravo. Don't look.
Don't look. Fair enough.
Okay.
Kolev's like, I can see one of your cards when you folded, and the other guy's like, well, don't look then. I mean, Kolev doesn't look too amused at that joke, but I thought it was hilarious.
Just to put it like it.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Don't look. It's like, okay, you open and then you follow the table around as, you know, it's their turn. And he's like, yeah, no, don't look.
Don't look at me.
Don't
Just
look
skip
at
me.
It's
I
like,
want to throw my cards up in the air.
if I do something, you'll find out about it. Don't worry.
Musin with the pocket sevens and a very chunky stack, 120 big blinds.
What a great needle.
Well, it's not my fault you were looking, buddy. 6.5K to go. Kabaze with the queen jack off. Should just be hitting the muck. However, we're hitting the 3-bet.
I prefer this than flatting.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Out of the options available. Blocking ace queen, queens, jacks. I'm blocking some of the raise folds.
Yeah, going to be a lot of ace highs and king highs in Musin's opening range, so queen jack can get a lot of better hands to fold for sure. It's just a little bit aggressive versus a relatively tight +2 range with 4 or 5 players behind as well. But you do get to go heads up a decent amount of the time.
Yeah, I've played a lot of PLO with Cabazet.
Oh, yeah. So
Just
PLO player's always more aggressive.
Loves the game.
Yeah, way more aggressive.
does
And
love
7's just folding to the 3-bet, even playing 100 big blinds, over 100 big blinds. I think that's very
If
interesting.
I want to see them, I probably can.
Also, it's on your hand.
No, no, I can if I want, but that's why I'm telling him to protect it more. Understand?
No.
You speak Russian?
Yes, yes.
She speak?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Because I'm able, like, if I want to see him his cards, I guess.
You can see his card.
Yeah, I mean, I tell him to protect them more. Can you explain him in Russian to protect his cards more? To explain him in Russian to protect his cards more? Because he don't speak English and don't understand.
Пекиндузус.
Что говорит?
Он говорит, что лучше защищайте свои карты. Он видит ваши карты.
Respect that from Kolev, just trying to get a translator involved. Like, look, tell him to protect his hand. As the 8-3 goes into the mark.
With the king.
Rewarded for the aggression with the Queen Jack.
One way of looking at it. Unless he loses his hand.
Butterfly effect and all.
And Jack 10 suited for Farah. Doubt he's going to be folding.
Oh, well, I've been shocked at some of the folds already today, but I'll tell you
Well,
what,
that's
if this one hits the mark,
I'm leaving.
yeah, they can get someone else in to come and do commentary.
Yes, thank God. Goes for the small 3-bet, 16k. Like this. I think we should go a little bit bigger this deep. Over playing 100 big blinds. Generally 3x or 3.1, 3.2x, pretty standard at this kind of stat depth, but not a mistake by any means. And Cabazet with the kings. I think we're going to be going for the 4-bet here, especially versus this smaller size.
Yeah, this deep, 100 effective. Hopefully see him go pretty big. Something like 3x. Around 48k out of position. Low jack V cut off.
Looks like 41, 42. Oh, so the pink ones are 1k. I assumed the yellow ones were 1k.
Yeah, Farah just saying, well, I didn't 3-bet to fold, did I?
Yeah.
91,000 in the middle. 263,000 the effective stacks. SPR just a pip under 3. Certainly see this go in on certain board textures with a jack in the window.
Things you don't mind seeing when you peel a 4-bet with Jack 10 suited include 2 jacks.
Jack, 9, 1 heart.
Really good board for Cabazet as well, because he's going to be up against a lot of pocket pairs here, and in his mind he's probably not going to be up against much unpaired stuff. So the Jack board is really, really good because we're basically flopping trips. We're basically up against quads or an overpair, when we have the kings. So flopping trips pretty unlikely. Not much Jack X that like 3-bets and calls a 4-bet either, really. Like maybe Queen Jack suited and Jack 10 suited sometimes, but you don't really think Ace Jack is going to be in there very often. You don't really think King Jack suited and stuff's going to be in there very often. So, and Farah just coming straight back in with the raise on the flop. He's like, let's just get this money in now.
Yeah, Cabazet with the small continuation bet, 4-bet pot makes sense.
Farah just snap jam on the turn as well. Pretty much jam. I mean, he's setting Cabazet in, isn't he? So.
Wow. Just snap jams the turn. You know, at first on the flop, I was just like, why? You just fold out all of the ace 4s, ace 5s, you fold out the ace kings, ace queens. Just hands that, you know, are going to bet fold and potentially blast off on future streets if you let them.
Yeah.
And you only really get money from aces and kings. But when you think about the way this tournament's been playing and the way that a lot of these players have been playing, if we had to go for a population read, haven't seen many 4-bet bluffs. The kings do get away.
Nice fold. Yeah, I think he's just trying to target that value range, isn't he? Because maybe he assumes that a hand like ace king or ace queen isn't just going to blast it off once we call the flop anyway. So he's rather just try and get the money in early against aces and kings and give him as little opportunity to be suspicious as possible. But very nice laydown there.
Yeah, fortunate with the Jack 9. Couldn't get any value from the kings though.
ترى
Very nice fold. Not a lot of people. I think a lot of people just kind of reluctantly go get it in there.
نطور الكاميرا اللي شو معك
I think you are just meant to get in there though.
Yeah.
راح تحضر بس عم كذب
Just
عليك
not folding.
Yeah, because you have a pair of kings and it's a 4-bet pot. Like, what are you supposed to do? You're trying to get your money in, really. And he can have queens. He might have tens at
Why
some
did you
clip.
fold?
Ranges are very, very condensed, and there's not very much jack X in there. Don't think nines is always going to raise. Don't think jack is always going to raise flop. Don't expect quads to raise. So
This time.
I'd really be, if I was folding, I'd be assuming he has aces more than anything.
You lose things.
Did you fold aces?
And he lose.
Similar.
Of course.
I cannot to lie.
Yeah?
There is camera.
I
You
can't
can
lie.
lie
I'm on
still for
camera.
3 more minutes.
2 hours only. I can lie for 2 hours.
30
No,
minutes.
I
man.
think the
Can't
delay
lie
should
for
be
2
like
hours.
way less than 2 hours.
Less?
I think.
Yeah, it's half an hour.
So you have 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes, yeah. 30 or 25 minutes. Max.
So yeah, he's probably just tuned in to see the king was a great fold, and now he's feeling better about himself. Like 30 minutes of purgatory where you're like, oh my god, did I just fold the kings and he had like queens or something? But very rewarding to find out you made a good decision. Bit of something for both players here in the limp pot, blind versus blind. Khalil flops the open ender with the backdoor flush draw, and Kolev middle pair also with the backdoor flush draw. Both players check the flop. 4 on the turn. Bruce Khalil to a straight. Time to start trying to get some value. Plenty of stuff we can get called by on this type of board, especially versus a big blind check back pre-flop. He's going to have connected with this board in some way a decent percentage of the time. And Khalil goes for the 5.5k, around 60% pot. Kolev, easy call. Queen on the river?
Queen on the river would be absolute fireworks.
King of diamonds, no reason for Khalil to slow down. Shouldn't be very many flushes in Kolev's range. Expect him to just start betting flop with a flush draw. Ooh, does check. And Kolev just going to get an easy check back here, I think.
Yeah, it feels like a... Is that like a trap check, or is that just like a, I'm always check calling this spot with...
I mean, yeah, I guess it's kind of a trap, but he's really only getting value from flush draws that bricked clubs, and Kolev just trying to squeak out an extra bit of value. I really don't like this call versus such a small size. I think that's a big mistake.
Kolev legit thought he had the best hand there on the
like
river.
he's obviously value betting. He just thinks that he has usually probably a worse 8 or a 6 or something like that. So definitely a value bet, but yeah, I think a bit of a misstep there from Khalil versus that. When we bet 5.5 on a turn, get called, and then he bets 5.5 on the river. Not very many flushes in there at all, if any. So we have the nuts.
Kolev value owning himself slightly.
I think he'll probably be all right with that, having seen the showdown. He could have faced a kind of 20k pot, a 20k bet on the river, and been in a really tough spot, especially with the diamond in his hand.
Raji.
Come to Merit, stay in a 5-star resort, play some poker for a week with the boys, you know.
Tough life, isn't it? Someone's got to do it, though.
I just love it how, like, you just always, I mean, obviously, first time you're doing commentary, but just always see the same old faces here. These guys from,
I definitely recognise some of these guys from the last time I was here playing.
yeah.
Not these guys specifically, but people in the room.
Kazakhstan, Russia, United Arab Emirates, Lebanon, Bulgaria, Syria. It's like,
Very diverse, isn't it?
just makes you think, it's just been so limited to grinding, you know, in the UK and America, and just think that the world revolves around us, and then you come here and you're just like, hang on a minute.
Other people play poker?
It's not English only at the table.
Yeah. Agreed. Kolev limping the small blind with the 10-4 offsuit, and Musin in the big blind. King Jack suited. Definitely good enough to go for value pre-flop. Gets a quick fold out of Kolev.
There's 4 different chip color denominations. I'm confused.
White 25, blue 5, pink 1k, 500 yellow.
I guess early levels makes sense. Get reduced down to 3, one would assume.
Yeah, they'll trip up 500s at the next break, probably once it goes to 2k, 4k. Unless they do it to 2.5, 5, but they might do like 2.5 or 3.5.
You know lots of things about.
No, I'm not really strict in following the schedules. I mean, everyone does, so you can ask. It's easy.
Didn't quite catch that.
I don't think he was talking to you.
Yeah, but still, table talk.
While thinking about re-entry, it's too early for it.
He said something about following the schedule,
See
so
what to do.
perhaps he's saying he doesn't have a strict schedule of what he's going to play, he just kind of goes with the flow.
Yeah, see how you're feeling on any given day. I think that's another really strong trait of a good poker player is being okay with taking a day off, even if you've already committed to coming to a festival and whatnot.
Yeah.
Just knowing yourself well enough to
Play
not force it.
Yeah, only play when you think you're going to play your best. Or at least a good B+.
Again, something I've been very guilty of in the past.
It's just tempting, isn't it? When you're, especially when you're in a place where there's poker running non-stop, you just kind of feel like you should be playing because that's why you're here. Kabazi flopping the gut shot. Khalil nothing but ace high.
Still have the best hand on the king of diamonds turn. Maybe a card Kabazi doesn't want to probe on, but elects to fire out a bet. 10k into 16k.
Yeah, he's only really worried about getting called by like pocket 9s type hands, I think, or an 8 at this stage. Not very much king X. Going to be checking out the flop. I think even queens and jacks and stuff are probably strong enough to go for a bet. So, like that spot for a bluff. Well played.
Glad that the numbers are slowly increasing as more and more people are aware rather, that we are live over on YouTube and Facebook. Those of you watching over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel, please do go ahead, click the like button. Takes a couple of seconds, helps support the stream. It also means that Leo and I get to keep our jobs as well. So if you are watching over there, drop us a like, and if you're feeling incredibly generous, you can also subscribe, receive notifications as and when we go live. 10 days of poker action here. It's going to be, if I had to guess, 3, 4, 6-figure payouts.
At least, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say 2 in this one at least.
Yeah, and the main's probably going to get maybe even 3.
Yep. Some potential life-changing money up top in this warm-up and the main event.
Faro open in pocket 8, Sun's going +1 off his very large stack. Roosting on the big blind with Queen 9 of spades. Seems good enough to peel for sure.
Odin Sogo over on the Merit Poker Facebook page saying nice hand. Thank you, Odin. Well played, Huss.
And Haddad in the big blind also comes along with 10-9 off, dominated.
24k in the middle.
Semi-interesting. Check, check, check. 5 of spades.
based on what we've seen from Farah so far, I've got a funny feeling it's going to be a fun couple of hours.
Not much of a checker, is he?
No, he's playing 500k. One of the tournament chip leaders. Yeah, people like that. They tend to build stacks through sheer aggression and also a bit of run good as well. Her dad asking him, how much do you play? Well, table chip leader, mate.
Thinking.
More than enough, pal. Don't you worry about it. And her dad just lets it go. Getting 3.5 to 1. He must have soul read that Farah had pocket 8s and he was like, nah, I've only got 2 outs here. I won't bother.
تحكي جد قديش عم بلعب. شو معك 6 أو 7؟
لا ما عندي شروة. شروة حلوة كثير.
معك
Very poker Twitter.
8 10
8 9.
The International Poker Series in Cyprus since 2009. Host of arguably one of the most exciting tournaments of this year. The Coin River Invitational, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series. It was held here in Cyprus twice this year.
Very good indeed. Abdullah +1, 10 big blinds. King 8 suited, not going to be quite good enough. Seven-six off for Kabazi on the button. Also strikes me as a pretty aggressive player type, so I wouldn't be surprised to see this get opened. Does make the open to 6k. Stoyanov in the big blind, 10-6 offsuit.
Let's have a look at Stoyanov's hand and mob. Don't get many poker players from Bulgaria that aren't pros, especially ones that travel the circuit.
855 open ender for Kabazi, and should be able to get a dominating hand to fold here without too much trouble. Small c-bet should get it done. I think Stoyanov will have a decent number of check raises on a board like this, but he's going to want a little bit more equity, maybe a gut shot himself or something like 10-6 but with a backdoor flush draw.
مش متذكر اذا معي بالي 5 او بالي 6 هلا.
Big blind.
He's only been playing for a few years. 170,000 in live earnings, seems to have been traveling around World Series, EPTs.
Yeah, he looks like he's
Merit.
our age or maybe perhaps a little bit older as well, so perhaps another online grinder turned live player.
Well, he's started playing around 2018. His first ever recorded cash was at the World Series. Cash the main event. So, I mean, if you're playing 10Ks as soon as you start recording live cashes and 5K EPTs.
Yeah, you've probably been doing all right online before that.
Yeah. Yeah, and then obviously COVID hit.
Any wins on there? First place there. What's
Yeah.
that? Online.
Oh, bracelet. You won a bracelet. Okay.
132k.
Nice.
Online bracelet. Kings for Khalil. 7-6 suited for Kolev +3. Could be one that he chooses to 3-bet. Don't think we'll see a peel. Not too much cold calling in these early positions versus early positions, but it proves me wrong and does peel. Would have expected to see a 3-bet or fold in this spot, but ace deuce suited in the cut-off for Kabazi.
Uh-oh.
Just can't resist, can he? He's definitely aggro.
There's no frequencies involved. It's just like, this
I'm
is a 3-better.
Yeah.
I have ace deuce of clubs.
Khalil was has been a little on the tighter side as well. Obviously, it's been only a few hands for us, but these guys have been playing together for the last 2 hours. I imagine he hasn't just suddenly started being super tight. So, interesting one. Perhaps he thinks that plays into his favour when he 3-bets third. He's going to get more folds. Thinks that Kolev's cold calling range is not going to be strong enough to defend against the 3-bet, which again I expect this range from Kolev to be like relatively strong as well. A lot of like 8s, 9s, 10s, even jacks sometimes. Some suited broadways, so interesting spot for Kabazi to just take it.
Kolev's already shaking his head at the fact that he's going to have to fold
Yeah.
suited.
Even though we haven't even got to him yet.
Yeah, he's just like, he just can't believe it.
Yeah, Khalil puts it in. And Kabaze hopefully just going to not Hollywood.
This is where, as a commentator, yeah, it's tough to, yeah, as a poker player and commentator, just like, I wanted to see a flop, okay? Why do you have the 3-bet?
110.
Obviously results oriented. Had he just taken it down with the squeeze, we would have been singing his praises. Does fold.
10.
Nice pick up for Khalil.
اذا بدك اياه يجي مش منيح تكبر لك اياهم اكثر يكونوا مظبوط.
I love that we got the captions on Facebook.
إذا بدي ما بعرف حسب شو بيربحني.
Oh yeah, yeah. Subtitles.
Didn't even know that was possible.
Small, huh?
I find it impressive when stuff like that, like they spelt his name right there, Khalil.
Yeah.
Like it just understands what you're saying and knows that Khalil is spelt that way somehow.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, we've obviously all seen or witnessed some of the technology that's come out in recent years.
Yeah.
There's a lot of AI that people are still unaware of that is just next level.
I mean, like, half of the posts that you interact with on the internet, like, the majority of those comments are going to be AI. A lot of the posts are AI generated. It's very, very impressive / also terrifying at the same time.
Yeah. Who was it? I think it's Mo Galdat. What was his book about AI? Scary Smart, it's called. Because he used to be the chief business officer, CFO of Google X.
Yeah, so he's seen some stuff.
Yeah, and he's written a book called Scary Smart, The Future of Artificial Intelligence. And after seeing, like, I've got some friends who have been contracted, like, we're talking $1 million contracts for some VR technology that they're working on, and they're literally building, right? This is within the next 5 years. It's going to become a reality. We're talking virtual reality offices where you just tune in from anywhere in the world from your home, and it looks like the Empire State Building. Like, you just walk into work, you go up to your floor, your boss is there, all of your colleagues are there, but you're in a virtual reality. It's actually scary.
There's a lot of cool stuff coming.
Are we going to be doing commentary with VR headsets? You stay at home, I stay at home, and then we just...
These guys will all be playing from home as well.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. It's
There'll be like WSOP main event, but you get to just sit on your sofa at home, but you're also in the Rio at the same... Well, not the Rio anymore, but you're in Paris at the same time.
Very interesting decade coming up.
I do some like freelance work for this Russian poker site where I translate they want like an English site and all of their Russian content in English, and so I translate a bunch of their stuff and like news articles and stuff like that, and I use this AI translator called DeepL, and honestly I probably have to correct it like 5% of the time.
Really?
I just copy and paste everything, read through it, and it's like I have to correct a little bit of grammar, change some word that it's usually like somebody's name that the translator doesn't understand.
Right.
So like, for example, Paul Fua, it will come up as like FUA or like something like that, you know, some random spelling. Oh, it can't spell like Badziakowski or whatever like that. But I just correct those, and the rest of it's like grammar's right, word spelling's all right, all cap. It's crazy, and it's really, really crazy. Scary good. A lot of people are going to be out of jobs at some stage in the next decade.
For sure. For sure. I think we're definitely shifting more towards the. Well, I think they've already coined the term for this new age of ours, and I think they're calling it like the creative age, where truck drivers are no longer needed.
No.
Factory workers are no longer needed, and people are being forced to, what we're doing right now, like creative role of, conversing with one another whilst commentating on a poker game.
I think that's how it should be. Human beings are naturally just very like artistic, creative, problem-solving animals, and what we've created, what we've been living in the past few decades, 100 years even, it's just been this artificial reality that doesn't actually suit what we do as a species, or how we are.
The Industrial Revolution, right? Like we've had to build and scale up out of our castles.
Yeah. I think I'd love to see it go back to some kind of universal income, and then people can just spend their time doing the things that actually interest them and the things they want to do, because that's how you, like when we had good economical situation and relaxed laws around psychedelic drugs and all that kind of stuff, like back in the 70s and the 80s. Look at all the great stuff that came out then, the way music was and the way art was, cinema, films, everything. But everything now is like this kind of corporate production in terms of music. It's all been analysed to see what people like the most, and then they just press those hotkeys for every new track. Same with movies, it's just repetition of what sells the most, instead of people creating things out of passion for that thing or just out of pure creativity. Now it's all money driven, which is a real shame.
Yeah, it's like, is it going to be Fast and Furious 14 or the Avengers 17?
Literally, like what's your choice? Pirates of the Caribbean 94.
Yep.
Exactly, it's just 100%. Series after series of butcher stuff, rerun, remake, reboot.
Stoyanov has backed into the second nut straight to barreling on the 6 of hearts turn. Farah keeping him honest with the underpair to the board. This feels like a spot that I wouldn't mind trying to trap in, personally. Shouldn't have any straights, but instead Stoyanov finds out a bet of 15k and gets snapped off by the deuces, so what do I know? Yeah,
the problem with trapping there is that there's too many hands that just have showdown value that check back on the 4-straight board that would potentially call a bet. I mean, if he's calling deuces, then a bet must be massively outperforming a check, I think.
Yeah. Somehow manages to squeeze out 15k's worth of value on the river.
Value. And he's shaking his head like, can't believe I didn't win with deuces there. This game is rigged.
That was more like I knew I was good.
Yeah, knew you were bluffing.
Seething. Absolutely seething. So these young Bulgarian kids.
Farah just absolutely loves it.
It's going to be so fun to watch. She's got 500k.
Yeah, Abdallah putting in his last like 6.5 bigs, and I think Farah's just going to have to call it off, and everybody's going to see that he opened 10 deuce suited, and that just adds to the fun, adds to the dynamic. Unless Ivanov decides that ace-9 off is going to be good enough in these positions. 6 big blinds, facing a very splashy open. He does just let it go. Khalil in the big blind, ace-7 suited, so a lot of aces gone. The deuce is looking very tasty.
Yeah, Khalil's been pretty tight based on the small sample that we've got.
Yeah, lets it go. Farah just going to have to flick it in.
I can't fold. I can't fold.
Anything in the middle?
He said, I can't fold and I can't call.
10 deuce of clubs.
Yeah, a couple of notes going into the mental bank of a few of the players at the table.
السبعة.
كنت كبيت انا لو انت عم تقول.
2 clubs, do you reckon? Queen Jack,
انا
2
ما رح
clubs.
ارجع لك. فكر فيها.
بس مش هترجع لي بس.
Queen Jack 2 clubs is more fair than a deuce, given that.
There's no aces.
It's a fair fight.
8. Queen.
Oh no.
This game, honestly.
Good news is he doesn't just need the case ace. There's a couple of ways to win this. Queen or a 10.
King, that looks like.
Good game.
GG, Abdallah. Unlucky, sir.
I swear, the group chat's now getting lit up.
Yeah, guys, I just busted against 10-2 suited. I had ace 10.
This game.
This game.
It's been running bad for the past 2 years, just can't catch a break.
I like how all the dealers dress up all fancy here as well.
Yeah, it's part of the actual vintage series. It's like theme based.
Yeah.
We got the Western series in January, I believe, January or February.
I wonder how they're going to dress up for that.
Probably in like robot clothes, the costumes. Let's see what we got coming up.
Football t-shirts.
Yeah, the Western series.
I didn't say anything, relax.
It's just like Premier League t-shirts.
Yeah, loads of Jack Wills t-shirts. My man's already in the spirit with the polo, Ralph Lauren polo.
Yeah, so another 500k warm-up in that one. 1.5 million main.
Just the same series again, really, isn't it? Same thing. A couple of times a year, you can't really argue with that.
PLO Omaha Bounty A Max again, 40k guaranteed.
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought that was a. I thought it was a $500 PLO. It's actually a 1k.
With a half bounty. It's not progressive, I guess. It's just a regular
really
bounty. I don't really. That's my least favourite type of tournament, I have to say, is like the half bounty, because it just kind of kills the prize pool. You're never really going to get more than like 5 or 6 bounties. And
you say that in PLO.
that's true. PLO you get more, but I was obviously talking about Hold'em. Don't really play much PLO. Although in GUK Petit Luton, only went and won the PLO 4-5-6, didn't I? Yeah, my second ever live PLO tournament. Absolutely smashed it.
4-5-6. What is it? Dealer's choice?
No, round of each. A level of each.
Level of each. Wow.
Yeah, I had an absolutely astronomical amount of chips after the first half an hour until the end of the tournament. It was absolutely insane. I'm going to just try and whip up a quick picture of my stack for you.
4-5-6. Which I think is absolutely absurd, because the strategy required and like the difference between playing with 4 cards and 5 cards is
massive,
huge, and people just don't know. So we dive back into this clash of the Bulgarian. Stoyanov opening the hijack. Kolev defending the big. Was dominated pre, but he's outflopped his fellow countryman. Top 2 against middle pair. So Kolev comes with. Does come with a 3.5x check raise. Closer to 4x actually. Makes sense on a board this wet.
Yeah, and obviously Stoyanov is also going to have a lot of continues on this board. So much of his range is just going to want to continue. So I think trying to put as much money in now as possible is definitely the play.
Yeah, we just lose so much value on like any ace, king, queen, 9, 7 turn.
Nice fold.
That's why he fold, because he knows I have a good cards.
Oh man, you just gotta love poker, mate. Just absolutely love it. I love it when I'm like grinding and. Did you have it? Did you have it?
Има викам да са 5 сни, че съм те извоил.
My favorite one is like M5 card on a flush board.
Thank you.
Guy barrels river,
Jack
opponent folds, and then they'll just show like the ace.
Yeah.
And like, well, we all knew you had that.
Mate, you
It's
got
like-
another 4 cards.
it's like we all knew you have to have that.
Yeah.
I want to try with lemon.
You should just show 3 cards that are not hearts.
Exactly. Like, you know, what are you showing us the obvious one for?
Show us the deuce 3-4.
Can I have a single espresso, please, as well?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Khalil opening the Queen 7 suited on the button, 6,500. Kolev in the small blind with ace 4 off, thinking about perhaps putting in a cheeky little 3-bet, but does get out the way, and Musin folders the jack 4 off in the big blind. Khalil takes that one down. He's had a decent start to this feature table. Came in with less than 100k, up to over 50 big blinds now.
Да. I folded king 10. Yeah.
Looks like Mustafa over on the Merit Poker Facebook page is rooting for Ramez. He's just typed his name in the chat with a thumbs up.
Ramez.
I'm going to do that next time you're at a feature. I'm just going to be like Leo.
Nice one. Ace Queen for Haddad under the gun. Pops it to 6.5k. Khalil in the cutoff with deuces. Deep enough to peel this one. Go set mining.
50 effective.
Jack 10 suited for Kabaze in the big blind. Expect to see him complete, if not 3-bet. He loves the 3-bet. But you don't want to be 3-bet folding a hand as strong as Jack 10 suited, so does just make the call.
I absolutely love this guy, man. Doesn't win, lose. He just, I don't even know. He's just always
happy.
Yeah.
Brick City. Deuce is still the best hand.
Yeah, we need the dealers to start cooperating with us a little bit more.
Yeah, where's the like? I don't know.
The Queen 9 deuce. Board,
yeah, or
you know?
even 8-9 deuce 2 clubs or something, you know, or 2 diamonds. Let's check on the flop. I think Khalil would benefit from just trying to go for a small bet on the flop, just trying to clear out all the Broadway cards basically and protect his equity a bit. He's pretty protected himself. He can have all the sets on this board. He can have some overpairs. He can have a lot of strong draws that continue as well. But checks round. Hadid takes the opportunity to bluff the king and gets it through.
This table's certainly more chattier than the previous one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Merit Poker Vintage Series A. Kicking things off with a little 2k buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed. Love it. I'm gonna start playing tournaments. I just have to.
You have to. What better things have you got to do with your time? Absolutely nothing. That's what.
Oh, I don't know, man. 300 bigs deep.
Well, you don't have to register at the start.
25.
PLO.
PLO 5 card. I mean, doesn't get much better than that. You can't win trophies in PLO cash games.
Exactly. You can't win thousands of. You can't win like hundreds of buy-ins at once either.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You can lose more than one buy-in. You don't often lose more than one buy-in in a tournament. Well, that's not true. I take that back. I have recently lost 6 buy-ins in one tournament, but you know what I mean. One at a time.
You fired 6 in one comp.
Yeah, GUKPT Luton main event. And also Blackpool.
Is that 1k?
Yeah, what, 12.50?
Oof.
In for 15k in 2 tournaments. How are you doing? I did cash one of them and obviously chop that high roller, so made up for it, but it's a very variance-filled game, all right.
Dad with the absolute rags in the big.
And he just says, do you know what? Here's some money. He even put it in with like, this is for you. Kolev got him absolutely crushed here. Queen high. And then he's like, no, not me. You win.
He almost went to Mike, didn't he?
Thank you for information.
Thank you for the information.
I told you I always have it.
Kind of shows the kings.
He's like, I told you always have it. And it's like, well, that doesn't really matter, mate, when the other guy's told you he doesn't have it. Doesn't really matter what you've got. The guy's basically said on the flop, I fold.
What you saw that you were so excited? What you saw that you were... good. Also, okay.
I know we've mentioned a few
Because of the excitement.
key soft skills, even some hard skills that are required to succeed in poker. I think what Boris is displaying is definitely one of them. Just being chatty with your table mates, kind of like mucking around with some of the fun players, showing hands, just building a bit of an image that could potentially get you more action in the future. Or on the flip side, have people not play as aggressively against you as well, which I think is a pretty big one. Especially when you're as good as Boris Kolev is. I think when you're a crusher, like, people are gonna want to avoid you if you've got your headphones and your hoodie and stuff like that. Whereas if you loosen them up a little bit to kind of defend hands like Queen 3-0 just because of a bit of table chatter and stuff, certainly benefit you.
See, I'm a fan of just keeping everything a mystery. I like people to be in as difficult a spot at all times as possible, personally. But it is definitely personal preference. Kabazi with the 3-bet, 18k on the button. How deep are we? About 60 big blinds deep, so Kolev may well peel here. If it comes 3, he's likely to win a big pot.
Still no espresso. Still no espresso. Bulgaria. No.
It's going to peel out position with the pocket threes. 43k in the middle.
Just about deep enough really to get away with it.
Been there. No, never been there.
Not really the board. Should be a check fold.
Hi. Thank you.
Not the best board in the world for Cabez's actual hand. Can't be loving it. Does have a gut shot to the nuts, and obviously pre-flop range advantage.
Yeah, good board for his range. So also is ahead of some hands that continue. Jack 10, 10-9 suited. Can get pocket pairs to fold. Nice hand.
PLO running in the background. Don't think the mic actually picked any of that up.
It's a shame because it was quite good.
You're just eating bread?
Yeah. You? You eating Vaseline?
Right, have you seen the dessert spread?
Yes, I've more than seen it.
Oh, mate.
I was here
We're
yesterday.
in so much trouble. I'm not normally like...
Bro, you're speaking to a man who had 5 croissants for breakfast. Do you think I haven't been at the dessert?
Oh, we're not just talking desserts here. Like, this is like Michelin star restaurant
seriously
desserts.
good.
Like,
all the baklava's enough for me, but it goes way beyond that.
So dangerous, man.
Yeah. It's lucky that the buffet's going to be closed by the time we finished.
Yeah.
Although
room service is
room
open
service, and we do
24/7.
have plenty of breaks. Is room service 24/7?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I wish you hadn't have told me.
Well, we were here for trying to cover a cash game once, and it didn't finish until like 4 a.m. And because it was a cash game, we didn't have any breaks either. And we'd been doing commentary from like 6, and obviously the buffet had closed by the time we got out. It's like, what am I going to do? So I called reception. I was like, hey, look, I'm really sorry. Like, I'm doing commentary. Any chance I can get some, like, I was like, even a sandwich? And he's like, sir, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, I just need a sandwich. I'm really hungry. He's like, so we have an entire menu. He's like, a full-on menu. Yeah, and he was like, one moment. Let me read it out to you. And he just goes through this long list.
You were like, yeah, okay, that sounds great. Thanks.
Carbonara, hamburger, cheeseburger, just like Caesar salad. Like, what do you want? I'm like, it's 4 a.m. So I have a hamburger with French fries, please, and an orange juice. Sends it straight up.
Do you remember when we were doing commentary at King's and we were sitting in the booth and we just requested over that somebody bought us pizza, and then like half an hour later Michael came in with pizza for us.
Yeah, that was good.
Unbelievable. Bit of a flop. A little bit of something. Khalil with the overpair for our bottom pair, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. Stoyanov middle pair. Gut shot on a backdoor flush draw. Bet call. And a call from Farah. He doesn't fancy folding his 4, even versus a bet and a call. Gonna have very bad visibility later with the 9-4. What I mean by that is it's just very unlikely that you get showdown even if you have the best hand now. So that's why this one would traditionally be a fold on flop. But Farah maybe has something up his sleeve.
Yeah, I was about to say, Farah doesn't strike me as the guy that needs to
showdown.
Yeah, gets showdown. That's an exciting river. Jack
It is.
of diamonds.
It's an interesting one. Everyone's got a bit of something. Both Farah and Stoyanov got something they could choose to bluff with. Stoyanov doesn't go for it, but Farah definitely could go for it there. After Stoyanov checks, I'm pretty surprised that Farah doesn't decide to take a stab at this one, to be honest. When the flush completes, he has the most straights by far out the big blind as well. Goes check. Khalil going to take that one down with his set of jacks.
For
those of you just joining us, Merit Poker Vintage Series kicking things off here with a warm-up. Leo Worthington Lees alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, in the commentary booth.
Hello.
Got a couple more levels of late reg, and then we're finally going to get a look at those numbers.
Oh, it's going to be good.
For.
I'm going to go ahead and say first place is going to be Chunks.
I reckon it's going to be 100 buy-ins at least.
Yeah.
I'd say so. About 200k. There's already 1.2.
Yeah, you tend
minus
to get
fees.
Tend to get a bigger percentage of the prize pool going to first place live than you do online. Online seems to have settled at like 10% these days, really, 10 to 12% most of the time. But you still can play live tournaments with 30% up top. That GKPT was 140k for 580k prize pool or something, so 25% easily.
That's mad.
Yeah,
that's mad. What are you a fan of? Because I know there's been a lot of debate about protecting the ecosystem and like keeping recreationals liquid. You know,
I like a little like 12% paid and 20% up top, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think more than 10 definitely. I think 10 is just a bit of a lack of a reward for how difficult it is to come first place in a tournament. That's all. And I think the times recreationals do win tournaments, you want them to win a lot of money. So.
That makes sense. Couple of suited connectors here. Kolev opening from EP.
Straight flush between them. Absolute brick city, but should be an easy win for Kolev. Ace-7 deuce, very good for us.
Such bricky flops, I know. We're only 63 hands in.
Hard to both connect when they've got the 5, 6, 8, 9 of diamonds between them.
True.
I'm asking what level is end of the I wanted to go to Burma because they told me it's a very hot place. It's written here. I've never been there. Well,
in Varna?
Late registration.
Have you been in Bulgaria at all?
I can't see it.
Level 11
There's
under.
some really nice places.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, I have not done it. It's good?
That if you like.
Too strong for you.
Yeah? How much?
That's perfect.
7?
Stoyanov just talking about
the
beautiful places in Bulgaria. I have to agree, I'm signing a lease in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
No.
First time.
Sophia?
Yep. I was just like getting sick and tired of living out of the suitcase and just be like, oh, I have no clean socks again. You know.
Should buy a camper van.
Mate, I love that you've done that. That is, especially like the age that we're at as well. Just like a couple more years, you know, of just ruffling around, having fun, and then like settling down. I think that's the perfect time to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to see you once you have finished it. Fucking start spreading out into Europe.
That's the plan at some stage, hopefully. Do a couple of
And
trips
it's
around
also
Europe
big
for a few
land.
months.
Yeah, no, that's why I respect.
Go to Merit in Montenegro.
Absolutely.
They'll be like, Mr. Leo, we've got a room for you for your commentary. No, no need.
No.
Need. No need.
I bought my own.
You can think like this. Yeah.
And we set the commentary booth up in. No, you don't need
No.
commentary booth.
I've bought my own.
I can do it right here.
I was thinking about just not putting any stuff in front of the bed and just putting a poker table there and having like a touring game. Drive around to all these different people, drive around to all these different places and then just host private games in the van. Have a rake pot attached to like a big thing underneath the van so the money just falls down and I'm just carrying around like hundreds of kilos worth of money. But I thought I'm going to have to shower at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, I went to Blackpool, obviously didn't have the shower finished. I still don't have the shower finished, but I just get a gym membership, you know? For 20 quid a month or something, and I can just, even just for the week, that's a bargain. 20 quid a month, I can shower every day. And it made me go to the gym every day, because I was like, well, I need to have a shower, so.
I love that.
Yeah, I went to the gym every day that week.
Yeah, talking to gym. You
when we play, I don't know what.
jump out whenever, really.
I'll go in a bit.
EPT London.
Let the croissants settle.
They had very bad time there. And they said we'll never go back again.
I went yesterday.
What's in the spot here?
The best destination is Merit.
Yeah.
Which gym did you go to? Royal?
No, the one
Diamond.
here. Diamond. Whatever. This
Cove.
one is Crystal. Crystal Spa.
Crystal,
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
Like this one here because
I didn't spy it.
located like somewhat high up over the ocean.
Yeah,
You
good
feel like
view.
at home.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was other ones, to be honest.
With much better food.
Yeah. Where do you stay?
I live in the big blind. Probably just going to be fold.
My favourite spa is definitely the Royal.
Why is that? Because I had a massage here yesterday and it was really good.
Oh yeah, the massages here like amazing. You'll see. Yeah, if you go to the Royal,
But I'm taking my
I definitely recommend
The Royal's where you go out and go right, right?
Yeah, so it's the one like kind of opposite on the coast.
Yeah, in 20, yeah.
The best sauna is the Diamond. If
Yeah,
you're
sauna
into
hills.
if you're into heat, the Diamond sauna is like one of the hottest saunas I've ever been in.
We're looking out for
But yeah, we'll go to the Royal Spa tomorrow or something. It's just exquisite.
press here and hand will go up.
in Germany.
I know you're into swimming as well, Scott.
Yeah, they've got a couple of pools here, but none of them are particularly good for like actually doing lengths.
Oh, there is. Yeah, there's a lengths one.
Here?
Like an actual lengths one. I'll show you around.
Yeah, I need a bit of a tour. That's what I'm lacking.
Yeah.
But Stoyanov picking up. I'd like to go for a swim today actually, so you can tell me where it is or show me where it is on the next break.
You can do do what the locals do. I see them every morning when I go out for my walk. They start off here in the Cove, and they swim all the way across the ocean, past the rock out the front of the Royal to the beach where the Premium is.
Yeah.
It's a good like I'd say a kilometer, say around 1200. Yeah, between 1 and 1.5.
I normally do 2 to 2.5, so that's
You'd
but
love that.
not in the sea. So
Yeah, the ocean is obviously.
but yeah, I would like to go for a swim in the sea as well.
Bit of a hand here.
Bit of a hand.
Still
Moosin,
have-
tough spot. I think we just got to fold though, considering where the raise is from. The button 3-bet, especially from a tighter player, is not going to have very many bluffs in it versus +2. If this was like big blind versus button versus cutoff or button versus hijack, then it's different. But yeah, I think Moosin just has to let this one go. Ace Queen suited, super tough spot. I'd probably go for some kind of 4-bet fold, I think, with that.
Yeah, I don't hate the 4-bet fold.
Don't hate it with Ace Queen off at all, but Khalil's just been the tighter. Like if this was Kolev free betting the button, then I would happily be 4-betting. But yeah, I think Khalil's been on the tighter side, so I'd just be giving him respect. Stoyanov as well, and also not been super out of line. I don't like to cold call, especially not with the offsuit hands. You're just opening yourself up to getting jammed on by Stoyanov. Farah could potentially have called some quite strong hands at back jam. You don't really get any definition of any ranges at all, but yeah, as it happens here, Stoyanov definitely going to be putting in the 4-bet. How deep are we? Around 80 big blinds. So I expect to see a 4-bet, not all in. Just trying to get it in against either player, really.
Good man.
Finally something happened.
Yeah, nice sizing as well. Really good.
So 58k. See if Khalil gets attached to these pocket tens, given the action.
Yes, really super tough.
His play style.
There is a lot of money in the pot, so it does feel tempting, but at the same time, like that cold call range out the big blind is going to be very condensed to like tens plus.
Yeah.
And ace queen suited most of the time.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
So that 4-bet is going to be pretty strong most of the time. I expect it to be essentially pure value. So then it's just like, where do we think his value starts?
The annoying thing is up against a competent opponent from Bulgaria. So, you know, these computer online whiz kids from Eastern Europe, if you're ever going to get it in with tens for over 50 bigs against these positions, it's going to be the player type that you do want to run it against.
Yeah.
It's certainly capable of having ace deuce through ace 5 suited. But I think that's true against just the 3-bet. Like, if we're just 4-betting heads up against 3-bet, but I think once the big blind cold calls, he's going to take a lot less of them. He might just be like ace 5 suited only, and he might not even take that because he can just peel, knowing that Farah's probably not jamming very often behind, although it's a very, very small frequency thing, it is in there, but yeah.
I imagine that a lot of Stoyanov's hands that he would choose to potentially bluff with heads up have actually decided to just call. But here we go. Big blind does fold the ace queen versus the 4-bet. And now we're heads up to a queen high board. Stoyanov with the ace of spades blocks ace queen and ace king, which is very, very important in this spot as well. Perhaps thinks Khalil will get queens in pre, so he's up against the range of something like 10s, jacks, 9s maybe. So I think, yeah, betting here and then betting again on the turn is probably going to be the play. I imagine he's going for it on like a jack. Jack, ace, king, or a spade.
I wonder if he'll be allowed to. Khalil strikes me as, you know, he's called the 4-bet. There's no ace or king on flop, which I know sounds really cliche,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
but
it's true though.
You know what I mean? Like the
16 combos of ace king, and then if he's only 3-betting queens plus, it's only 12 combos of pairs, and now there's a queen on the board, so you're down to like 9 combos. So
yeah, it does just jam over the small size.
I wouldn't actually be surprised if this is the like actual solver play, to be honest. I really wouldn't be surprised. Just because there's so much money in the pot, protecting your equity becomes so important. And when he doesn't get snapped, he's absolutely loving it. Yeah. Like now he's getting a count, he's like, maybe he has jacks, and that's it.
Yeah, Stoyanov.
There's nothing we can call against here when we have the ace of spades, so he's going to end up folding.
Yeah.
Just making sure he's not like getting a really, really insane price and he has to call.
Well, he kind of is. He's getting like 3-1 on a call.
How much did he bet?
Bet 20k, so he has to call 100k to win 292.
Yeah, that's just not the price, I don't think, with our hand. There's nothing we have really that we are ahead of 25% of the time, or that we have more than 30% equity against, really. Yeah. Nice fold. I think played absolutely fine, though, by both, to be honest.
A bit down.
The only problem is that that range that calls the 4-bet is going to be very condensed to like pocket pairs and ace queen.
Yep.
Like ace king is in pre, so the queen eye boards are really the worst ones. Wouldn't hate just checking a flop. We can just check kings and aces and get them in later. We can check set queens. We can even check jacks, and when it goes check, we're going to have the best hand a lot. But I think it's pretty reasonable with the ace of spades. Got unlucky there.
So blinds going up. There was us questioning what the next blind level would be.
3,500.
Absolutely brilliant.
They just don't want this tournament to end.
Wow. I mean, this is the reason why so many people come here, is because you really do. You buy into a tournament, you get a lot of bang for your buck. 4th level of the day for us in the booth here at the Merit Crystal Cove, part of the Vintage Poker Series Festival. Kicking things off here in Cyprus with the warm-up, 2k buy-in, 500k guarantee, which, well, laughable guarantee given the fact that we smashed it out of the park by more than 2x.
I wonder if they'll start putting the guarantees up perhaps in 2024, 2025.
Don't think you need to, mate.
No.
I honestly, I don't know.
Gonna get it either way.
Yeah. A 500k guarantee for a 2k is still pretty sick.
Yeah.
Decent for European standards.
Absolutely. 9-8 suited in the hijack for Ivanov. Playing 20 bigs. I think this is a fine open.
Our friend Mustafa giving us the thumbs up again. Cheers, Mustafa. I can't wait for Twitch tomorrow. I'm upset that we don't have live chat on YouTube.
Yeah.
Got 100 people over there watching. Please do hit that like button for us. Subscribe to the channel. Receive notifications as and when we go live. We've got plenty of poker action coming up for you guys over the next 10 days or so.
10-8 suited on the button for Kolev. Absolutely dominating. Doesn't know that yet, but fine peel. Kabazi in the big blind, 10-6 offsuit. I think this peel is okay here. Like we're unlikely to be dominated too often. We do have a bit of ball coverage. Gives us a bit of ball coverage defending hands like this. But I also wouldn't hate a peel. Wouldn't hate a fold just because the opener is so shallow. So it's going to be tough for us to realise our activity. We're going to flop a lot of gut shots, which are going to be difficult to continue when the SPR is much bigger, or sorry, much smaller because of the peel on the button. Automatically makes the pot bigger. Ivanov flopping pretty well. Flops bottom pair and the flush draw. Kolev with the gut shot on the backdoor flush draw. Kabazi has the gut shot as well. Same gut shot to the jack. I think versus that size, Kolev, yeah, is just forced to fold really. Against a smaller size, he can definitely continue, but not enough chips behind in Ivanov's stack for us to justify continuing there. Not getting the implied odds.
What are you tagging me in the old commentary booth?
Yeah, you know.
Because I look at my guy.
Gotta be done.
رامز كبلها ايهون قويلها ايهون قويلها ايهون هو
دي حكي معلم.
Love that. People replying and tuning in from all over. Some of the UK crew as well, I'd assume. Need to convince more people to come out to us for these events.
Yeah, I've been telling my kind of close friends group ever since I got here, like, we need to take more trips here as a group to play these tournaments.
Saw your post this morning. Which are you harsh on yourself for time?
Top one. Just don't let just like always way too hard on myself for the slightest mistakes. But I think you have to be like that in poker if you want to improve and you want to like keep competing at a solid level. You really have to be very critical. But I think in some aspects of life I'm a bit sloppy, you know, I lack a bit of discipline sometimes. I feel like it's almost like I use up so much discipline playing poker that I feel like I've earned the right to be a bit sloppy the rest of the time.
Yeah.
Diet is one, you know.
You don't mind being sloppy with diet?
Don't mind being sloppy with my diet because I'm like, well, I'm only here once. Am I really going to regret eating cheesecake for dinner when I'm 70 years old? Probably not. I don't think I'm going to regret that. I've never looked back on my life so far and been like, I wish I didn't have that cheesecake. Literally never.
I don't know. It's tough to say, right? Because it's like...
Unless it was like directly after eating 3 pieces.
Back into this. Colin for the gut shot. Could play a huge pot here depending on the way Kabaza decides to play his top set.
Yes, absolutely. And it will be interesting to see what he does decide to do. I think I like a peel here because we allow the big blind to check raise some of his draws. But the problem with that is do people actually check raise some of their draws, or is he just going to overcall and then we're going to be lacking protection and out of position to 2 players? So it does go for the raise. I think that is probably the best play, and Kolev now in a pretty tough spot. No diamond in his hand, and the problem is with Kolev's hand is he can be ahead of some draws. He can be ahead of 6, 7. It's more likely that we're ahead when we don't have a diamond, so swings and roundabouts on that one. Does make the peel on the flop with the gut shot. Kabazi definitely just going to want to be barreling a turn like this. Really, really good card to keep barreling, because Kolev can potentially have a lot of like king high diamonds. He can have ace high diamonds that still want to continue. He's in a tough spot with his 10s, jacks, queens. He can still have the case 9. There's plenty of hands to get value from here. And Kabazi fires 42k into the 70k pot. Kolev just going to have to let this one go now on the turn. Oh, you got internet in here? You're on the Merit Guest one?
No, I'm on the share hands one, but I don't know the password. 1 second, I'll tell you what. I can figure it out by going to Wi-Fi settings, I think, and I'll give it to you.
You'd think that would be really easy, wouldn't it? Wouldn't you? Like, you go onto the Wi-Fi you're connected to and you click what's the password, how am I connected? But it's amazing how difficult that is. I think there is a way you can do it, because I'm sure I've seen somebody do it
I've had to hack it a few times. I say hack. Like, hackers would be absolutely lolling.
Hackers don't use Macs, mate.
Yeah, that's true. They use Linux, right?
Linux, yeah. And Kolev peels again on the turn here. I guess he's just thinking that he's ahead of all the flush draws. He's ahead of enough flush draws here that there's just not enough reason for him to fold yet, and potentially, like, the only value is sets. And obviously there aren't too many sets. There's 9 combos of sets. I don't think we can put kings or jacks in there. So 9 combos of sets, and then if there's enough flush draws and maybe even some 7/8s and 6/7s in there, then things are starting to get pretty close. And he doesn't have any blockers to bluffs at all. So really, really clean bluff catcher. If there ever was one, then this is the one.
285 in the middle.
Oh, it's that one. Kolev really giving it some thought. Kabaze not looking like a man on a bluff, if I were a reading kind of guy.
It's one of those hands as well, like small blind range. You're only really beating the 7/8 of diamonds and the 6/7 of diamonds.
Yeah, exactly.
Like all of the queen tens, the queen jacks, jack tens, king X of diamonds. And how many of them check raise as well? Like, say you've flat king 10 of diamonds out the small here. Be an absolute disaster to check raise.
I can't to call it, but my sixth sense think you're bluffing.
Oh, Kolev.
I think you're bluffing.
Says I have a terrible hand to call with.
No, you don't. You have a good hand. I mean, you have obviously you have nothing, but in terms of bluff catchers, it doesn't get much better than this. I think you want to be unblocking diamonds. I think unblocking diamonds and unblocking straight cards is the most important thing. But he's a much better player than me, so I'll trust him if he thinks he's got a bad hand.
I wonder if the late reg situation is going to play into this decision-making process of Kolev as well. He's got 109 left. If he calls and he's right, he's up to 400k. If he's wrong, he can just click the re-entry button and get his 100k back. Really thinking this one through.
Yeah, I doubt I would assume that he's not thinking about it like that. I would hope.
No, of course
not.
not.
I don't think most of the beasts are really thinking like that.
Cabba's stoic as ever. And that's what you want to hear when your opponent tells you that.
Time.
I think you're bluffing. That means I might call.
That's it.
Someone did call the clock. I don't know who it was.
ما له 3 دقايق أكتر.
It'd be a sick level if it was Cabbaza.
Who called the clock?
Yeah, I love calling the clock on people when I'm in hand. 285 in the middle. Kolev the effective stack, 109 behind. Really doesn't beat much.
Really doesn't beat much, but there is.
Like even ace-3 of diamonds, ace-4 of diamonds you're chopping against. Like you're beating out the small 6, 7, 8, 7.
6, 7, 8, 7.
Or 10, 8 of diamonds.
10, 8 of diamonds. Yeah. Kabazi making some good hands today. And also made a really good fold earlier with the kings.
Huh?
شو صار عمل فول ولا لا؟
Strong? Good fold for you or for me? Thank you. I can ace high.
Good, there is camera.
Huh? No.
Not even.
Not even. You can set?
I beat ace high for sure.
On the river or before that? I will see later.
I will see that I stationed you down with ace high later when you had top set.
Chat, I cannot wait for tomorrow.
It was a trap.
Why is that?
Hopefully not.
I know.
Because I finally get to shave this off, mate.
Oh, no shave November.
Well, no, it's not the end of November tomorrow.
No, that's true.
But no, I left for WSOPE.
Next time I make a trap.
Thought I had my razor with me. Got to the hotel, realized I didn't.
Classic blunder.
Went upstairs to the 6th floor where the barber shop used to be. It's closed. But if you're ever going to get like, a haircut and you're on the fence of getting it like before coming to Merit, and I'm not just saying this because we're covering a Merit event, the barber over at the Royal is hands down the best barbershop I've ever been to in my life.
Interesting, because I need a haircut. So.
Like they're Turkish barbers, mate, and it doesn't get better than like Turkish guys. Like they know their stuff. Don't get me wrong, when he's putting wax in at the end, he's like, mate, do you want a bit of wax? Like, and he sprays, mate. Okay, yeah, bit of overkill.
Don't need it.
You know, like, I don't need to look like
a pop star,
John Travolta in Grease Lightning or Grease.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I wouldn't trust anyone more with a hot blade near my neck than those guys over there. They're really good and super cheap as well.
I had a really good haircut in Japan once as well. It was very similar to a Turkish barber, you know, with all the hot towels.
Yeah, exactly.
Etc. But yeah, I do need to get one. So
let's dive back into this, Leo.
Oh
Hand
yeah,
number 70.
Poker.
Kolev, Khalil, and Musin.
All with relative monsters, especially Kolev only has around 30 big blinds, so he's going to be feeling like 8s is a pretty strong hand.
Small 3-bet. What did you say, 22?
22.
Wow.
Very small, very small. We're just very deep with Khalil, so...
Dad having to fold the Jack 10 of hearts.
I guess he just doesn't want to make it so big that Kolev folds. He is in position. I don't think it's terrible, but it is a little on the small side. But at the same time, like, how big do you really want to go? 25, maybe? That's about as big as I'd go, I think. 25, 26.
Khalil standing up out of his chair, just checking the itinerary of Musin.
Getting a stand-up run good in early.
These guys are incredibly deep here.
Yeah,
300k
really deep.
if we disregard Kolev in the sandwich.
I'm going to tell him you said that.
Khalil 4-bets.
Which he should do. Definitely should do. I think he will.
How far is Qatar from Lebanon?
Right, cool.
2 hours and a half.
Don't love this because we're allowing Kolev to just peel behind and then play a three-way pot out of position with ace king. I think we just want to 4-bet this hand. And Kolev makes a very disciplined fold with pocket eights. I think you could even argue that that's actually a bad fold, getting that price, I think. Like, I know he's not super deep, but the price is just so good. And with 2 players in the range with pretty strong, 2 players in the hand with pretty strong ranges, it's just so likely that when we do flop a set, we get a double up. And at times we don't, it's like, whatever, it's going to be a pretty easy fold.
Moosin has just gotten out of dodge and he doesn't even realize it. The fact that Khalil just flat with the ace-king.
Yeah, this could have gone in pre and then been an absolute disaster.
20%.
Does got the diamond back up, though.
Oh, king of spades on the turn would be absolute carnage. Edwin saying it's a bit of a change from the WSOP mainler. It is, mate. It is for now, but don't forget, we've got 3 days of coverage here. 3 days of coverage until we get down to the final table. We'll obviously have the payout information later on today. There are some crushers out there, right, Edwin? It's early days yet. There are some real crushers out there as Khalil comes with the flop check raise. I mean, we're in a real intricate part of the game tree here. Like, +1 V hijack, 3-bet pot, check 20%, check raise 3x. Ace, 9, 6, Moosin with the king of diamonds. Feels like a mandatory continue. Although against the tightest player at the table, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know why we want to. I don't think we want to check raise ace king. You do see this a lot though when people do peel a 3-bet with ace king and then it comes ace king. I see a check raise all the time, but Moosin's just going. Well, I block ace king. I'm gonna. Or I had to pair of kings, and I'm so tired of losing with them.
I 3-bet pre.
I'm not having this.
What are you trying to
And if
represent?
you're Khalil, you're like, who does this with aces? Nobody. So now Moosin's like, I may have made a small blunder here.
Well,
do I win?
Could have Jack 10 of diamonds.
I do have the king of diamonds. He might have 9, 8 of diamonds. He also might not.
Over 111 people now over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Shout out to all of you people tuning in from around the globe. Don't worry, I'm going to try and get the chat disabled nonsense sorted out. I'll speak with the team, just be like, look, alright, can't have a live poker stream and not get to have some rogue chat and questionable banter with the viewers. But for those of you watching, please do go ahead and hit that like button as a vote in support of Liam and I bringing you guys coverage of this warm-up for the next 3 days. Live from the Crystal Cove as Moosin is to emotionally detach himself from the 130,000 he's going to lose in this hand. Don't forget, chat, this is 3-bet jam on the flop. Oh, sorry, 4-bet jam. Khalil checked, Moosin continued for 12k, Khalil made it 36k, Moosin made it 130, and then Khalil said, I'm all in, dealer, 270k.
Yeah, this is very spicy indeed.
And this feels like the classic funeral for the hand. You ever seen that?
The hand funeral.
The hand funeral.
Yeah. I often call people out about the hand funeral. Actually, it's one of my pet peeves.
I don't hate this one, given that we're playing 1.5k, 3.5k, and there's 460 in the middle.
Yeah, and there's potential he has the best hand. Like, there's a slim chance he has the best hand, and he's in quite a tough spot because he is blocking ace king. But it's like whatever, you can have 9s and 6s. It seems super likely.
Yeah,
having the king of diamonds is no good.
The hand funerals I get annoyed with are in cash games where like you're all in, you table your hand on the river, and the guy just peeks back his hand for like 3 minutes straight. Oh, we literally could have, you know, dealt the next hand.
Because you're taking everybody else's time.
Yeah,
it's not just your time.
You're stealing EV from people, for sure.
If you're taking 30 seconds from 8 other people, you know, it's not cool. You're wasting 4 minutes of people's life. Just let it go.
Move on to the next hand. Time has been called, as is the right of Muhsin's table mates. Been given 30 seconds from the floor.
Nice. Yeah, this isn't so much a hand funeral. Like, if he had like Queen Jack here, I'd be super annoyed, obviously. But at least he has some kind of hand. I just don't understand the free bet on the flop at all.
Wow! He spike calls it off. 600k in the middle. I mean, this is.
And he's in about as bad shape as he could be.
It's got to be like a chip lead pot. Khalil. They both stand up. Khalil's doing the walk around though. Look at this. This is poker right here. This is what poker's all about. The old stand up, walk away from the table when your opponent's got one out. Hands on hips. And Khalil holds for what I assume is a top 5 stack.
Yeah, although it may well not be by now. You know what tournaments are like.
True. Almost 200 bigs. Ace King v Kings. I mean, we were talking about it all going in pre. We got there. We did get there eventually.
We got there.
It took us 3 community cards. But we did get there. And I believe Muhsin did have Khalil slightly covered. So now he's going to have to do the old sit back down and continue
wonder
to play.
Why he just did that. Yeah, that is... I mean... I think that was just a bit of attachment to a good hand, you know, 100%. Being frustrated that it comes ace high when you've got a big hand and a big park, and frustrated at getting check raised. You know, just a lot of emotion, like we were talking about earlier in that part, a lot of emotion. I mean, you know, when you have the king of diamonds, I think you really just have to let it go. Wow, what a rub down. 2% of all the chips at the table. Imagine putting that just after somebody loses a huge pot. Wow, this guy's got 2% of all the chips at the table.
Oh, we get funnier than that. Like, I'll surprise you. We'll get one up for you at some point. I'll communicate with the teams. You can do all sorts. Like we needle players sometimes. Obviously, players that we're friends with.
Yeah.
Come up with like random facts and stuff. Yeah. We'll get a special Leo Worthington Lease one pop up at some point.
I need to get on the feature table first.
No. We'll do a commentary one. Yeah, down to 8 bigs. Muhsin may decide to just run it here. No, it's gonna let it go. But yeah, the emotional attachment. I mean, even kings with the king of diamonds on an ace 9-6, was it ace 9-6? Yeah, ace 9-6 2 diamonds board. Just call the check raise. You got the king of diamonds. You can play future streets in position.
Exactly. We're ahead of the bluffs. Like when we call, we're still ahead of the bluffs. Yeah, very interesting hand there. You do see some stuff in poker.
He's just trying to like, what, you're trying to get ace jack race queen to fold?
You can't get them to fold once they're already all in though, can you? You can bloody well try.
Just call and hope that they snap muck their hands.
Yeah, exactly. Just snap it off. Ah, cool. These guys like, yeah, well, I've got ace king. Not going to muck that, am I? Another multi-way pot going on here. We got Kabaze with the mystery ace and the hijack. opening things up. Haddad calls the cutoff. Stoyanov calls the button. And Farah defends the 5-4 off. Be interesting to know what Kabazi's other card is, but I'm guessing it's unlikely to be particularly good on that board, unless he's got the 10 in there somewhere. So let's assume that he doesn't have ace-10 or aces, seeing as there's an ace in Haddad's hand. And Stoyanov has the best hand. Does check it back on the flop though, multi-way. Wouldn't have minded seeing a bit of a stab there.
Oh, go on, Farah.
From Stoyanov, but Farah is the stabby kind of man, isn't he? He's like, is my 5 good here? Let's find out. 10k says 5's good. But massive turn for Stoyanov.
10k says 5's good. Oh, man.
Stoyanov has improved massively on this turn, though. Picks up a gut shot to a straight flush to go with his pair of 8s. Haddad giving it a think with ace high. It's just like, is ace high good? I don't think it is. Stoyanov, easy call. Potentially could even raise just to get a check back on the river, like one of those kind of merge raises where you raise small on the turn so as to be able to check back the river when you brick, and then the times you improve, the pot is bloated. And the bet can be bigger. Farah just going, yes, I think a 5 is definitely good after I bet the turn into 3 people and got called. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I'm going to go for value.
Next year, I'm going to be playing tournaments, ladies and gentlemen. Stoyanov.
You've watched this feature table for half an hour.
Wins some back after losing a big one with the ace-king against the 10s a couple of orbits ago. Love the setup here, love the stage. Look at this. Look at the floor as well. It's like something out of the Matrix. Ghassan Khalil finds himself at the top of the chip counts this feature table after that huge pot against Beric Mossin. Ace-king against kings on the ace-9-6 board for heaps. And Ali Farah, the only other player at the table with more than 100 bigs. But Basel, Martin, Ramez, all extremely comfortable with more than 50 big blinds. Then it's Boris Kolev, Alexander Ivanov with the sub 30 big blind stacks. But again, hour-long clock, more than enough time at this structure. And not only is it an hour-long clock, the next level is 2K, 4K. It's not like we're looking at, you know, 20%, 25% blind level increases. Really important to just have so much patience. These fields, because it's gonna come eventually. You're gonna get gifted the 20, 25 bigs. Someone's gonna mess up. I feel like Kolev's been knocking on the door of a big score recently. Final 3 tables of the WSOP Europe Main. Had a couple of big scores here earlier on in the year as well. 2.5 million in total live earnings. Currently 17th on the global poker index ranking. That's pretty impressive. I know he's had a really good year. Potentially break into the top 10 here with a good score.
If you ever think, why should I play poker in America? You've only got to look at the GPI list to see why, because literally like 15 out of the top 20 are American.
Final table during the World Series. Yeah, okay. Second in event number 30 of the Merit Poker Western Festival earlier on this year. Event number 30, the Bounty 8 Max. Won the 5K Progressive Win Bounty December of last year for 131K. Won his first bracelet as well.
That probably was a lot more then, because I don't think they put bounties on Hendon Mob.
Oh, okay.
So it's probably double that.
Yeah. 22nd of November, won his first bracelet, the 8 max 5k for 511. Last year, September at Party Poker Live, High Roller came 9th. That was a stacked final table as well, I remember that.
Oh, feeling like a TV star, huh?
Yeah. No, it's casting, you don't know.
That's the first time I'm playing TV table.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
That's my second time. This yesterday I was.
No discipline to 4 for 6,000.
Huh?
No discipline 4 for 6,000.
Yeah.
No, that's 15 minutes.
Hmm?
15 minutes luck now.
15 minutes?
15 minutes, you know, when you get
Next,
15
just got the
minutes
list
luck.
through for our next feature table after the next break. A lot of Russians and Ukrainians on that table. We got
You have to avoid
Russia, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Russia, Ukraine, Lithuania. So it sounds like it could be a bit of a reg battle.
Going.
all out.
So Musin finding the spot to jam his final 9 bigs. Ace Jack from under the gun.
Fowler in the cutoff for the A6, getting a count, but I think eventually just going to be folding.
$22?
22 or 32. Oh, Kolev does make the call. I don't think it's 22. I think the dealer's told him the wrong amount.
Did they say 22?
Yeah, and he made the call. I think he's about to find out that it's
32, unless he wins.
Wow.
Then he won't have to find out at all. But yeah, that would be a bit frustrating for sure. But that's why you've always got to double check, you know. I think
he did. I mean, he asked the dealer.
That's true. Yeah, but you can't do much more than that. Yeah, brick.
Let's brick out. Let's find out. Musin gets the double. Oh, okay. It was 22. Oh, fair enough. Oh, I'm just getting the chip counts wrong.
No, because it said all in 32k on the graphics. It said all in 32k. I feel like there's been some kind of mistake here.
Well, how much are those yellows? Yellows are already 500.
Yeah. He just got 3. He put in a 25k and got 3k change, but it said all in 32k on the graphics. Let's see how much he's got, because.
So there's 7k in the middle.
You would have thought he would have noticed if she gave him a 25k chip and got change. He would have been like, "What the hell?"
He's got. I think it was 22, mate. He's put 7 in. He's got 25k. He's got about another 7 there. That's 32, 39. And then like 5k's worth of 500s.
No, those are 1k.
Yeah, the pink ones are 1k.
So he's got 32, 42. So yeah, 22. Yeah, must be. Fair enough.
Alright, alright. So we do have break coming up shortly.
Stoyanov ace jack off, under the gun +2. Kolev under small blind with king 9 suited. Playing a relatively short stack now after calling that Jack 10 suited and calling down early with the ace high. He's playing sub 20 big blinds. Around 16 to be precise. But I think versus the +2, this hand, I was going to say not quite strong enough to peel, but he obviously thinks otherwise. I would have thought King 10 suited to be peel. And Moosin now all in for the second time in a row, finds pocket nines this time. Facing the big blind all in. What is Stoyanov going to choose to do? It's only around 13 bigs. Ace jack off, really, really close. The big blind 3-bet range, 3-bet all-in range, and 3-bet range in general just tends to be a little bit stronger than most other positions because the big blind obviously has the option to just call. So a lot of hands that might jam or fold from other positions are able to just call. But Stoyanov elects to re-jam. Kolev gets out of the way, and it is a flip.
Looking to go back-to-back doubles.
Yeah, we did see Kolev fold a 9, but still 9's the best hand at the moment.
Hello.
Ooh, finds the case 9 on the flop, gives him pretty solid lead, but not the worst flop for Stoyanov. He's got backdoor diamonds working, he's got the jack for the gut shot.
Yeah, not at all.
Diamond. Nah, 5 of clubs drawing dead. Moose. Oh, not drawing dead, sorry. Still got a gut shot. My bad. 10.
Okay.
Can't believe someone else at the table just called Stoyanov's card. Someone was like, 10 ball.
Did they?
Yeah, someone was just like, yeah, 10. Imagine you're in Moosin's shoes, you're like all in. And like,
no 10.
You're like, excuse me, mate.
Can you not?
Oh, man. It's just poker, mate. Just live poker. Imagine if they did like a mass study on poker players. Not just professionals, just like loads of different random poker players. Like Harvard or Stanford just sent a bunch of scientists to just come and like do tests and experiments on different random poker players for like 10 years. They did that like lengthy happiness experiment like back in like the 30s and 40s. I think it was Harvard that conducted like research on like, I don't know, a pool of 200 people and whatnot. They should do the same with poker players.
Yeah, I'm look.
See what they find.
Would be interesting.
Like, yeah, 50 years ago you would have been locked up, mate.
7.
Max Silver over on Twitter saying, just bought an indoor hammock. Maybe the best thing I've ever purchased. 1010 would buy again. This being an adult thing isn't so bad.
Indoor hammock. Nice. I was planning on getting a hammock for my van. Not indoor, but like open the back door and have it
That would be,
hooked up to a tree. Ace Jack for Ivanov in the hijack makes it 7,500, and Khalil now with an absolute monster. He came to the final. He came to this feature table with less than 100k, didn't he, Khalil? Came with like at 90k or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
You might be right. Yeah, I know he's
it.
playing snug. Yeah, but it doesn't have the actual chip counts.
Oh right, yeah, he definitely didn't have much, and now he's got 600k. So quite the session for him this past 2 hours.
Yeah, the 10s against the Ace King was like the big one that got him started.
And then the Kings against the Ace King, absolute gift. Kabazi in the big blind, 8-5 offsuit. Makes the defend. We go 3 ways. Interesting flop. Khalil flops top pair, top kicker. Ivanov has the 2 overs with the gut shot, and Kabazi has the open ender.
As it stands, Khalil just an absolute tear. Drilling flops. the right time.
It's nothing.
What is this all about? Twitter getting deleted. Have you been on Twitter recently?
I never used Twitter in the first place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's what the Twitter and Facebook long gone out of my life. I only really use Instagram, and even that I don't use.
Oh, hang on, you were talking about the Robbie thing earlier on. How did you know all of that stuff?
Instagram.
Oh, okay. I thought you'd been like reading threads.
Nah, I mean I follow some. Like I followed the links to Twitter. If somebody's like, here's a Twitter link about information, I'll go on there. But I don't. It's not something I have. I don't even have it installed on my phone or Facebook. I just think they're very toxic places.
Yeah,
in
no,
general,
I
so.
couldn't agree more. I think if you're not like actively looking to get into like private games or like building like an image or whatever it is, you know, if you're just grinding, you know, and you don't care about it, it just makes so much sense to just keep grinding and keep your head down because it is pretty toxic.
Yeah.
Gonna lead into the field.
Yep, turns the straight. Very nice. Even off turning top pair. Khalil's hand shriveled up a bit now. Pretty hard to find bluffs for Kabaze here after the flop goes bet call call. Very, very limited for bluffs. So I think Ivanov's probably, well I think both players, Khalil and Ivanov, probably just going to end up folding. But what do I know? Does fold. And a quick fold from Khalil as well. Kabaze scoops a nice pot. Up over 300k again.
Pretty decent stint out the feature table for him as well. Can actually go over to the Merit Poker website. I'm fairly sure I saw Kabaze featured on there. They've got like a trending players. Yeah, Basil, Kabaze, all-time money list. 12th. Oh, no, sorry, second on the all-time money list here.
Is it number of cashes or what?
I assume so, yeah. That's the only thing that would make sense. Saladin Badir, one of the trending players.
Bit of a Hendon mob type setup.
Yeah.
Queen Jack off for Ivanov, +2. He's playing under 20 bigs now. Let's it go. Kolev folds King 7 suited. Oh no, sorry, that was
Good morning.
Khalil that folded. Kolev opens King 7 suited in the cutoff. I was going to say.
Show your weak cards.
Musin on the button. Had a bit of a spin up since his misstep with the kings. He finds 10-9 suited. Kabaze in the small blind with the pocket fours. Should be peeling this one. Go and set mining.
He's thinking about something. Maybe he wants to just ISO and run it against Kolev, who's playing sub 15. Because he's been in the tank for more than 30 seconds.
Another hand. Haddad in the big blind. He goes that much.
Effectively putting Kolev all in.
Gets 3 quick folds. Nice pickup.
Bluff? I was near to call it. Yeah, I know. I thought you will. I hope you did.
All right, mate, the hand's
Look at
over.
that.
No need to keep lying. I hoped you did, so I could just snap it off with ace jack for 50 bigs.
We'll see.
Oh man, honestly. I wonder if people just like forget. They just forget they're at the feature table.
They forget that we can literally see their cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haven't got to see much from that man. Maybe, just maybe. See one last pot with Farah before we go on break.
Yeah.
And change the table.
Farah opens up the deuces under the gun. So far, so good. Kabazi on the bottom with the jack 10 off. Does not get sticky.
7.5.
9-6 suited and a small blind. Is he a 9-6 suited peeler? He sure is. He's one of them. Seems to be the older guys that love those suited semi-gappers a bit more, doesn't it? You know, it's the older generation thing. The aces crackers, that's what they look for. Sneaky ones that can make a big hand and they'll never suspect it. 7 of hearts is a good window.
There we go. King 8-7.
Yep. And he's just going to lead at it.
It doesn't matter that you can have aces, kings, and ace king.
I don't care.
I can't.
I've got an open ender.
It's my turn now.
Nice hand, nice hand.
2 in a row.
Easy game.
2 in a row, huh? You're on fire.
I hope so. Continue for this one. Another 9 minutes, 38 seconds.
Oh yeah.
He'll be satisfied. As long as he's like, I just want this to continue until the break. Then that's it, I'm fine with that. I don't mind losing after the break.
You are in a hurry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
People definitely act differently at feature tables. I feel like for the most part, at least. Most active player in the last couple of levels. Kabaze with the jacks in the cutoff. That button is positioned in such a weird place.
Agreed. Am I the small blind or am I the bottom? Farah just defending 10-4 off because he's like, yeah, I don't care. What you got? 10 high. Check, bet, fold. Nice hand.
In before check raise.
Thank you.
Oh wow, he's come with the float. Oh wow.
Got him. Got him. 10 on the turn. Love it. Check, check.
River, brick, bomb.
Pot.
You know, the funny thing is, if bet's big enough, it's not big enough. Not big enough.
Farah just absolutely loves it, doesn't he?
كف العشرة.
Have you got a flush draw? Yeah, I called the river a flush draw, mate. What you got? Poker.
Oh, I'm thinking about it more. Huh? Wow. How did you do that?
He's been winning pot after pot, this guy. Fasel Kabeza from Syria. Second. Oh. I mean, I'm confused. It says all-time money list. And then it says total 12. So it has to be cashes.
Yeah. $12.
One white? Yes.
How many blues?
Phil Ivey
You get some.
on the list. Daniel Forrest. Wow, that was jacks the previous hand, aces this hand.
Kings earlier. Not much for Ivanov there. Glimmer of a backdoor, but not really deep enough to continue, so I expect Kabaze to just take this one down on the flop.
Ivanov is still thinking about it. 2 overs, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draw. Does eventually muck his hand. For those of you just joining us from Facebook and YouTube, we are live for day 2 coverage from Merit Crystal Cove in Cyprus. 2K warm-up, part of the Merit Poker Vintage Series. Quick look at our next feature table.
Oh, it looks like action. We got Doc from Back to the Future.
Got Marty from Back to
Marty from Back to the Future.
Scan around the table. Does look reggy.
Does look reggy.
As Leo pointed out.
Does indeed. He looks a bit like a cross between Doc from Back to the Future and the guy Larry. What's his name?
Larry Page?
Larry, the tall, you know, the tall guy from like. I don't know if it's Larry Page. I know his name's Larry. Hang on. Google's my friend.
Thank you.
How many minutes break?
15.
Okay, good.
This guy, Larry David.
Do you smoke cigarettes?
Oh, that's who I thought. Yeah, I thought you meant I got his name wrong.
They're basically spitted image, actually.
I didn't hear what he said. We took
I will go to my room to toilet.
We're going back where we was.
I want to go to my room.
We took
to the toilet.
No, they will take
yeah.
it. Too much work.
And you're here at Crystal Cove?
Yeah. I have my room every time, same room.
Same room.
Same room every time.
Good now.
When the tournament is in diamond, I will stay in diamond. But when here, I stay
Interesting thread from Chance Corneth on Twitter saying in 3 words or less, what prevents most players from being great at poker? Bad at losing. That's definitely a big one. Craps, slots and blackjack. Overvaluing their talent. Bankroll management. Poor bankroll management.
Getting 3-outed.
Unrealistic expectations.
That's 2 words. Getting dealt jacks.
Getting dealt jacks.
Doctor.
Yeah.
Right, so one more hand for the second break of the day, and I believe that means that late Reg is going to finish after.
That's why time talks good about marriage.
After this break.
But it's fact, you know. It's not. It's a fact. It's a good casino for poker room people here.
They're doing a great job. Great job.
Kolev making the defend with the Jack 7 off suit.
I really love the animals.
Ooh,
I love the animals.
Kabaze is running all right today. King Queen suited this hand, just flops the blade.
Really huge one.
Basim Bey, the chairman,
Easy game.
And he loves the garden. All the time he's got
Kolev.
The flowers and plants.
A little sliver of equity with the 7 of hearts. Backdoor straight draw. Got a flush draw.
Yeah, it says he's drawing dead, but that's actually a lie.
He can hit a straight flush unless somebody's folded the 3 of hearts or something, or the 8 of hearts or whatever, which is possible.
The new, which one? A Royal Diamond.
Did you have a card?
Yeah, we are there and it's wow. And the food and everything.
I think I can
15 seconds. 15 seconds, sir.
Last hand before the break. Hope it's a good one.
Usually call it.
Don't give me aces. I want to go.
Here, a couple of the players just talking up the resort. I think it was Haddad and Stoyanov staying over at the Diamond.
I had good hand, but I don't want to.
We are not any more TV stars.
7.5.
Go on, Farah. He can't not play the last hand at the TV table. Obviously. Hijack open. Kolev shaking his hand a bit, shaking his head a bit rather.
Yeah, not much we can do with ace-3 off. Bit too
So hard
weak.
to fold against you.
It is tough to fold against Farah.
Fold an ace and I saw you open 10 deuce.
But you should push because you can rebuy now. Now you can rebuy.
Yeah, but I still have chip.
Or you win, you double up, or you go rebuy.
There we go. Farah knows my strategy.
Yes, yes, yes.
You either double up and win or you go and rebuy. So we take a quick look at the chip count. So Xan Khalil closing out with the chip lead after 2 huge hands, 10s against Ace King and Ace King against Kings. Boris Kolev going to need to spin it up when we come back. Blinds 2K, 4K with a fresh feature table. Don't go too far as I believe late reg has closed and we'll have some information on the payouts. We'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
It happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
It showed the boots.
Shots around.
Yeah, and also 2 overs, backdoor Broadway as well. Going to have enough equity against a continuing range. There's going to be some overcards that he can barrel on that favour his range, or you can just turn top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, why not? Also, the Ace King of Spades obviously blocks some strong top pairs, which is really, really nice.
That's
and
a great point. Yeah.
Like you said, just being able to turn equity a lot of the time. Yeah, absolutely smashes it here. It's going to be a tough spot for Badir now because this is just such a good card for Folotko to bluff. However, you got to think, is he really going to be, how wide is he going on the flop? Can he have like Queen Jack of Hearts, Jack 9 of Hearts, 7, 8, 8, 9. I guess he can.
It comes for 60%, 18 into 30. As you already mentioned, you know, the ace queens, ace jacks, maybe the ace fours, ace fives of the world gonna barrel as well. And well, another overcard, but is flopped top pair.
Yeah, not much we're beating now. We could have feasibly been ahead of a few combos on the turn, but now we're pretty much dead against all of them. The only thing we're really beating is Jack 9, 7, 8, 8, 9. We don't have an 8 or a 9 or a Jack or any of those blockers in our hand, but I think the 10 is probably just not quite strong enough. Yeah, does just let it go. Nice hand by Volotko. Stacking an extra 105k into his already healthy stack.
So, Leo, 500k again down commentary for a few events and just show up and play. Especially like structures like this, man.
Yeah.
You just have 100k starting, hour-long clock.
Yeah, they are really good. The higher you go up the kind of tournament buy-in ladder as well, the better tournaments become. Game selection is obviously very important. If we got a 2k, I mean, if a 2k runs in the UK, it's generally going to be pretty damn tough, but you can find some really, really good tournaments around the world. There's obviously a lot more traveling involved than if you play cash, and that's part of the difficulties of making a living playing tournaments.
Nice.
So Matt coming with a limp from under the gun, ace 6 of diamonds off 40. Well, near with the 4x.
Ooh.
Flynn with the kings.
Only 44 big blinds effective here as well, and obviously we've got a lot more dead money in the pot, 2 limps and then a bigger than normal open raise, so it might be quite hard for Nerd to get away from this, to be honest. I expect to see Flynn make it something around 27.5k here. Doesn't want to make it too big and obviously commit himself, but it looks like he's going a bit bigger, 33k, 32k. Seems definitely on the larger side for an imposition. Oh, he's in the small blind. Apologies. In that case, it's a bit on the smaller side. But he can't even, it can't really go much bigger than this off his stack depth, so.
Still some room to 3-bet fold if anyone's sick enough to come with the 3-bet out the small with this stack depth.
Yeah, and if we see a bricky flop here, I expect we'll see the chips fly in. I think Nerd's probably just peeling, hoping for a kind of jack high or lower board that he can stack off on.
Note the SPR, Leo.
Yep, we are at 1.
Well, that is a bricky board.
Very bricky, and not only bricky, but actually gives Ner a decent bit of backdoor equity. He's got the the backdoor straight draw and the backdoor flush draw, so definitely never going to be folding on this board.
Hand number 13, and it feels like every single hand so far today has been just hand against hand.
Some kind of premium. Interesting decision for Flynn what to do on the flop with SPR. This is actually a spot I really like just jamming, because our ace-king, if we do decide to jam a hand like ace of diamonds king, we can get it in a head a decent amount of the time. We can put a lot of pressure on a hand like jack 10 suited. And also, when we have if we put some pairs in that range, Ner basically is just forced to stack off with any pair he has. And he's always going to stack off with a flush draw. We don't mind if jack 10 folds. So I don't mind a jam, but he goes for the small bet and then jams the turn, and Nerd kind of reluctantly pays it off.
Well, he has picked up some of that equity that you mentioned in the form of a gut shot. So 6 outs once for Nerd. Not the spot you want to be in, but still 14%.
Yep, better than nothing.
229k in the middle, and Flynn gets the hold up to just shy of 100 bigs. Great start for the Irishman here. Day 2 Merit Vintage Series warm-up event.
How much?
Very standard defend. 5-3 suited, and again just a bit of a flop that kind of slows everything down, you know.
I was thinking sort of 3 of hearts in the window, and I was like, okay,
yeah,
maybe a little 2-pair v overpair kind of situation.
3 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, 8 of spades, 8
something,
of clubs, you know.
Something like that.
Yeah, but no, we get the ace 10-3 rainbow. Check, but I think Levy is still going to potentially see bet a decent frequency here. He does like to just check it back. Don't think Ner is going to go for any bluffs on this kind of board. Doesn't really hit him at all. Basta picking up a gut shot on the turn, but again, not really any reason for him to start putting chips in. He does have showdown value with 3. When both players check twice, Levy should be pretty confident he has the best hand, so I'd like to see him go for some value here. He can get called by some flush draws. He can deny equity to some straight draws. He can get called by 10x. There's going to be obviously a decent amount of 10x in Nur's small blind calling range. He's going to have a lot of those 10-9, 10-8 suited. And obviously we can see he's peeling 8-9 off, so he can potentially have like 10-9 off.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so important to have people watching the stream. I know it's
yeah, like
that
piece of information there is huge. If somebody just tells you, by the way, that guy just peeled the small blind with 8-9 off, like that changes everything.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. It's Basta comes with a check call out the big.
I like these graphics where when they put bets in, it like flashes off the amount off their stack. It goes minus 7,000, then his stack adjusts to 107k. That's very cool. Very cool. Levy with the Queen of Spades blocking a hand like King Queen of Spades or Queen Jack of Spades that Basta can have improved with, so he maybe will elect to just check this one back. Kind of hard to get value from a 10 now as well, so he really only would be getting value from some hand that's peeled the turn with a gut shot like King Jack. I think 10-9 is just going to fold the river. There can still be some weak ace-x in there as well. Basta could potentially have a hand like ace-2, ace-5. So it does go check. Levy just going to take that one down. Another pretty nice pot heading his way. Up to 276k now.
Nine, 6, and well,
wow, what a
Here
flop.
we go.
This is what we've been waiting for.
100 big blinds effective, going to the flop, 3-bet pot. Aces with the ace of diamonds against the 9-6 of diamonds on a queen 10-8, 2 diamonds board. 45k in there, Leo. This could be one of the biggest pots of the tournament.
Yep, Nur absolutely loves to play poker. That's one thing I've gleaned from him so far. He did not come here to fold at 9 high.
I mean, look, you buy in for 2.2k, you want to play hands.
You want to play hands,
value
exactly.
for this money.
And what a flop this is. Nur putting in the bet of half pot. Facing the check from Flynn. I like Flynn's decision here to just check call this one. He can protect his ace-jack and his ace-king. He can have some top pair in there. It's a board that interacts with Nur's range really well. Now that is a turn card.
95k in the middle. That's going to potentially slow things down. I mean, Nur turning the straight. Flynn against the big bet.
Yeah, but he's obviously got to be very aware of the ace-king here. It's going to be a decent part of Flynn's range that 3-bets pre and then check calls the flop. So we might actually see him check here, especially with the flush draw back up. But looks like he is going for the bet.
One of those spots where you like bet and get jammed. Not even like, why did I bet turn? Like, why did I bet turn?
Yeah, and like then you start thinking, oh, they can have bluffs here, but then does anybody? What is he going to bluff with? What's he going to check jam the turn with? Does a bluff? Ace-5, ace-5 of diamonds.
He's come with the 2/3. Action back on the Irishman. Flynn, 241k behind, 158 in the middle.
Yeah, really interesting spot for Flynn. I think we might actually see him fold. He doesn't even beat. There are like no bluffs from the flop left that he even beats anymore. 6-7 of diamonds is the only one.
King Jack is like the only hand I can think like King Jack.
Yeah,
King 10 that's turned itself into a bluff.
I don't expect those to bet the flop at full frequency, and I don't expect them to always. Like I rarely think that people actually would bluff those. What you actually see in these games. Does go for the call though, with the gut shot to the nuts. Perhaps the 2 outer to improve against a worse set as well. And obviously you can improve against 2 pair. Brick on the river though.
Let's brick out 2-2-1 in the middle. Flynn, the effective stack with 1-7-8 behind. See what Near brings. Half pot on the flop, 2/3 on the turn. He's done a great job at setting up a very natural river SPR of less than 1 to kind of come with the jam size.
Yeah.
Instead elects to go for less than 25% pot.
I think he's going to assume it's quite hard for most of Flynn's range to pay this off. Like, even a set is not loving a big size. He obviously is going to call with queens and jacks and stuff like that, but no, just trying to milk a bit of extra value out of a hand like pocket kings or ace queen. Quite like this size, actually. One thing I've learned from looking at solvers recently is there actually is a lot of betting not all in when the SPR's won. Much more than I expected. A lot of small sizes.
Definitely be curious to pick your brain at some point about that. So I get to the river at SPR1, I'm like, well, I guess I'm just, you know,
I guess I'm all in.
Oh,
It's all in or check.
Exactly.
And I'm not checking.
I'm only allowed 2 sizes here, all in or check.
All in or 100%. Yeah, Flynn obviously realising this is not a good situation at all. Really does beat very, 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 very little, especially when he's got the ace of diamonds in hand. Some of the feasible bluffs would be like ace 5 of diamonds or something like that, but having the ace of diamonds are not good here. I think the best play for him if he's not folding would just be to jam.
Yeah, and I think given the body language and whatnot,
too late for that.
Yeah, it's way too late for that. Discipline laydown.
Yeah.
Against near rather.
I personally, I know this is a bit wild, but I literally can't see myself ever not being all in on that board at some stage if I'm Flynn. The Eldar chip up to like 250k and then him and Ner just play some massive pot where it's like 9-4 suited against Jack 8 off.
Talking of Eldar, here he is. The king, queen of spades.
23 hands. That's all we've played, and it's been literally just like
hour.
Yeah, nuts versus nuts.
1 level, 23. Yeah, 23 hands an hour. That's not bad, especially given that we don't have a a clock.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about this the other day. He asked me how many hands you think you get in live tournaments. I said obviously the later the tournament gets, the less hands you get per day, but I said around 25 an hour, so happy to be proved right.
Edwin Snippe over on the Merit Poker Facebook channel saying, hey Henry, happy to hear you're back in the booth. So I guess you got to your flight in time. I got to my first flight in time. Did get to my first flight. Missed my connecting flight. So instead of flying from Frankfurt directly to Larnaca, I had to wait an additional 3 hours in Frankfurt, fly to Athens, in Greece, 2-hour layover there. Got here around 10 p.m. last night. Got straight to bed as we jump back into this. How about this for a flop? Ace, Jack, 7, 2 spades. Top 2 for Volotko. Straight draw and second flush draw for Eldar.
Not wasting any time. What's Volotko up to here?
Volotko's just snap called.
Oh, right. I thought he was like thinking about it.
No. Alright, the immediate 1-chip flick in.
Yeah, literally the worst possible hand you can see. You look at ace jack and you're like, wow, I've got the absolute nuts. How can I ever lose? And then he turns over king queen of spades and you're like, what's going on here?
What's going on indeed? As Eldar, you did say you want him to chip up to 200k.
I did say.
Very first hand.
There we go.
Doubles up to 107k. These guys just love it, don't they?
I love it. I love watching people like this play poker. The scruffy t-shirt, the necklace hanging out.
You see them. So these young Bulgarian kids.
Farah just absolutely loves it.
It's going to be so fun to watch. Just got 500k.
Yeah, Abdallah putting in his last like 6.5 bigs, and I think Farah's just going to have to call it off, and everybody's going to see that he opened 10 deuce suited, and that just adds to the fun. You know, adds to the dynamic. Unless Ivanov decides that ace-9 off is going to be good enough in these positions. 6 big blinds, facing a very splashy open. He does just let it go. Khalil in a big blind, ace-7 suited, so a lot of aces gone. The deuce is looking very tasty.
Yeah, Khalil's been pretty tight based on the small sample that we've got.
Yeah, lets it go. Farah just going to have to flick it in.
I can't fold. I can't fold.
Anything in the middle?
He said, I can't fold and I can't call.
10 deuce of clubs.
Yeah, a couple of notes going into the mental bank of a few of the players at the table.
السبعة.
كنت كبيت انا لو انت عم تقول.
2 clubs, do you reckon? Queen Jack,
انا
2
ما رح
clubs?
ارجع لك. فكر فيها.
بس مش هترجع لي بس.
Queen Jack 2 clubs is more fair than a deuce, given that
there's no aces. Hello, hello, we are back with a brand new feature table. I say we, I mean I. Henry's gone for a little stretch of his legs, gone to the gym, etc. to refresh from all the sitting down, so I'm going to be here by myself for about an hour or so, and then he'll be back. With a brand new feature table.
5-6. You call it.
Yeah, your cards.
Yep.
Your cards perfectly.
Yeah, clearly.
One espresso, please. Thank you.
Back into the action.
Didn't switch you.
So we got, see what stacks we got. Got some player names, but didn't get sent any stacks. So let's see, 277k, 4k big blind. So it looks like everybody relatively deep, and some absolutely lethal names for me to butcher. We've got a short stack here, Koroshenski. And a snap fold with King 5 suited in the cutoff, very on the tight side. Queen 4 off for Sandaris in the small blind, he limps. Oh, you're going to make me say it. Lyobovetsky in the big blind with absolutely mountains, 766k up to 788 now after getting that ISO through. Almost 200 big blinds. What a stack. And I believe this is the last level of registration. Andrei Lyobovetsky. Mountains, 197 big blinds. What a stack. What a player. Adombkovicius. +1, ace-9 off suit. He's going to open. Sandaris on the button. Ace-10 off. He's going to peel. And the big blind defends the 7-4 suited, making this a three-way pot. The Queen, Jack, Jack board. Sandara's flopping the gut shot, and Ace-10 the best hand at the moment.
So can I have double espresso, please?
Check, check, check on the flop.
And please for me Turkish tea.
6 of clubs on the turn, not changing anything.
Sorry? Please, cafe latte. And 2 sodas with no ice.
With no ice.
Check, check, check once more. And a queen on the river. Makes that a chop between the 2 ace highs, assuming nobody makes a bet here on the river. Krasilnikova.
14.
And big blind going for the stab, 14k. Seeing if she can't get some ace highs, king highs to fold. Perhaps some counterfeited pocket pairs if 8s or 9s are checked twice. Can see it getting through the ace-9 with the player behind. But then there's not much for the button to have that ace-9 is losing to, really. Not very much queen X or jack X that's checked twice, and we're ahead of everything else, so wouldn't hate a call there. Does let it go, and now Sandaris in the same spot. I think more likely to call with no players behind, but still might see a fold. Let's it go. Nice bluff there from Nina. She gets it through at both players, both
Nice
holding
bluff.
ace high.
I don't believe it.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Omaha players, Mr. Omaha 5 card, Mr. Gavris, David, Martin, Evodas, Bora, Onur, and Mustafa. Come to the desk, please.
Again, King Sam.
No.
Better.
I don't know.
9.
Jack 9.
Check 9.
If you've just joined us, thank you. You're watching live stream from the Merit Crystal Cove Casino in northern Cyprus. We are streaming day 2 of the $2,200 warm-up. This was a $500k guaranteed, but it's absolutely smashed that. Got over $1 million in the prize pool, so more than doubled the number of players we needed to hit the guarantee. The registration is closed now, my mistake. This was last level was the last level, so level 13 we are now forwards, heading towards the bubble, towards the money. Level 13, 2k, 4k was 100k starting stack. Average stack now somewhere around 300k. 212 players remaining from a massive 624 total buy-ins. So yeah, we absolutely smashed it. Only needed 250 players to meet that guarantee. Beat it by well over 100%. Another great event. Merit is always putting on these awesome festivals. There's a $3,300 main event coming up as well with a 1.5 million guarantee. There's a very similar series running again, the Western Series in January. And then there's also a series in Montenegro at the casino where the James Bond movie Casino Royale was filmed. So if you like your movies and you like poker, definitely think about getting to Montenegro. They've got another 2k and a 3k over there. I think it's a 400k guaranteed 2k and a 700k guaranteed main event. So not quite as big as the guarantees offered in Cyprus, but very scenic location and no doubt great tournaments.
Кафе латте for me.
Пока нет.
Латте.
Ну, да.
Cowboy hat.
Вдруг у нас с тобой будет
Funny,
раздача.
but not really a cowboy hat, but it's a cowboy hat.
Не знаю.
Know what I mean?
Это сильно жестко.
Koroshenski under the gun, ace king off suit with 14 big blinds. Expect we will probably just see a jam here. Does put it all in. Now, just to see if there's any action behind. Lyobovetsky snap folds the pocket fives. Gets that one through, so adds a few much needed big blinds to his stack up to 66k now. Playing at 4k big blind and straight into the big blind next hand. There's your reward for winning a pot. You got to give us all that money back.
Here? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Atanasov picking up a nice hand. Wow, even bigger stack. Didn't know we had two absolutely mountainous stacks on this table. Look at that, 965k at a 4k big blind. Wowee. Almost 10 starting stacks already with just a third of the field left. And finding a very, very nice hand to go along with it. He opens the ace-queen suit to 9k. Folds around to Koroshenski in the big blind, ace-jack offsuit. We may see an all-in. Tough time, he's having a toss-up between whether he should call or whether he should jam. That's an all-in. And Koroshenski snaps it off with the ace-queen suited. Sorry, Atanasov snaps it off with the ace-queen suited. Koroshenski going to see the bad news. Dominated, in bad shape, only 22% equity. Needs to find a jack, otherwise he's going to be eliminated. Queen in the window, not a great start. Very little in the way of equity for Koroshenski, down to just 2%. Needs running perfect cards. 10 of diamonds, not drawing dead just yet. King on the river would be a pretty sick run out to give Koroshenski the double up. Paint, but queen. Atanasov adding to his already massive stack, up over 1 million chips. I doubt there are very many players in the field at the moment with a stack close to that or bigger than that, so definitely going to be one of our tournament chip leaders, if not overall chip leader.
What do you have?
Secret.
Top secret.
For now, it's secret. After,
No, I will show.
of course, we'll know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Couple of short stacks at the table, so I expect we'll see some action in the next couple of hours. We've got these guys with us for 2 hours, and then we'll have a brand new feature table after that. And we will be bringing you coverage for the rest of the week as well. We've got the main event starting in a couple of days' time. This is actually a 4-day tournament, final table on the 4th day, so very, very long one, a super deep structure. If you haven't been watching already, it has been pretty insane. We've gone from 1K, 2.5K to 1.5K, 2.5K to 15.3 to 15.3.5 to 2.4. It's very, very deep with a 1 hour clock as well. Absolutely phenomenal structure. Skripkin in the hijack here picks up the King 10 offsuit, makes it 9K. Ben Simone in the big blind 4-2 offsuit. Lets it go.
Button stay, yeah?
Front. Yes.
Borislav.
Maybe we'll see a 2 million chip pot at some stage between these two massive stacks. Some aces versus kings cooler. Seems unlikely, but you never know.
You have strong hand?
What?
Strong hand?
Yes. I like this hand. You don't respect my race.
I do, but I have strong hand too.
Always.
Bit of table talk. Why not? You have strong hand? Yes. I don't know, love. I'm not convinced anymore. You could have had me if you'd have said no, but you have strong hand? Yes, I like this hand. Okay. Okay, that's a good bit of information. I'm guessing you don't have aces. Maybe not kings, probably not queens. And 875 rainbow board. Very, very good for the big blind's rage. And Atanasov is going to take advantage of that range advantage by leading his second pair.
My flop. My flop.
My flop, he says. Pretty hard to come back from it when you admit to things like this during the hand. Yes, I like this hand. Bad flop. Yes, I think so too. Ah, cool. We do have the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards. So definitely think it's one that we can consider peeling. She says I'll call one, and I think that is also the truth. 4 of clubs on a turn doesn't change anything. Atanasov still has the best hand. Unlikely to be a card that improves Nina's hand very often, if at all.
You can see now or later.
Loving this this trash talk, table talk, whatever you want to call it.
Yep. Possibly.
I can see. Queen of diamonds.
Yes.
I wonder if the camera people know there are other players at this table. There we go. Scripkin, under the gun +2, Jack 8 off. Okay, graphics taking a little minute there. Had my heartbeat in there, man. I thought we'd just shove 50 bigs of Jack 8 off. Don't do me like that. Jude all in. 67k. 17 big blinds in the cut-off with the ace-king. Atanasov in the small blind with pocket fours.
67.
Pretty close. Does make the fold. Going to be a few pocket pairs in that range as well. We don't dominate anything really, apart from threes and deuces, which might not always shove. So I think that's a pretty solid decision. No need to flip for it. In such a great structure, you can just avoid these thin edge spots. Absolutely no need to risk chips with no edge to be had, no decisions to be made. Aces under the gun.
No.
Oh. $12,000, right.
Going for the full 3x, making it 12k. Ooh, we have a cooler. Jude finding kings, all in for his 19 big blinds, and he is going to get the bad news very shortly. Absolutely crushed. Nina going to be loving this.
I have aces. The second time, I thought.
Wow.
And you have kings.
Oh, wow. That's
Oh
sick. That's sick.
Second time like this.
Second time aces versus kings by the sound of it. We obviously missed the first one because she wasn't on the feature table then, but maybe, surely not versus the same guy. Surely not. 7, 6, 4, 2 clubs. Not a good flop for Jude. Doesn't contain a king, so
5.
6 of hearts doesn't change anything. Jude going to need to find a king or a king.
Good game.
Queen of clubs on the river. GG. Krasnell Cove up over 300k now.
Second. Crazy.
It's crazy, yes. And he again.
Yeah.
I was versus the same person. Aces versus kings again. That is a very, very, very bad day.
It's the same guy who got king?
Same guy, yeah, same guy.
He re-enter?
No, he doubled up a couple of times.
We double up later after, yes. And, against.
He will remember you a long time.
Yeah.
Yes,
maybe 20 years.
Yeah.
20
I
years.
raised, he put all in, I call, and second time I had aces and he had kings.
Yeah.
It's nice.
It's nice. It's nice for you. I doubt he's loving it too much. Ace Queen suited under the gun for Skripkin. He's playing around 70 bigs. Very healthy stack. Makes it 10k. Tanasov in the cutoff. Nothing in the small blind.
What happened over there? Raise 10? It's all right.
Sorry, I can't. I wish I could, but I simply can't.
Like the second time.
Versus the same guy, yeah, yeah.
The same guy, yes. The same hands.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty crazy.
You had quite a few aces today.
Now aces love me.
Yeah.
Not like it was in the morning.
Yeah.
So you like to finish what you start, yeah? Finish
What?
the guy. You like to finish what you start, you know?
Yeah.
Bit by bit.
Bit by bit, yeah.
Talkative table.
$9,000.
I have very good time. Be careful.
I will.
Atanasov bumping it up in the cutoff, makes it 9k. Krasilnikova in the small blind, she peels the pocket fives. Skripkin in the big blind lets the queen 8 offsuit go. He is dominated. Must have had a soul read. Ace King 4, 2 hearts, not particularly good for the pocket fives. Atanasov, very natural board for him to bet multiple times. Has a big range advantage on this kind of board, the Ace King high ones.
Missed again.
No, I can't. Not on this board.
Yep.
Quick fold. Atanasov adds another pot to his stack. Absolutely flying.
Can you change?
Sure.
Thank you.
Short-handed at this table at the moment, still got 2 empty seats, so just 7. Tends to lead to a little bit more action.
$9,000.
Again.
Atanasov picking up another nice starting hand under the gun +1. Makes it 9k with the pocket 10s. And Sandaris in the hijack with the ace queen offsuit. Could really go either way here, I think. See what he chooses to do. Looks like a 3-bet. Makes it 30k.
Mr. Tommy, das ist holding for 10. Mr. Igor, das ist holding for 10.
Folds back to Atanasov with the 10s, and he is going to just peel. Seems good. No reason to 4-bet this deep. Don't want to be getting in 60 or 70 big blinds pre with pocket tens. Ooh. What did I say about playing some big pots at this table? Sandaris, in his mind, absolutely smashing the flop. Queen 10-7, excellent for his hand. But Atanasov, middle set, the absolute nuts at this point. Just going to probably check call and hope for a clean run out, where he can stack all the overpairs and potentially let some ace-kings and ace-jacks bluff. And Sandaris bets 35k into 70k, goes half pot. That's just cool. Clean turn, deuce of hearts. Doesn't change anything. Sandaris should still be very comfortable that he has the best hand. Obviously we can see that he doesn't, but he should be feeling pretty good about it. Pretty good about this spot. Atanasov obviously just hoping the barrels continue. Sandaris also just unblocking so many continues. All the king jacks, ace jacks, potentially some ace king. Unlikely this deep, but may exist. We do see that get peeled out of position occasionally, especially a bit more in these live games. Unblocks the 8-9 suited, jack-9 suited, and all the pocket pairs as well. So he should, you know, this is one of those spots where you should be able to absolutely love it, but just really, really unfortunate to run into it here. And I think Atanasov, again, should just be cooling. No reason to jam, I don't think. If you assume that your opponent has value, there aren't very many rivers that they're going to check back. Kings and aces are going to go for it on pretty much every river. And if he does have a bluff, like some ace-5 suited or ace-kings, ace-jacks, then we just want to let those continue to bluff, push their range advantage. Don't want to get bluffs to fold right now. The sigh, and then I'm all in. This is why I don't really like the jam on the turn, is because like Sandaris is here with a very, very strong hand, and immediately he's like, wow, this really sucks. And he may end up folding. I mean, I'm not sure because he doesn't have very much behind, but he just knows this is not a good spot. Whereas if it just goes check, call, and then the river's just a blank, Sandaris is going to go for value every time, I think, so.
Работа у нее такая.
Love to see Sandaris fold here. That would be very gangster. I think he is eventually going to put it in, but I assume he's just thinking that there aren't very many hands that play this way that are bluffs. Like if he has something like King Jack of Hearts or whatever, why would those not just call against what seems like a really strong range and just realise their equity for free instead of jamming versus what seems to be a range that's going to call it off super often? And if you have a hand like King Jack as well, you're blocking bluffs, so it wouldn't make very much sense to jam to try to get like Ace King to fold when you have a king in your hand. So bluffs would have to be like 8-9 of hearts, and there's like one combo of hands that might be. I think it's pretty much only 8-9 of hearts, maybe Jack 9 of hearts, but I don't know if that peels the free bet every time. Pre-flop probably folds, so yeah, not very many at all. 8-9 suited might fold versus a free bet as well, just because of the reverse implied odds versus Ace King with 8-9 specifically. Maybe 7-8 of hearts, check jams to turn, but again, you've got showdown value, you're ahead of bluffs, you've got equity to improve against the stronger parts of the range you're up against, so Sandaris obviously thinks this is very, very smelly and makes a very, very good disciplined fold. Well done, sir, great fold, and Atanasov really left some money on the table there, I think, with that turn jam. Bit of an error there.
А можно поменять колоду? Просто вот карта, например, продавленная туз.
I don't think he's going to be happy when he sees that hand play back and sees that Sandaris has managed to fold Ace Queen there, but Sandaris is going to be delighted when he sees that he's made a great fold there. That was really, really good. Great fold.
Через 1,5 часа узнаю.
What do you hit? Ace King? Ace King?
What, you had Ace King? Nope, I had Ace Queen, buddy. Over 300 big blinds, 1.2 million. What a stack. 100k starting stack. Aistas Sandaris still in there with 35 bigs after a fantastic fold there. Folds top pair in a free bet pot on a pretty draw heavy board. Just, yeah, great, really good, well done. Hats off. Very high level fold that. I think the graphics about Atanasos's stack might be slightly wrong though, because I can only count 1.1 mil. But whatever, doesn't matter much, does it? He's got everybody covered by a country mile. Sandaris back in the action, undergun +1, 7-8 suited, makes it 9k, but Skripkin finding a hand himself on the button, pocket tens. Playing 70 bigs, but 33, 34 big blinds effective with Sandaris, so maybe just going to elect a free bet, call this one. Makes it 27, 3x. Back round to Sandaris, who I guess is just going to be folding. 7-8 suited, not the worst hand at all, though, to peel versus a 3-bet.
Maybe you give me before.
Just think we're just a tiny bit too shallow.
Maybe you give me... No? No. Okay, thank you.
Does make the peel.
I take
64k in the pot. SPR getting pretty shallow, less than 2 already. Jack 9-8, 2 clubs, Sandaris the bottom pair and the gut shot, but Skripkin blocking that gut shot pretty hard. Blocking the two pair outs of Sandaris as well. 7 would be no good. It would give Skripkin the straight, obviously. So it may look like a reasonable board at first glance when you're Sandaris, but against this actual hand of Skripkin, we're in terrible shape. Just 15% equity. You need to improve to an 8. 8 or one of the 2 remaining 10s. Sandaros going for the lead, 20k, blocks 1/3 pot. Skripkin makes the call. Queen on the turn gives Skripkin straight. Sandaros might not think there's too much 10x in Skripkin's 3-betting range. Maybe thinks it's a lot more like ace-jack, ace-queen, king-queen type stuff, and overpairs obviously, so I could see him potentially bluffing this one. 2 flush draws. Trouble is the SPR, less than 1, 90% pot left in the stack of Sandaros now, so goes for the block again, 25k into 100k, just a quarter pot now. Skripkin obviously loving it. Got the 2 10s in his hand, so unlikely that he's even chopping. Much more likely he's up against 2 pair or a straight, 2 pair or a set type of holding. Sandaros maybe has some flush draws here, but again seems relatively unlikely they'd play this way. Could maybe have like queen jack of clubs or something, but I don't know why that would want to necessarily lead the flop. Feels like it doesn't need very much protection at all, so probably happier to check call or check raise. Skripkin just puts the rest in. Sandaros in another tough spot. This one not so tough though. I mean, this seems like a trivial fold now at this stage. There's nothing that we beat. Not really any bluffs to play this way except ace king of spades, ace king of clubs. Even against those, we're not in amazing shape. We're ahead, but he's going to have like 40% equity with those hands. So makes the lay down. Skripkin adds a nice pot to his stack, up over 350k now, or big blind 4k. Very deep. Such a good structure. Domkiewicz in the button, still nothing good enough to open. Queen 5 off into the muck. 3-2 suited in the small blind for Ben Simon. We did see him fold King 5 suited in the cutoff, which I thought was quite surprising, but he elects to call. 7-4 off for Atanasov in the big blind. Checks it back.
Yes.
Pretty interesting hand playing out 3-2 suited for Ben Simon with the bottom 2 pair. And Atanasov turning a pair. 35k in the pot. Ben Simon with 125k behind, holding on to his stack like it's about to go in. But he just elects to check. Check raise smaller, makes it 30k. I think I'd like to see a little bit bigger when we unblock all the draws, and our hand is quite vulnerable, needs quite a lot of protection against the other 2 pairs. Board pairing obviously not going to be good for us particularly often. Diamond not great, ace not good, 4 and 5 not amazing. So yeah, I wouldn't mind a bigger size, but makes it 30k. Atanasov now with the decision. Been a relatively tight player as well from what I've seen, so Atanasov not too sure what to do.
It's good.
Ben Simon 2 pair, going to be good. Atanasov just mucks on the river.
No.
Interesting river there for Ben Simon, the king of diamonds. I guess he doesn't have very much choice but to check. His hand would be a little bit too thin to go for value potentially.
If you pay, you have better. yeah. So you took maximum.
Not too much that's going to bluff though. If we check and we get a bet on, checked or we get jammed on, it's going to be a pretty rough spot. But I'm sure he'll be glad that didn't happen. Just goes a quick check, and the 2 pair is good.
I can.
What's up? My friend, look inside the box.
Script Kim +2, 9-7 off, 9-7 suited.
Можно и подождать следующих тузов, но не буду же их каждую раздачу раздавать.
5 minutes.
New player, also with a very, very big stack, 775k. Another new player, Bejani, ace-8 offsuit in the cutoff. He is playing just under 40 big blinds.
It was suited, right? Yeah. So it's the best end since I'm here. So
Ben Simon just flatting the 10s on the button, playing 40 bigs. Decides doesn't want a 3-bet call, I guess, which seems like a curious choice to me. It seems like I would want to 3-bet that one always, but Sandaros now finds 6s in the big blind, and this could work out very well for Ben Simon. Sandaros all in for around 17 big blinds, 18 big blinds. Bejani now in the tank with the ace-8 offsuit. I think he's probably going to elect to fold, does let it go, and Ben Simon just going to call it off with the 10s and find himself in great shape. Two outs for Sandaros. Luckily both his flush draws alive though.
YouTube and Facebook. I don't know. I don't think Instagram.
oh, there we go.
He's never easy, is it? Never bloody easy. Sandaros flopping the set at sixes. Delivering the pain to Ben Simon. Does pick up some equity on the turn, but bricks it. And Sandaros earns himself a double up there. And I don't hate that, you know. I think that ace-queen fold was really solid. And he's just regaining some of his EV, you know. You don't make any money by folding, but you do give yourself these opportunities to remain in the tournament. It's a funny old game. You can win it any minute. So, don't mind seeing that. I mean, commiserations, Ben Simon. Oh, what can you do?
Yep. She should, yeah, I got you, yeah. He should give me 25K. Yes.
Ace queen for Skripkin. 100 gun +1 makes it 10k to go. Atanasov has a quick think about it with the 6-4 suited on the button, but finally lets it go. I think that is definitely a peel at some frequency. I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe you can peel those kind of low suited connectors that don't interact very much with the under the gun range. Not dominated very often. And Sandaros finding himself another nice hand now. The comeback is on. Makes it 35k out of the small blind. Playing around 40 big blinds. Skripkin now with a decision.
I like this table.
Yeah.
I like this table.
It's nice. Big.
Big. It's comfortable.
Yeah.
Everybody can see you on TV.
And Skripkin makes a disciplined laydown, and he'll be happy to see that one back on stream, folding his way out of a 3-outer. Or needing to find a 3-outer, I should say. The comeback still on for Sandaros. Here he is, the man of the hour, has come back with a glass of wine for me. Henry Kilbane, ladies and gentlemen. You just can't find stuff like it anywhere else in the world. He's got a green smoothie, he's been to the gym, he smells like a horse drawers.
What's been going on, my man?
Oh, you know, there's been some good hands actually. Sandaros played a very, very interesting pot. He free bet button versus cutoff, or cutoff versus hijack, or button versus hijack, one of those combinations. With ace queen, got peeled by the pocket tens. Came queen 10 deuce or something. Queen 10 7 or queen 10 7. Check bet call. Turn was a 5 of hearts or something along those lines, where there was a flush draw and a straight draw possible. Basically, like King Jack of Hearts and 8-9 of Hearts were straight
on
were
the
straight
turn.
draws. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
He bets 70k on the turn, so he bet 35k on the pot, which was on the flop, which was half pot. Bet 70k on the turn, which was half pot again.
Yeah.
And then got jammed on for an extra 125 and folded.
Ace Queen.
Yeah, unreal fold.
Ah, nice.
And then he just doubled up 6s versus 10s, so I feel pretty good for him about it, you know. I mean, obviously, sucks to be the other guy that had 10s, but I like to see good folds like that. Like, that's a very, very, very solid fold, and I don't think very many people are making it. So I was impressed by that one. There's been a few good action hands, actually. It's a fun table. There was our lady in seat 9, Nina. She had aces versus kings for the second time versus the same guy today. Knocked him out. She had it earlier against him before stream. Yeah, doubled up off him and then got him again. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. And there's a guy with like there's 2 people with 800k, one guy with 1.1 million. So it's a very, very deep. Yeah, super stacked.
Some like magic, but after I win 2 times on aces.
Just telling the story now.
Yeah, it's just about the 5th time we've had it.
I wonder if it's on her Instagram story.
Yeah, the 5 minutes after that hand happens was just a repetition of the fact that I can't believe I had aces versus kings. Same hand, same guy.
Twice in one day.
Again? Did you guys see that? And then they kept the camera on her for like 5 minutes straight, and I thought that was kind of funny.
Oh, that's brilliant. Man, it's so, you know, this is the stage where late reg is over and done with. Late into day 2. Not late into day 2, I guess it's like 7 PM for the next couple of hours or so. Look how deep Atanasov is. That is insane. 300 big blinds. Day 2. He's flopped the best of it here as well. How do you ever have 300 bigs at a tournament? That seems a bit ridiculous. 624 entries in total. So just smashing that out of the park.
Yeah.
624. So that's like what? 1.25 million.
Yeah, massive.
Nice.
Absolutely massive.
Like this from Atanasov. I feel like this is a spot where a lot of people end up knuckling back middle pair, and I feel like I'm maybe being slightly results oriented here. But it's been checked to him on the button, and I feel like the mistake a lot of people make is knuckling a hand like this back and then going 4 ways to the turn and just kind of end up playing a bit of a guessing game. Christoforou, however, has punished him. Comes with the check raise, did open from +1, King of Hearts in hand. And also nice having like some really relevant blockers here, I feel like. Blocking Ace Jacko, blocking King Queen, King Jack suited. Blocking some of the backdoor floats as well. Which maybe isn't a good thing actually. Maybe I'm stretching a bit here. I feel like the key one being blocking Ace-Jack offsuit, but maybe that's not that relevant from the hijack.
I mean, it's somewhat relevant. Definitely somewhat relevant. I do think Christoforou probably... I think people tend to just peel open Ace-Jack off always and...
I mean, I like having the King of Hearts. I like having the Jack of Diamonds, but I feel like I like it for the wrong reasons. Because ideally, you'd want Atanasov to have King High Hearts, right? You'd want Atanasov to be the one with backdoor diamonds like Queen Jack, Jack 10 of diamonds. But I feel like the nice thing about this check raise from Christoforou is he's open from +1, he's check raised against 4 players, blocking Ace King, blocking Ace Jack.
The thing is when you go for a check raise, blocking strong hands like top pair, I think he's more going for it because he's like blocking a good flush draw and he blocks Ace Jack, but like blocking Ace King, for example, not relevant because nobody has Ace King because you didn't get 3-bet.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if you block ace king because you're the only person that's going to have ace king.
Atanasov being checked to for a second time. Christoforou.
So it went check raise and then Atanasov called.
Yeah, Atanasov bet 10k into 50k.
4 ways.
Yeah.
And then got check raised and peeled. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Very interesting indeed, actually. I mean, he's got an interesting hand to continue because he doesn't block any hearts and he blocks a significant part of Christoforou's value range. Blocks ace-9 and blocks pocket 9s, which are going to be like a chunk of the check raises. Probably doesn't think like one pair ace-x is always going for a check raise. Only really ace-high hearts that he's worried about. And obviously top set, pocket 5s. Christoforou now checking the turn. Atanasov, yeah, a really interesting spot. But I think if we assume that there are bluffs on the flop, if the flop range is very polar, then we just have an easy check here because we're still ahead of bluffs. So we're just hoping the river's a nice brick and it goes check basically.
Deep in the tank with Atanasov here. Feels like, wow. I mean, he just dialed in. I mean, these guys obviously have been playing together all day.
Yeah, I would assume this is more a bluff. I assume this is going to get followed through on the river because he's blocking ace-9 and 9s and he doesn't think Christoforou's ever going to check the turn with those. He probably assumes that Christoforou's best hand at the moment is something like ace-king of hearts and he's maybe thinks he can get those to fold on the river because he's repping a very, very strong range right now. Atanasov, it's so hard to find bluffs for him here. If you have a hand like ace-king of hearts or ace-queen of hearts, like, it's so hard to find bluffs that bet 4 ways on the flop, call a check raise and then bet the turn. So really nice hand there from Atanasov. I assume he was definitely going for a bluff on the river. Nicely done.
Bluff.
Very nice.
Same way bluff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Quick look at the chip counts as the blinds go up to 2k, 5k, 5k. Stefan Atanasov, 240.
Look at this though, top 3 stacks over 140 bigs, 150 bigs. Unbelievable.
Nina Krasil.
Yeah, good
Krasil. I'm normally good at these.
No, I'm
Nina
not. I've really-
Krasilnikova. Aces against kings twice. Sat in the middle of the pack after the late reg has closed with 60 big blinds, shortest stack. Eric Benjamin with 19 bigs. Hour-long clock. For those of you just joining us, this is the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. We're going to be live throughout the next 10 days. Live from the Merit Crystal Cove, of course. 3 days coverage of this event. Tomorrow we're going to be playing down to the final table. Then Sunday, the eventual champion will be walking home with, I mean, we're being presumptuous in the booth, but somewhere between 150 and 300k. I mean, that feels like a bit of a wide spread, but I don't want to shoot myself in the foot. Then we got the Monday off.
We play 8 levels today.
Have to go and check out some of the island, maybe rent a car or something, or maybe just probably play poker. I mean, you know.
Maybe not leave the hotel.
Yeah, probably not. They do make it very difficult to leave.
They do.
Good food, lovely spa, and cards.
Oh, I've already sold action for the mixed max.
Have you? I was going to text my backers as well and just be like, guys, 1k PKO?
It's not PKO, is it? It's just...
Oh, yeah, sorry, you're right. Yeah, standard
17.
KO.
I thought it was quite funny as well. When she had aces, it was 2k, 4k. And she was under the gun, but she thought the big blind was under the gun. So she looked at her hand and she was kind of sat there for a while. And then she like pointed to the guy and was like, "It's your go." And he was like, "No, it's your go." And she was like, "Ah, 12k."
That's brilliant. That is brilliant.
Yeah, enjoyed it.
Keep calling players for the Omaha game. Breaks your heart, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not many people will make it. Next time I will bluff like this.
Did you go to the gym?
I did. I did indeed.
Go for a run?
No, I didn't have time. I don't like short runs. Like, I really enjoy just like the slow build up.
New blinds.
Never go like, you know, insane distances, but you know, like 30, 40 minutes, somewhere between 4K and 6K.
Better than guaranteed.
Just like
twice as good.
Yeah.
Build up a bit of a sweat and whatnot. But no, I wanted to just get a workout in. I was getting a bit lethargic in the booth. After traveling all day yesterday, haven't been to the gym in a few days. We'll have to try and get into some sort of routine. Not sure if you know anything like science-based about working out, but I've been really torn between like working out in the evenings or working out first thing in the morning. Some people swear by working out first thing in the morning.
It normally takes me a couple of hours to get going in the morning.
Yeah.
I often go swimming first thing in the morning, but gym is more of a middle of the day to afternoon/evening thing. But to be honest, I exercise at all times of the day. It really varies. Some days I go for a swim at like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So it really depends. I don't know if there's much to it. I'm sure there is much to it actually in terms of science, but it's not something that I know anything about. I just go to the gym when I feel like I want to go to the gym.
Atanasov flopping trips. Christoforou has now check raised him twice. Low jack v big blind. And this time Atanasov has the goods on the 10-8-8 rainbow. No concerns for Atanasov about continuing here. Unlike last time. Interesting combo for Christoforou to check raise. I guess I feel like I'm stretching a bit here in order to defend his reasons for it, but backdoor diamonds, board texture that favors his range from the big blind compared to the low jack's range, and you know that's 6 of diamonds wrapped around the 10-8 somewhat, the lower end. Continue barreling on any 7, any 9. It's actually turned a pair, and he's continued to fire. 25k into 67k. Interesting turn this decision, given that he now beats hand like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, queen jack. Atanasov now electing to put Christoforou in the bin. Christoforou not going anywhere with his turnt bottom pair. 2-2-7 in the middle. These two stacks, bit of swinging going on between them. Bricks out, all the straight draws brick, clubs brick. See if Christoforou wants to be a hero here after digging himself a bit of a hole. Don't forget, chat. Blinds are 2k, 5k. 227,000 in the middle. Christoforou with 620k behind. Pretty ridiculous. The pot's this size already.
I know, it's a crazy game, crazy table. These stacks are just insane. Christoforou loves getting involved so far. When did the money go in here then?
So Christoforou check raised the 10-8-8 flop.
As you do.
Nice to see that. I mean, backdoor diamonds.
Yeah.
You know.
Backdoor, nothing else.
Well, you know, the old 7-9 run out.
Turn to 3 and then check or what?
No, turn to 3 bet 25k into 67k, which I found kind of strange because
25 into 67.
Yeah, like 40%.
Yeah, weird.
It's like, well, you now beat ace king and ace queen.
And you're supposed to be super polar as well. Well, after you check raise the flop, it should be very, very polar, especially when a flush draw turns and it's a brick. So, yeah, doesn't make much sense. And now he checks the river, and he's like, wow, I hope I beat queen jack of clubs.
Wow, look at this. Atanasov with the overbet.
Love it. repping Super Polar himself. I don't know if overpairs would even bet this size. I mean, there's potential, but seems quite unlikely. I think they'd just go, and a 10 obviously go for more of a value size that can get peeled by worse 10s, especially when you have an overpair. You want to just kind of get a crying call from a 10, so it seems unlikely that we would put a 10 in this size. So,
yeah.
And a fair few draws missed.
Do we put an overpair in this size? I don't think we do.
I don't know. I don't think so. No, it's really, really close. So, but that's the idea, right? He's repping Super Polar, so he's going to have some bluffs in this size, like Jack 9 of diamonds, and then yeah, just 8x. And obviously, there's not very much 8x, so he doesn't need very many bluffs. But that's why he's using a massive size, because it's 8x or nothing. And how much 8x does he have? +2. What's he opening? 7-8 suited plus 8-9, 10-8. Jack 8 probably not opening. Obviously he's opening Queen 8, we can see that. But I mean, those are
even Queen 8's questionable.
Exactly, yeah, Queen 8, you're like, I'm not even sure if that's always in there. So Ace 8 off, no. King 8 off, definitely not. King 8 suited, Ace 8 suited, yes. So there are some, but 2 8s on the board. Only a couple of combos of each suited hand. And then if you think he can have Jack 9 of diamonds, spades, hearts, maybe even clubs. Maybe he doesn't bluff clubs because you want your opponent to have clubs, but at the same time, like how it's not too big of a factor when you've got check raised on the flop. Your opponent's not repping too many backdoor flush draws. It's mostly like a polar 8x range. And I don't know if hands that Christophoru has that have 2 clubs in are going to take that size on a turn either. They might check or just bet big and then give up the river. So very, very, very interesting spot. Obviously pocket 10s. Who are we checking out?
Christophoru.
I
feel like I've played against him before. 1.6 million in live earnings. Best live cash, 565. He's cutting out calling chips. He does eventually
nice bluff.
Mark the hand. Number 3 on Cyprus's all-time money list.
Ah, Cypriot, man. Yanis. Didn't even realise Yanis was... I don't know if you know Yanis. Plays in the UK. He lives in the UK. Plays to UKT stuff all the time.
Maybe.
Some crazy things on this photo.
Some crazy things. I thought I recognised him. Wow, back-to-back second places.
Nicely done.
Main events.
That's how you do it. Check raise 6 high on 10-8-8. Just hope people fold.
Wow. Alex Cove. Absolute sicko. Got to be one of the guys to keep an eye on. Arguably best MTT player in the world at the moment.
Who's that?
Alex Cove. At least in my opinion, future of me online.
Oh yeah.
Just seems to be really ahead of the curve, which is not easy in 2022. Even against people like Lena and Darwin, seems to just be holding his own. Number 4 worldwide. Wow.
I'm number 3, right?
1.2, 1.3, something like that.
Any bracelets? No bracelets.
Any bracelets about? Got a bit of a 4-way coup unfolding here. Bajani has flopped bottom set or middle set out of the big blind. And now Christoforou decides he's going to just lead the turn with his gut shot and a pair of sixes.
How about Lubovetsky, mate?
How about Lubovetsky? I was just getting to that with the open ender and the flush draw. Adomkovicius got absolutely nothing, so he's out, but we still can have a three-way hand here, although I imagine Bajani is going to want to raise here. Very, very wet board.
Might just rifle it in.
Yeah, decides to go for the non-all-in. I'm going to put in half my stack and hope you think I'm bluffing routine. Lubovetsky now definitely has a tough spot. He can obviously be dominated in terms of his flush draw, but unlikely that Bajani has many combinations of flush draw in this line. It's going to be more sets, two pairs, straights type deal, and then Christoforou as well blocking the straight with the two sixes. So very interesting lineup of hands. Really interested to see what Lubovetsky does, and he just lets it go, which I think is fine. Like, honestly, I think it's fine, yeah. Basically no chips behind for the raiser, so very little in terms of implied odds, and his actual equity versus two pair or a set is like 30% or something, so yeah, disciplined fold there. Nicely done, especially with a player behind still to act, who's put money in the pot already.
Edwin saying, when is the chat being enabled on YouTube? Or when is it going to be Twitch live? Great question. I have spoken with the team, hoping that the chat's going to be enabled on YouTube tomorrow. And Twitch should also be live tomorrow. Do miss Twitch chat. It's just it's not the same about Twitch chat.
Life is good for me. You hit the two pairs on the turn. Flop.
Two pair on the turn. Nobody. I had a set.
Heading back to the UK in a couple of weeks, which doesn't happen too often. And a couple of birthday messages from people from the local G. Like, yeah, I'll be back in a couple of weeks, play some 1-2 with the boys.
So 1-2 with the boys.
Yeah, down the Reading Grosvenor, place where dreams start out. Diving back into this hand, Christoforou has just been relentless. 30 effective. Sandaris going to fold the King-Jack suited. No wonder Christoforou's had so many deep runs here, it seems. Incredibly dangerous to play with. What else have we got at this table we can have a look at? So you're going to play the mix max, and then if you final table it, I just get a guest commentator in?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, sick.
If you make day 3, it's an alright problem to have, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what we always do whenever we go to like live events. Just like, well, look.
Fun structure, that one as well. The 6-5-4. Sorry, the 9-8-7-6 mix max. So it's 9 max on the or 8 max on the first day, and then 7 max on the second day, and 6 max on the third day. That's what the mix max is alluding to.
Oh, is that what it means? I had no idea. I was like, I don't know what a mix max is.
Yeah, it just means mix of the max number of players. Not very many of those tournaments exist, so quite fun. The Party Poker do them, I think, or did them for a while. I don't know if they still do. I haven't played on there for a while. Bit of a hand here, Sandaris. Under the gun, opens the ace-jack off, faces the free bet from Script Kim, but I think we're just going to see him fold here. He's been very disciplined.
Wow, Atanasov came second for a bracelet event. The WSOP beat pros online. Not many live results.
Nope.
9K in earnings, but I'm not being funny. If you're playing 1500s online, you're probably pretty good. If I had to assume.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah, I mean, just like one random bowl cash back in 2013 and then nothing for 7 years.
Yeah.
In fact, nothing for 9 years in terms of a live result. Which I find really interesting because I think a lot of online players really struggle to adjust to live.
One of my friends recently
10 years.
has been playing online for like 10 years, been a winning, had 10 winning years in a row or something, 11 winning years in a row, and he's recently been.
Mr. Sanders.
Yeah, he's recently started playing live and just can't. I just think he can't quite get his head around it. You know, it's different arena completely.
Yeah, yeah, it's the same with like tournament players and when they like jump into play cash, they're just like, hang on a minute, what do I do with this many blinds?
Yeah, exactly.
See it time and time again. That's why I got so much respect for like people like Deeb, Yuri Zivalevsky, like all of these guys that just play like
Everything.
a variety of games and they crush at a high level.
Yeah. Just experience, isn't it? Like you said earlier.
Yeah.
Can't buy that. Sandaris defends 10-9 suited. 10. Ah. That sucks when you got 10-9 suited.
In the window.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
My most like annoying one for me is like I'll pill a hand like 9-8-7, 6-5. And the first card in the window would be like the 4 of spades.
Yeah,
and I've got
like
like 6-5
king, queen.
Yeah, and it's just like king, queen, 4 as well. Oh, come on.
Krasilnikova. Krasilnikova.
There you go, that was bang on.
Thank you.
Krasilnikova.
Which goes for the big size. Like it a lot. Gets it done. Gets the 10 to fold. Been in the solver streets. A little bit on the big side, but still a very nice effort.
Yeah, it's really, really punishing.
60% pot at that one. Potter.
This is hands down the most GTO investment I've ever made.
The bottle or the
Athletic Greens,
Oh,
AG1. Just like, especially when you're like traveling and you know that you're not getting
any vegetables
like,
whatsoever.
The vegetables, the fruits.
Are you telling me croissants don't have vegetables in?
It depends, mate. Did you put some salad leaves in after cutting it open?
Wine is a vegetable. Or a fruit.
Used to be. 140 of you over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Do appreciate you keeping both myself and Leo company. Whilst we got you here, go ahead and smash that like button. It takes a couple of seconds and it helps us grow the channel and reach a wider audience.
Yes, you know you want more of this. Hopefully me and Henry will be able to cover some more Merit events because this is a very tidy little setup we got
It's
here.
a great setup, yeah. Great
Do
setup.
like being here. Any excuse. I mean, imagine just 3 holidays a year in Cyprus. Oof.
We need to start getting some of the UK people.
I know, man. I'm trying my best, I promise. Well, actually, we don't want that because a lot of them are very good.
True. That's
It's
true.
not that. It's not that because I was at the table when she dealt this guy. Yeah, but because she didn't see. Yeah, I was. You didn't.
You can just check it if it's
You
good.
can check the camera.
I'm not going to check the camera. I'm going to go with the dealer.
No, but she's wrong. You can check the camera.
What's happening here then?
So he's saying that he was sat down
Whatever you want,
before
but you're wrong.
She dealt the hand.
the last card was dealt. The ruling is
It was
dead
a bad
hand.
anyway.
Yeah.
He probably had nothing.
He said it was a bad
Yeah,
hand.
but I just want to see how they make decisions. So they make decisions really bad.
You were here.
I was here. She was dealing him, then him. I was at the table.
The second card.
And she was not looking at me. Because
That's
she
fair.
cannot say if I'm
Yeah.
there or not there.
Shouldn't be too easy to find. Shouldn't be too difficult to find out. I mean, you are on stream after all.
Race.
25.
They told you already what I had?
Talking to UK players, Jamie Nixon just texted me saying,
Yeah.
thinking of coming over to Cyprus Wednesday, Saturday for the main. Saw you there.
Yeah.
Any idea best way to sort out a hotel? Yes, mate. Oh, Jam Dog.
Jam next 90.
Mustafa over on the Merit Poker Facebook channel saying good luck to Jihad.
Good fold. Good fold.
And one solo, please. Oh, that was no one. Oh.
Skripkin, another regular.
Bajani. Ben Simon getting out of the way. Jack 6 off.
Maxime Skripkin, 334,000 in live earnings.
Krasilnikova in the big blind. 3-2 suited makes the defend. Versus the 2.4x. Clubs are crushed. Just have a two club board dealer. No.
Have we had a cooler flop yet today?
Nah, not really.
I don't think we've had like a car crash hand.
I mean, there was the Queen 10 one, what you weren't here for, where it was a
Okay.
3-bet pot, but he made a very, very disciplined, not even disciplined, just like really good fold. Just really good. Not many people doing that, so nice hand. I don't think I'm folding ace queen there, personally. I'm like, okay, oh, cool. Oh, you got a set? Nice one.
Какая старшая карта? Какая карта старше? А? Не преступление, не криминал.
Christopher with early position open. He's going to go up against his man Atanasov again. Fortunately for Christopher, it is soft suit. Yeah, ace 10 of diamonds. I feel like a potential 4-bet bluff candidate. Not going to lie, he does strike me as the type that may lean towards that option.
I agree. Not a bad one at all, especially if there's so much meta involved in these spots, which I love. Like Atanasov, if Christoforu assumes that Atanasov thinks Bejani is a weaker player, then this squeeze is obviously going to be a lot lighter. But
I knew she had a hand, bro. I knew she had a hand.
She'd already looked.
Live time. She had already looked.
Yeah, live reads.
Live reads for days. There's no way you're just tanking there, posturing like that, if you don't have a genuine decision.
She just snap cold calls. Pretty much jacks and tens, I think.
It does open the door for a cold 4-bet even more so, but Christopher, no messing around.
Yeah, I think people interpret it that way. Oh, there's more money in the pot, and this range is weaker, so I should 4-bet more. But in reality, it's just an extra strong range in the pot. Like this range now is definitely strong. If you had doubts about Atanasov's range, like this range, you know is definitely strong. And people don't like to fold jacks, tens once they've cold called. Jesus
Heads
Christ!
up now.
Get over it. Such an attention seeker, aren't you?
Oh, Jack in the window. Queen,
Cooler
queen,
flop.
Jack.
Yeah, but Jack, Queen, Queen, it's like, nah. Not great for Atanasov. He's going to know this is not going to flop because her hands are very condensed. When he's got two aces and he blocks an ace queen suited,
yeah,
it's like Jack's tens, ace king maybe, but we've got two aces, so it's like Jack's kings, queens. He says, do you have queens? All in. All in!
Count, please.
What did he say? Did he say, did you hit your queen?
He says we've got a queen, yeah.
Oh, she's just smiling.
You hit the queen?
It's like one combo of ace queen.
You hit the
suited.
queen? No, better. There was a hand earlier as well where she opened, he defended. She had queen 10 suited, he had king 7 off, came 7, 8, 4, and he leads. And pre-flop there was a bit of banter. He's like, "Oh, have you got a good hand?" And she was like, "Yes, I like this hand." I was like, "Well, that's not very strong, is it? If somebody asks you if you got a good hand, you don't go yes when you got aces, or like, I like this hand. Like, of course you like this hand if you got aces." And then on the flop, he leads, and she goes, "Not really me," and then calls.
Maybe you have flush draw.
Maybe you have flush draw. No, don't talk yourself into it, mate. There's no flush draws. She's cold called a 3-bet. She's got a pair.
276.
10's probably not jamming, so really, really tough spot. I mean, I'm just saying like, oh yeah, whatever, you got aces fold, but in reality, you just, what always gets me in this spot is I'm like, I break it down and I'm like, it's probably going to be jacks or 10s a lot pre-flop, not very much else, maybe queens, so really bad flop for me. Does she ever jam 10s? Probably not, so she probably has value. But then I'm like, but why would you jam a queen?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Why would you jam jacks?
That's
what always gets me. I've got no spade.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, I've got jacks. You just got to assume that people fast play their value, I think.
Atanasov, I mean, unblocks ace 10 of spades, but blocks the one of two combos of ace queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's so easy to just get stuck into being results oriented here.
If you have a queen, so be it.
I guess
if you have a queen, so be it. I don't have a queen. Oh, good.
Oh.
Now I've got jacks.
No, it's better that she has jacks, mate, because now you have 4 outs.
I know, but like his point of view.
No, that's what I'm saying. His reaction was like, oh. I was like, no, it's actually better that she has jacks than a queen. Ace or a queen needed for the Bulgarian.
Nice.
No dice. 5 deuce run out.
275.
Kresonikova. Let's have a big sigh. A little bit of a celebration.
Was bad for you.
276 it was?
6. There you go. There you go.
There you go.
Atanasov's like, you look after those chips for me. Fair play to him. Takes it like an absolute champion. Even celebrating with her, why not?
Yeah, it's not like she got there, is it? Like, he made his decision after the chips were all in, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Nice hand.
Mate, live reads are a thing, mate.
Decent flop.
Anyone that says otherwise.
Okay,
yeah, well, you knew it. You called it. Same with the aces. It's your turn. No, it's my turn. Oh, 12k.
Aces and I had jacks.
I remember.
Let's hear about the aces versus kings hand again, shall we? Do any of you guys remember earlier when I had aces and that guy had kings? Same guy. Atanasov takes a hit. He must be absolutely livid. He's down to just 190 big blinds. How is he ever going to survive?
Oh, man.
Lyubovetsky in the cutoff with a queen 9 suited. Bumps it up 12k. Krasilnikova now with a very chunky stack. 665k after that double up. Absolute mountains. Skripkin in the big blind, in the small blind with a 10-5 off. Let's go. Don Kavicius in the big blind. King 3 offsuit. Seems like a defend versus the cutoff. And he does call.
No worries, of course.
Three in the window. King 3. 2 pair for Adam Kavicius. Jobovetsky, middle pair, no backdoor.
Will you fold in my shoes? Huh? Will you fold in my shoes?
Check on the flop. And Adam Kavicius now with an interesting decision. I think this deep. Solvo is probably going to go for an overbet just because Jobovetsky is has a pretty capped range here. Don't think King X is ever checking back the flop, and obviously we have a king anyway. So pocket 5 is really the only hand we're behind to. And Adam Kavicius does go for the overbet. I love it when I say something and then people do it.
Yeah, that's especially
very gratifying.
Especially people like this, like
obviously a reg.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a lot easier though. That's the problem. Is when it is a reg and you kind of you know you're on like in terms of standard deviations, you're not that far out, right? You're going to be like 0.5 out either way in terms of people playing these buy-in levels. It's a pretty bad run out for Lubovetsky. Hearts brick.
Yeah, really like a massive brick in all things considered, because there's not really going to be any 3x in the overbetting range. Only king 3 when we got a queen, really. We're thinking it's just king 3, maybe 5-3, but there are so many draws that have all bricked, like you said, so Adam Kavicius, I expect, should just, well, I mean, we were repping super polar, and when the board pairs were repping even more polar, we are so unbelievably polarized here because we don't have kings, we don't have queens. So we're repping like 5s or king 3, queen 3, and obviously Lubovetsky has a queen himself, so very, very interesting spot. I think he can get away with, oh, he's got like less than 2 SPR, so I think we're just all in here. Or like mostly all in, you know, like 80% or something, like 80% of stack or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we'll just see a jam. Once he finds the overbet on the turn, I'll be shocked if he doesn't jam, to be honest. 125. I mean, that's kind of similar to what I said, I guess.
Pot size bet.
Yeah, I would have gone bigger there, personally. I think maybe he just thinks that misdraws aren't perceived to bluff all in, so he wants to keep those bluffs a bit more in his range and potentially lock up a few more calls. And yeah, really interesting spot for Lubovetsky. He doesn't block any.
Wow, he does do the old one-chip flick in.
Yeah. I can understand that completely. Shows a full house. Good hand. Nicely played, Adam Kavicius. Adam Kavicius. What a name.
Yeah, you know when you like think about like Leonidas from Gladiator and whatnot.
Exactly what happened.
Who else was there? I mean, all of those guys in that part of the world.
Like Maximus Decimus Meridius.
Yeah.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
I don't know.
That's a strong name.
Husband to a murdered wife, father to a murdered son, and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next.
It's just his best movie.
Oh, by far. Robin Hood pretty good as well. And there's also, actually, I watched another Russell Crowe movie recently called... I'm going to find it. It was about like, it was like a car kind of movie.
A car kind of movie?
He basically plays this guy who gets extreme road rage after... He plays this guy who gets road rage after this woman cuts him off, and then he spends the rest of the day like tailgating her and like making her life hell, and in the end tries to murder her. It's quite a good movie. I think this is it, Unhinged.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah.
You deserve it.
Gets into like a small argument with this guy and then turns into... It's actually really good. I would watch it. I would recommend it. Unhinged. Russell Crowe.
Give it a try. Whilst I was thinking of Russell Crowe, there's
A Beautiful Mind as well. Also really good.
Yeah.
The Maths
that's
one.
definitely up there.
Yeah, Robin. He's done a few good movies, you know. And The Nice Guys. He was in that as well. You know, the one with Ryan Gosling. That was quite funny. He's been in loads of stuff, hasn't he? American Gangster.
Was he in? He was in American Gangster. Of course he was. How did I forget that?
The Next 3 Days as well. I don't know if you've heard that one, but that's a good one.
I have to grind it back now.
The Next 3 Days is like his wife gets gets arrested for murdering her boss or something, and he spends like 3 days trying to
kind of fine.
spends like I don't know, the next 3 days trying to prove her innocence or something, and then it turns out she actually did do it. He's done a few good ones.
Why did you tell me that? I would have watched it.
I don't know if she actually did do it. I can't remember, to be honest. That one was a while ago, but I feel like that's what happened. No.
Unhinged.
That's a good one, though, Unhinged. Yeah. There's a good song in this one. Or maybe it was that one. There's a Moby song in one of these. And it's really good. It fits the movie really well. I think it was the next 3 days.
Russell Crowe, ladies and gentlemen.
The Mummy. Of course. He's done some bangers.
He has indeed. Yeah. It was... Oh, mate, there's another actor, British actor, that looks just like him.
Brendan Fraser?
No. Although, maybe Brendan does look like him. I don't know who Brendan is.
The guy out of The Mummy.
Ah.
This guy.
It doesn't matter.
Not Guy Ritchie. But he stars in a lot of Guy Ritchie movies.
The Jack was there.
Does he look like Russell Crowe?
A little bit.
Now I have to win twice with aces, right?
I don't know why.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
You lost with aces and then win twice.
What we got here then?
My turn now.
Again.
Check. This three-way pot. Nobody really with much. Christopher has bottom pair.
Gerard Butler, of course.
Oh, Gerard Butler. What did you Google? People that look like Russell Crowe.
You like to play? Do you?
Skripkin going for a stab with the king 9 suited. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Christopher peels one off with the ace 4. No backdoor.
So we are coming up to dinner break in about 20 minutes time.
Не знаю, не смотрел, наверное.
Players will be going on a 45-minute dinner break.
Nice. Be able to go to the gym then. Some names on the next one, I'll tell you that much. Melchizedek. Roy Coco, what a name.
That's a strong name.
Jihad Ali Mubarak. Shakib Mhiri. Milad Ohabi and Langar. I'm absolutely smashing these out of the park. Shukri Sakal. There are some names coming up, people. We've got a Brit on the next feature table as well. Jessica Pilkington.
Roy Coco, that's a strong name.
Isn't it? Roy Coco.
You know what I'm thinking about?
Aces against kings?
Literally. I can't believe that guy had kings when I had aces.
When you say I must call.
No. That's an ass off. With the queens.
Remember I thought, oh my god.
I would have just snapped call if I had queens. I wasn't going to talk.
Now I respect your aces. But last time not.
What is it? Oh, it is.
Christopher appeals one on the button with 7-6 offsuit.
I think he just wants to play big pots against Atanasov. Earlier on, the check raise with the 6-3.
Yeah.
The check raise with the king-jack. It feels, you know, a little bit, we're swinging out there.
Out of line.
Yeah, we're measuring.
And Christopher flops a gut shot. Atanasov not going to love the ace-high board, but potentially thinks that Christopher is aggressive enough that most of his ace-x makes it into a free bet pre-flop, and so he's not got as much as other people might. A bet and a quick call.
Nice, raised.
Oh, raised. 8k to 20k.
It's incredibly aggro.
That was very live. Reedsy immediately as well smiled when he got raised.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair play to him though. He has brought it back a little bit. Went serious after smiling. Asked him how much he's playing. But yeah, 100%. Yeah, the chuckle.
It's like, what are we having for value here? When we just 2.5x flop in position, it seems pretty clicky.
Check. Check.
Does check through on the turn when Christopher picks up a ton of showdown.
Yeah, he's going to think he has some ace-x maybe, that just like an ace-4, ace-deuce type hand that just wants to raise small to pot control and check back later streets. So don't really see queens going for value here, but he might decide to just block to try to get a cheap showdown against those ace-x type hands. But it goes check, check, queens win.
The funny thing is, you're telling me, I imagine you had queens and I open queens.
Wow. It is weird when that happens. You know when you just like, you're like texting a mate or you talk to a table mate and like, oh, I haven't had double suited aces in a long time, and you just like peel back your forecast.
Yeah.
It's just a two-man game at the moment, really.
Yeah.
These two just battling back and forth. Ljubovetsky going to get in the mix, though. Ace-10 off.
So ridiculously deep.
Yeah, it's wild that like 2/3 of the field have already busted. You still have 20 bigs with a starting stack.
I also find it wild that late reg has closed at like before this level.
25 bigs. It closed before the last level.
Yeah, exactly.
3k, so you can still get 33 bigs. Was the least you get. It is wild, isn't it? Really interesting structure. Ljubovetsky opens the ace-10 off. Bajani on the button flats the 7-8 suited, and Atanasov in the big blind with the queen-8 off. With the decision, he's going to peel. Go three ways. Line 5-4. Gutter ball for Bajani. Not much for anybody else. He who bets first wins.
I feel like Bajani should win this pot 9 times out of 10.
He should do.
Unless it checks round and then an ace or a queen rolls off.
Yeah, I think once checked to though, Bajani should always bet his hand. It's interesting how often you see people see bet boards like this, multi-way, with hands that don't really make any sense.
What, ace-10?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
I mean, the big blind absolutely smashes this board, has so many potential peels and check raises. The buttons range is going to have a lot of pocket pairs, and then like 10-9, Jack-10, Queen-10s, none of which ever fold. We basically always end up playing out of position against the button. Like on so many boards, there are so few hands I think the button folds versus a c-bet. And then the big blind is obviously going to continue a lot as well, and we just don't really have very much equity at all. Like versus a pair of 9s, like versus like 9-8, ace-10 has like 30% equity.
Yeah, but that's our actual hand though. Like I feel like our range from +1, we have all the overpairs.
Yes, we have all the overpairs, but when you think about how many combos of all the overpairs there are compared to how many combos there are of everything else, if you always c-bet your offsuit ace highs, like he's c-betting 16 combos of ace-10 off, and if he never c-bets anything else, that just gives him just about enough bluffs just to match the overpairs, you know.
Fair, yeah.
And we also want less bluffs than value because that's how the game works. Just goes for the double barrel.
Is dinner break after this layer?
Have you got a set? No. I win. Nice hand. Nice hand.
Know how many we play?
16.
18. 17 levels.
17.
17.
17. How many?
Three different answers there in the space of about 3 seconds. 15, 17, 18. Oh, we got payouts, have we?
We do indeed. We'll save it for after.
Okay.
How long?
Juicy.
Maybe now.
For how long? 1 hour? 1 hour?
45 minutes or 1 hour.
Where are you staying? Royal? Or here?
Here.
What's the diamond? Where's that? I haven't seen that one.
Diamond's the new one. Across the road, it is nice.
Yeah, well.
Stayed there during trial.
Double the price.
Oh, you know what? Forget it. We are going on break. Go ahead, Leo. Do the honours, mate.
Wow, so we got 71 places paid. Min cash 34.40 and up top $209,700.
That is mad.
Plus a package to the Montenegro series.
Yep.
In
February. Yep.
So what does the package include? Main event and a warm up.
Main event, warm up, hotel. Yeah,
Wow,
probably
so it's like an 8K package or something, basically.
Yeah.
Jesus. So yeah, chunky, very, very chunky indeed. Over 100 buy-ins for first, like you said. Massive.
It's insane, man.
That is massive.
Insane. Like 600 runners in a 2K in November.
Really crazy. 1.15 million total prize pool.
Love to see it. Bajani bleeding a little bit of a loose pill against an early position raise off of 25. He has flopped best.
Yes.
But he's going to struggle to get this one to showdown against a very competent and aggressive Lubovetsky. Jack of clubs in hand, as well as obviously an over to the board, as well as a gut shot. See what he comes with. And 209,000 for first day.
Yeah, it's very chunky. Can't wait to win it. I'm about to go and register. Check on the turn from Lubovetsky. Bajani with the decision, checks it back. 6 of hearts on the river, a brick. Lubovetsky checks it. Bajani potentially just going to check this one back, not too much to get value from. It's going for a little bet though, cheeky little 25k. 30%er. Lubovetsky just snaps them off with the ace high, blocking queen jack, blocking jack 9 and blocking clubs. Not really too sure about that.
You call.
Hero call.
I'm sorry.
Nice value bet.
I thought you're raising.
Thought you were raising, I was going to snap you off.
I'm all. Oh, right. Sorry, he called. Yeah, I got 10.
Keeping him a bit too honest there on the river, for my liking.
I agree.
Maybe had some reasons, previous dynamics. Obviously, haven't seen these guys play over the last 2 days. So we're going to be going on break after hand number 122, 45-minute break. King 10 of hearts for Christoforu. 2 second-place finishes in main events here. 6 figures apiece.
Atanasov gets out of the way on the button. Thought about going into battle once more.
Oh, Lubovetsky defending the big. Flops on open-ender. against the very aggressive Cristofori, who's completely whiffed.
Got the 10 blocker.
Continues for 20%. Interesting sizing here. This is just... I need to let's start playing some more live poker. Feel like the meta is just like C-bet at a high C-bet like small and high in terms of frequency. And it makes sense. Like I do get it. You know, you just so rarely get pushed back against.
Yeah.
People just seem to let you get away with absolute murder. That is our next feature table. Recognize that man. Get a head massage. Okay. Middle lads. Kirby and Langer. Legend. Brought the fan so that we don't die here.
Cove and in the Jack 5 suited.
Are you cold, are you?
No, I'm not cold. Just not boiling hot.
Yeah, I wouldn't say we need it now, but...
I don't want to catch Jack, and maybe you have ace Jack.
That's fine.
Krasnilikova folds the Jack 5 suited in the big blind, and she says, I don't want to hit a Jack, and you might have ace Jack. Can't argue with that.
Can't argue.
By which logic, you should probably fold pretty much everything.
Jack 5, King 3.
Jacks.
Yeah, Jacks, it's another.
Aces is
It's not like King 3, Queen 2, and something else.
Yeah, can't argue with that logic. Ben Simon, King Jack offsuit, playing 7 bigs. I think the time has come to put the rest of our chips in.
Good luck, mate. Final 7. See if we can spin.
So far, so good. Ooh, probably going to be a call though.
Can't
fold.
Be folding Queen 10 suited.
Absolutely not.
Let's make the call. So cards on their backs. Ben Simon with the best of it.
Good luck, my friend.
3 out of 5 times he's going to double up to 16 bigs.
Good start.
Never easy though, is it?
Got a Jack though. Not all bad. No, well, there is a spade. I didn't see that. Before it was a 4 of clubs.
Never
We'll take
easy.
the 9 of spades. That's boring.
Jack and a Jack only to send Benjamin to the showers. No dice, 6 of hearts. Gets the double.
Nice.
Hour-long clock, 16 bigs.
Chunks.
Is it a dinner break now?
Yeah. Sounds like...
Dinner break?
Last time.
How many level we play today? 13, they said.
17.
17. Till 17. Yeah.
3 more.
Yeah. Okay.
Same again.
We stop.
5 different answers in the space of 10 seconds of asking the question.
Oh, that's brilliant.
You sure that it's 16, 17, 18?
45 minutes.
45. I didn't say 45 minutes. Okay.
Christoforu opening under the gun. Ace 9 offsuit. Nothing for anybody. Skripkin not going to be defending this one out the small blind. There we go. A king queen suited. Pure cool versus the early position.
What about the dinner break EV of 3-betting?
Yeah. Yeah, like,
that's
come on guys, we're going on break. Let's just get this hand over and done with.
That's definitely a thing.
Maybe not against this guy though. Although maybe even better against this guy because he opens so wide. Check. Check. Check's back the ace 9. Love that.
I like that.
I'm a fan of that.
Big fan. Protect our checking range with some top pairs. On
yeah, support we want to check pretty much. Not always, but a very, very high frequency.
Wow.
Gets
the overbet
again from Adam Kravicius, just pushing that range advantage, which I love. King on the river. Gang, gang. Do we have to be worried about much King X? Don't think so. Don't think there's very much Ace King in there, to be honest.
Not much King X that we lose.
Snap calls and overbet on the turn. I think this is going to be more like 5s and 6s. Queen 10, King 10. So we do beat some, and King Jack, so we do actually beat some King X, which is really nice. 80 snap call.
Snap call. Snap call. Adam Ivicus up to 600k. It's the needled.
And he just walks off. Hasn't even stacked his chips. He's like, okay, bye, dinner.
Oh, you love to see it.
Yeah.
Merit Crystal Cove, as we head into our first dinner break of this series, is the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. 2k buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed, and we smashed that prize pool, playing for over 200k. Add a package to the Montenegrin series in February. My name's Henry Kilbane, been joined by Leo Worthington-Lees, as I will be for the entirety of this festival.
You lucky boy.
And we are going on a 45-minute dinner break. See you guys on the flip side.
Opening range, and King on the river makes things very interesting. Levy rivering 2 pair, Basta rivering top pair after leading out on the turn with his bluff. So could definitely see Basta just continue here for value, and then Levy is going to have a pretty easy raise depending on the size. Unless Basta chooses a big size, you know, something pot or close to pot, might make Levy choose to just call, but it looks like around 16,000 to me. 13.5, yeah, so I think Levy has a very easy raise for value here. Interesting one for Basta once he does get raised as well, because Levy might not always raise his King X for value on the river. If he has something like King 10 suited or King 9 suited, he might elect to just call those because there's not very much to get value from. It's really only kind of Ace King and possibly King Queen that will want to go for value, and those have to have obviously not c-bet the flop, so...
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Really like the way you've kind of reverse engineered the raising range of Levy here against the big blind range of Basta. Obviously a board certainly smashing the big blind range. Basta has all of the straights, all of the flop 2 pairs. I guess 100 effective. Levy's going to be opening every pocket pair, so he can still have 3s, 4s, and 6s. It looks like he is reaching for raising chips, and like you said, when you think of what the raising range actually looks like, there aren't many hands that want to raise for value outside of Ace King, Kings, slow played Kings, maybe Kings with a club that wants to just check back for some pot control on the 6-4-3.
Yeah.
And then, you know, when you dive down deeper into the value bucket, are we raising King Queen for value?
Yeah, maybe not.
Range? Maybe not, right?
Maybe not against that size, because we don't expect Basta to like value bet an 8 on the river. So he's probably not blocking a hand like 8-9 in the river. He's probably just checking. It's also really interesting as well that Basta has the king of clubs, because then he blocks a hand like king jack of clubs or king queen of clubs that can check back the flop.
Yeah.
And then river. So he does pay it off.
Yeah, pretty swift call and a big pickup for Levy given the current level we're in.
I was just kind of in there, but I think it's definitely worthwhile. But also, you don't necessarily want to let one-off hands or one small piece of information have too much of an influence on your game.
That's very true. I feel like you can like confirmation bias over a small sample size, making significant adjustments based off of a hand history rather than trusting your gut.
Exactly.
Again, you know, it really depends on your play style. Depends on whether you stick to the solvers that you've studied or you're more of a field player that just trusts your own instincts. It does vary from player to player. As we have ace queen against ace king for a second time, just what, 4 hands into today.
Yeah. And these positions traditionally pretty underbluffed pre-flop, cut off versus under the gun +1. There will be some suited ace-x in there, perhaps some like queen 10 suited type stuff, but this is going to be quite value heavy for most of the poker playing population. But Shufani does obviously have a very strong hand, so not surprised to see him continue here. I think he'd probably be folding ace-jack off, or a hand as weak as kind of maybe ace-10 suited even. But the suited ones obviously play a lot better out of position, so ace-queen off seems like a pretty good defend so far. Ace-high flop for some sickness dealer.
Well, dealer has delivered.
Ask and you shall receive.
47k in the middle, 108k effective, and he just open jams.
Ships.
Okay. Near with the snap call, the old 1 chip. Okay, pal, thank you.
Yeah, I've got the nuts.
Let's see 2 more.
Yeah, bad shape for Shufani. Not going to be loving this at all. Yeah, near with the king, obviously, as well, blocking some of the runner-runner straight possibilities for Shufani. So, near in absolutely great shape here. You see 87% equity. Pumps up to 93% on the turn. Just got to fade the queen. No chops available.
If Nick can hold here, which he does.
Beautiful way to start day 2.
Yeah, up to 440k. Puts him in the top 10. The overall chip counts, 162 players.
Not the kind of spread you want to see, is it? When the dealer turns over, you can see 2 cards. They're both red. A 10 and a 6. You got ace king of spades. Badir flopping top pair with his 10-4 suited. Flops the best of it, and not really anything for either of the other players. But that's not going to stop Volotko. He thinks that the board is just disconnected enough that he's potentially betting for value a decent amount of the time here. Enough gut shots around.
Yeah, also 2 overs, backdoor Broadway as well. Going to have enough equity against the continuing range. There's going to be some overcards that he can barrel on that favour his range, or you can just turn top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, why not? Also, the ace king of spades obviously blocks some strong top pairs, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah.
Like you said, just being able to turn equity a lot of the time. Yeah, absolutely smashes it here. It's going to be a tough spot for Badir now, because this is just such a good card for Volotko to bluff. However, you got to think, is he really going to be, how wide is he going on the flop? Can he have like queen jack of hearts, jack 9 of hearts, 7, 8, 8, 9? I guess he can.
It comes for 60%, 18 into 30. As you already mentioned, you know, the ace queens, ace jacks, maybe the ace 4s, ace 5s of the world going to barrel as well. And, well, another overcard to Badir's flopped top pair.
Yeah, not much we're beating now. We could have feasibly been ahead of a few combos on the turn, but now we're pretty much dead against all of them. The only thing we're really beating is jack 9, 7, 8, 8, 9. We don't have an 8 or a 9 or a jack or any of those blockers in our hand, but I think the 10 is probably just not quite strong enough. Yeah, does just let it go. Nice hand by Volotko. Stacking an extra 105k into his already healthy stack.
So, Leo, 500k again down commentary for a few events and just show up and play. Especially like structures like this, man. Yeah. You just have 100k starting, hour-long clock.
Yeah, they are really good. The higher you go up the kind of tournament buy-in ladder as well, the better tournaments become. Game selection is obviously very important. If we got a 2K, I mean, if a 2K runs in the UK, it's generally going to be pretty damn tough, but you can find some really, really good tournaments around the world. There's obviously a lot more traveling involved than if you play cash, and that's part of the difficulties of making a living playing tournaments.
Nice.
So Mert coming with a limp from under the gun, a 6 of diamonds off 40. Well, near with the 4x.
Ooh.
Flynn with the kings.
Only 44 big blinds effective here as well, and obviously we've got a lot more dead money in the pot, 2 limps and then a bigger than normal open raise, so it might be quite hard for Nerd to get away from this, to be honest. I expect to see Flynn make it something around 27.5k here. Doesn't want to make it too big and obviously commit himself, but it looks like he's going a bit bigger, 33k, 32k. Seems definitely on the larger side for an imposition. Oh, he's in the small blind. Apologies. In that case, it's a bit on the smaller side. But it can't really go much bigger than this off his stack depth, so.
Still some room to 3-bet fold if anyone's sick enough to come with the 3-bet out the small of this stack depth.
Yeah, and if we see a bricky flop here, I expect we'll see the chips fly in. I think Nerd's probably just peeling, hoping for a kind of jack high or lower board that he can stack off on.
Note the SPR, Leo.
Yep, we are at 1.
Well, that is a bricky board.
Very bricky, and not only bricky, but actually gives Ner a decent bit of backdoor equity. He's got the backdoor straight draw and the backdoor flush draw, so definitely never going to be folding on this board.
Hand number 13, and it feels like every single hand so far today has been just hand against hand.
Some kind of premium. Interesting decision for Flynn what to do on the flop with SPR. This is actually a spot I really like just jamming, because our ace-king, if we do decide to jam a hand like ace of diamonds king, we can get it in a head a decent amount of the time. We can put a lot of pressure on a hand like jack 10 suited. And also, when we have if we put some pairs in that range, Ner basically is just forced to stack off with any pair he has. He's always going to stack off with a flush draw. We don't mind if jack 10 folds. So I don't mind a jam, but he goes for the small bet and then jams the turn, and Nerd kind of reluctantly pays it off.
Well, he has picked up some of that equity that you mentioned in the form of a gut shot. So 6 outs once for Nerd. Not the spot you want to be in, but still 14%.
Yep, better than nothing.
229k in the middle, and Flynn gets the hold up to just shy of 100 bigs. Great start for the Irishman here. Day 2 Merit Vintage Series warm-up event.
How much?
Very standard defend. 5-3 suited, and again just a bit of a flop that kind of slows everything down, you know.
I was thinking sort of 3 of hearts in the window, and I was like, okay,
yeah, maybe
a little 2-pair v overpair kind of situation.
3 of hearts, 6 of diamonds,
yeah.
8 of spades, 8 of clubs, you know.
Something like that.
Yeah, but no, we get the ace 10-3 rainbow. Check, but I think Levy is still gonna potentially see bet a decent frequency here. He does elect to just check it back. Don't think Ner is gonna go for any bluffs on this kind of board. Doesn't really hit him at all. Basta picking up a gut shot on the turn, but again, not really any reason for him to start putting chips in. He does have showdown value with 3. When both players check twice, Levy should be pretty confident he has the best hand, so I'd like to see him go for some value here. He can get called by some flush draws, he can deny equity to some straight draws, he can get called by 10x. There's going to be obviously a decent amount of 10x in Ner's small blind calling range. He's going to have a lot of those 10-9, 10-8 suited, and obviously we can see he's peeling 8-9 off, so he can potentially have like 10-9 off.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so important to have people watching the stream. I know it's
yeah, like that piece of information there is huge. If somebody just tells you, by the way, that guy just peeled the small blind with 8-9 off, like that changes everything.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. It's Basta comes with a check call out the big.
I like these graphics where when they put bets in, it like flashes off the amount off their stack. It goes minus 7,000, then his stack adjusts to 107k. That's very cool. Very cool. Levy with the Queen of Spades blocking a hand like King Queen of Spades or Queen Jack of Spades that Basta can have improved with, so he maybe will elect to just check this one back. Kind of hard to get value from a 10 now as well, so he really only would be getting value from some hand that's peeled the turn with a gut shot like King Jack. I think 10-9 is just going to fold the river. There can still be some weak ace-x in there as well. Basta could potentially have a hand like ace-2, ace-5. So it does go check. Levy just going to take that one down. Another pretty nice pot heading his way. Up to 276k now.
Nine, 6, and well,
wow, what a
Here
flop.
we go.
This is what we've been waiting for.
100 big blinds effective, going to the flop, 3-bet pot, aces with the ace of diamonds against the 9-6 of diamonds on a queen 10-8, 2 diamonds board. 45k in there, Leo. This could be one of the biggest pots of the tournament.
Yep, Nur absolutely loves to play poker. That's one thing I've gleaned from him so far. He did not come here to fold at 9 high.
I mean, look, you buy in for 2.2k, you want to play hands.
You want to play hands,
value
exactly.
for this money.
And what a flop this is. Nur putting in the bet of half pot, facing the check from Flynn. I like Flynn's decision here to just check call this one. He can protect his ace-jack and his ace-king. He can have some top pair in there. It's a board that interacts with Nur's range really well. Now that is a turn card.
95k in the middle. That's going to potentially slow things down. I mean, Nur turning the straight. Flynn against the big bet.
Yeah, but he's obviously got to be very aware of the ace-king here. It's going to be a decent part of Flynn's range that 3-bets pre and then check calls the flop. So we might actually see him check here, especially with the flush draw back up. But looks like he is going for the bet.
One of those spots where you like bet and get jammed. Not even like, why did I bet turn? Like, why did I bet turn?
Yeah, and like then you start thinking, oh, they can have bluffs here, but then does anybody? What is he going to bluff with? What's he going to check jam the turn with? Does a bluff? Ace 5 of diamonds?
He's come with the 2/3. Action back on the Irishman. Flynn, 241k behind, 158 in the middle.
Yeah, really interesting spot for Flynn. I think we might actually see him fold. He doesn't even beat... There are like no bluffs from the flop left that he even beats anymore. 6-7 of diamonds is the only one.
King Jack is like the only hand I can think, like King Jack,
yeah,
King 10 that's turned itself into a bluff.
I don't expect those to bet the flop at full frequency, and I don't expect them to always, like I rarely think that people actually would bluff those. What you actually see in these games. Does go for the call though, with the gut shot to the nuts. Perhaps the 2 outer to improve against a worse set as well, and obviously you can improve against 2 pair. Brick on the river though.
Let's break out 2-2-1 in the middle. Flynn, the effective stack with 1-7-8 behind. See what near brings. Half pot on the flop, 2/3 on the turn. He's done a great job at setting up a very natural river SPR of less than 1 to kind of come with the jam size.
Yeah.
Instead elects to go for less than 25% pot.
I think he's going to assume it's quite hard for most of Flynn's range to pay this off. Like, even a set is not loving a big size. He obviously is going to call with queens and jacks and stuff like that, but no, just trying to milk a bit of extra value out of a hand like pocket kings or ace queen. Quite like this size, actually. One thing I've learned from looking at solvers recently is there actually is a lot of betting not all in when the SPR's won. Much more than I expected. A lot of small sizes.
Definitely be curious to pick your brain at some point about that. So I get to the river at SPR1, I'm like, well, I guess I'm just, you know,
I'm all in.
Oh,
it's all in or check.
Exactly.
And I'm not checking.
I'm only allowed 2 sizes here, all in or check.
All in or 100%. Yeah, Flynn obviously realising this is not a good situation at all. Really does beat very, 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 very little, especially when he's got the ace of diamonds in hand. Some of the feasible bluffs would be like ace 5 of diamonds or something like that, but having the ace of diamonds, not good here. I think the best play for him if he's not folding would just be to jam.
Yeah, and I think given the body language and whatnot,
too late for that.
Yeah, it's way too late for that. Discipline lay down.
Yeah.
Against near rather.
I personally, I know this is a bit wild, but I literally can't see myself ever not being all in on that board at some stage if I'm Flynn. The Eldar chip up to like 250k and then him and Nur just play some massive pot where it's like 9-4 suited against Jack 8 off.
Oh, talking of Eldar, here he is. The king, queen of spades.
23 hands. That's all we've played, and it's been literally just like...
Hour.
Yeah, nuts versus nuts.
1 level. 23. Yeah, 23 hands an hour. That's not bad, especially given that we don't have a a clock.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about this the other day. He asked me how many hands you think you get in live tournaments. And I said obviously the later the tournament gets, the less hands you get per day, but I said around 25 an hour, so happy to be proved right.
Edwin Snippe over on the Merit Poker Facebook channel saying, hey Henry, happy to hear you're back in the booth. So I guess you got to your flight in time. I got to my first flight in time. Did get to my first flight. Missed my connecting flight. So instead of flying from Frankfurt directly to Larnaca, I had to wait an additional 3 hours in Frankfurt, fly to Athens, in Greece, 2-hour layover there. Got here around 10 p.m. last night. Got straight to bed as we jump back into this. How about this for a flop? Ace, Jack, 7, 2 spades. Top 2 for Volotko. Straight draw and second and a half flush draw for Eldar.
Not wasting any time. What's Volotko up to here?
Volotko's just snap calling.
Oh, right. I thought he was like thinking about it.
No. All right, the immediate one chip flick in.
Yeah, literally the worst possible hand you can see. You look at Ace Jack and you're like, wow, I've got the absolute nuts. How can I ever lose? And then he turns over King Queen of Spades and you're like, what's going on here?
What's going on indeed? As Eldar, you did say you want him to chip up to 200k.
I did say.
Very first hand.
There we go.
Doubles up to 107k.
No money.
These guys just love it, don't they?
I love it. I love watching people like this play poker. The scruffy t-shirt, the necklace hanging out, I don't know, a couple of months ago. And it was just like the most uncomfortable week of playing poker I've ever had. All the chairs were like that, so the back was leaning really far back, so you couldn't even like lean back in your chair.
Yeah.
And the tables didn't have any rails around the outside. It was just like felt and then a bit of metal and then like a rim like that, but no padding or anything on top. God, it was horrible. But it was also a ridiculously big tournament. It was 500 euros, $1 million guarantee.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was massive. The busiest room I've ever been in my entire life. And the queues for registering were absolutely horrendous. It was literally like a mosh pit at the cashier desk. Like 3 cashiers there and like 500 people trying to get to the front.
That's another thing I like about here as well. You have different ways you can pay. Crypto, Lux on Pay.
Lux on Pay, really good. I used that for the first time recently at Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah. Really, really happy, impressed with that payment service. Shaffer Gulin flopping the open ender, and he's going to have a pretty solid range advantage on this board as well. He's going to have a lot of the sets that the big blind is not going to have because they would be 3-bet pre-flop. He's always going to have ace jack. He's going to have more ace kings. Does pick up a straight on the turn, but Volotko not drawing dead just yet. Still has 21% equity with the flush draw. Although if Shafagulin does elect to go for a relatively big bet on the turn, I think we'll see Volotko potentially fold his flush draw.
Yeah, just unlikely to be getting the right price, right?
Exactly, and he's going to be dominated some of the time by a hand like ace jack of diamonds, jack 9 of diamonds, ace queen of diamonds. There's just too many ways we're drawing dead, so... But Volotko electing for the lead on the turn, the block bet. I'm a fan of this, just trying to realise his equity for very, very cheap, and also potentially even gets Shafagulin to fold the best hand sometimes. If Shafagulin has a hand like King 8 suited with basically no equity versus a straight, he may elect to just start folding, or if he has like a weak queen or a weak 10, ace 10, something like that, he may just fold versus that small size, but he does not, because he has a straight. And inconsequential deuce on the river. And I think Volotko probably is just going to go for it again here when he has 7 high. He doesn't really have any blockers to folds. Shafagulin could still have called the turn with 1 pair or 2 pair and then fold the river. He can have some ace high flush draws himself that fold the river. So yeah, I think it's just a pretty mandatory bluff for Volotko. But Shafagulin obviously never going to fold the straight.
Yeah, big pot out of nowhere. Yeah. 95k. Shafagulin up to over 4. Wow.
Males. I mean, yeah, males. Obviously there are female professionals, but they all just get snapped up instantly.
Yeah, they do. I don't know, man. I mean... I think it's just because of like the recent circle of people. Most of the guys that are grinding like the Triton super high rollers, they're all in their like their 30s.
That's the thing, isn't it?
They're in like later stages of their careers. Because obviously, like to get to that level, you do need something that only time can give you, and that's experience. You know.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. You have the
young wizards.
odd young wizard here and there, but even like a lot of the quote-unquote young guns like Badziakowski or Mateos, like they're all in their late 20s now.
Yeah, I was going to say, Badziakowski's not that young anymore, and like Ali Imsirovic.
Yeah, those guys. So
I feel a bit guilty mentioning that name, actually. I'll take that back. Don't like to promote scammers and cheaters.
Yeah. Yeah, well. But yeah, other than Bads and Mateos, a lot of the guys are married.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even know if they are. Maybe I'm just using like I would say like...
Not many.
Yeah, not many. I'd say like 25%.
You reckon? I'd say less than that.
Yeah, probably less than that.
Wow, look at this. Eldar all in for his last few big blinds with the Jack-10, second pair. But he's drawing incredibly thin against the bottom set of Nur. He does have the club, Jack of clubs, so he's got a little bit of backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, but any non-Broadway, non-club on the turn is going to be drawing dead. That looks like a Jack, though. Always a sweat. So now it picks up an extra 7 outs. Can it an ace, or case Jack, or a 10? But it's a 9 on the river. That's going to see Eldar eliminated. I assume the option to re-enter is there if he wishes to take it. Doesn't look too disappointed about busting.
In before we see them. So these young Bulgarian kids.
Farah just absolutely loves it.
It's going to be so fun to watch. She's got 500k.
Yeah, Abdallah putting in his last like 6.5 bigs, and I think Farah's just going to have to call it off, and everybody's going to see that he opened 10 deuce suited, and that just adds to the fun, you know, adds to the dynamic. Unless Ivanov decides that ace-9 off is going to be good enough in these positions. 6 big blinds, facing a very splashy open. He does just let it go. Khalil in the big blind, ace-7 suited, so a lot of aces gone. The deuce is looking very tasty.
Yeah, Khalil's been pretty tight based on the small sample that we've got.
Yeah, lets it go. Farah just going to have to flick it in.
I can't fold. I can't call.
Anything in the middle?
He said, I can't fold and I can't call.
10 deuce of clubs.
Yeah, a couple of notes going into the mental bank of a few of the players at the table.
السبعة.
كنت كبيت أنا لو أنت عم تقول.
2 clubs, do you reckon? Queen Jack 2 clubs?
Queen Jack 2 clubs is more fair than a deuce, given that
there's no aces.
It's a fair fight.
8. Queen.
Oh no!
This game, honestly.
The good news is he doesn't just need the case ace. There's a couple of ways to win this. Queen or a 10.
King, that looks like. GG, Abdallah. Unlucky, sir.
I swear, the group chat's now getting lit up.
Yeah, guys, I just busted against 10-2 suited. I had ace-10.
This game.
I
know you're into swimming as well, Scott.
Yeah, they've got a couple of pools here, but none of them are particularly good for like actually doing lengths.
Oh, there is. Yeah, there's a lengths one.
Here,
like an actual. Yeah, lengths one. I'll show you around.
Yeah, I need a bit of a tour. That's what I'm lacking.
Yeah.
But Stoyanov picking up. I'd like to go for a swim today, actually. So you can tell me where it is, or show me where it is on the next break.
You can do do what the locals do. I see them every morning when I go out for my walk. They start off here in the Cove, and they swim all the way across the ocean, past the rock out the front of the Royal to the beach where the premium is.
Yeah.
It's a good, like, I would say a kilometer, say around 1,200, yeah, between 1 and 1.5.
I normally do 2 to 2.5, so that's
But
not in the sea. So
yeah, the ocean is obviously.
But yeah, I would like to go for a swim in the sea as well.
Bit of a hand here.
Bit of a hand.
Still
Tough spot. I think we just got to fold though, considering where the raise is from. The button 3-bet, especially from a tighter player, is not going to have very many bluffs in it versus +2. If this was like big blind versus button versus cutoff or button versus hijack, then it's different. But yeah, I think Moosin just has to let this one go. Ace Queen suited, super tough spot. I'd probably go for some kind of 4-bet fold, I think, with that.
Yeah, I don't hate the 4-bet fold.
Don't hate it with Ace Queen off at all, but Khalil's just been the tighter. Like if this was Kolev free betting the button, then I would happily be 4-betting. But yeah, I think Khalil's been on the tighter side, so I'd just be giving him respect. Stoyanov as well, and also not been super out of line. I don't like to cold call, especially not with the offsuit hands. You're just opening yourself up to getting jammed on by Stoyanov. Farah could potentially have called some quite strong hands at back jam. You don't really get any definition of any ranges at all, but yeah, as it happens here, Stoyanov definitely going to be putting in the 4-bet. How deep are we? Around 80 big blinds. So I expect to see a 4-bet, not all in. Just trying to get it in against either player, really.
Good man.
Finally something happened.
Yeah, nice sizing as well. Really good.
So 58k. See if Khalil gets attached to these pocket 10s, given the action.
Yes,
given
super tough.
His play style.
There is a lot of money in the pot, so it does feel tempting, but at the same time, like that cold call range out the big blind is going to be very condensed to like 10s plus.
Yeah.
And Ace Queen suited most of the time.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
So that 4-bet is going to be pretty strong most of the time. I expect it to be essentially pure value. So then it's just like, where do we think his value starts?
The annoying thing is you're up against a competent opponent from Bulgaria. So, you know, these computer online whiz kids from Eastern Europe, if you're ever going to get it in with 10s for over 50 bigs against these positions, it's going to be the player type that you do want to run it against.
Yeah.
It's certainly capable of having ace deuce for ace 5 suited. But I think
that's true against just the 3-bet. Like if we're just 4-betting heads up against 3-bet, but I think once the big blind cold calls, he's going to take a lot less of them. He might just be like ace 5 suited only, and he might not even take that because he can just peel, knowing that Farah's probably not jamming very often behind, although it's a very, very small frequency thing, it is in there. But yeah. I imagine that a lot of Stoyanov's hands that he would choose to potentially bluff with heads up have actually decided to just call. But here we go. Big blind does fold the ace queen versus the 4-bet. And now we're heads up to a queen high board. Stoyanov with the ace of spades blocks ace queen and ace king, which is very, very important in this spot as well. Perhaps thinks Khalil will get queens in pre, so he's up against the range of something like 10s, jacks, 9s maybe. So I think, yeah, betting here and then betting again on the turn is probably going to be the play. I imagine he's going for it on like a jack, jack, ace, king, or a spade.
I wonder if he'll be allowed to. Khalil strikes me as, you know, he's called the 4-bet. There's no ace or king on flop, which I know sounds really cliche, right?
Yeah,
but
it's true though.
You know what I mean? Like the
16 combos of ace king, and then if he's only 3-betting queens plus, it's only 12 combos of pairs, and now there's a queen on the board, so you're down to like 9 combos. So
yeah, it does just jam over the small size.
I wouldn't actually be surprised if this is the like actual solver play, to be honest. I really wouldn't be surprised. Just because there's so much money in the pot, protecting your equity becomes so important. And when he doesn't get snapped, he's absolutely loving it. Yeah. Like now he's getting a count, he's like, maybe he has jacks, and that's it.
Yeah, Stoyanov.
There's nothing we can call against here when we have the ace of spades, so he's going to end up folding.
Yeah.
Just making sure he's not like getting a really, really insane price and he has to call.
Well, he kind of is. He's getting like 3-1 on a call.
How much did he bet?
Bet 20k, so he has to call 100k to win 292.
Yeah, that's just not the price, I don't think, with our hand. There's nothing we have really that we are ahead of 25% of the time, or that we have more than 30% equity against, really. Yeah. Nice forward. I think played absolutely fine though by both, to be honest.
A bit down.
The only problem is that pretty strong ranges. It's just so likely that when we do flop a set, we get a double up. And the times we don't, it's like, whatever, it's going to be a pretty easy fold.
Musin has just gotten out of dodge and he doesn't even realise it. The fact that Khalil just flat with the ace-king.
Yeah, this could have gone in pre and then been an absolute disaster.
20%.
Does got the diamond back up, though.
King of spades on the turn would be absolute carnage. Edwin saying it's a bit of a change from the WSOP mainler. It is, mate. It is for now, but don't forget, we've got 3 days of coverage here. 3 days of coverage until we get down to the final table. We'll obviously have the payout information later on today. There are some crushers out there. All right, Edwin, it's early days yet. There are some real crushers out there as Khalil comes with the flop check raise. I mean, we're in a real intricate part of the game tree here. Like, +1 V hijack, 3-bet pot, check 20%, check raise 3x, ace 9-6, Musin with the king of diamonds. Feels like a mandatory continue, although against the tightest player at the table, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know why we want to. I don't think we want to check raise ace king. You do see this a lot though when people do peel a 3-bet with ace king and then it comes ace king. I see a check raise all the time, but Musin's just going, well, I block ace king, I'm gonna or I had a pair of kings and I'm so tired of losing with them.
I 3-bet pre.
I'm not having this.
What are you trying
and
to
if you're
represent?
Khalil, you're like, who does this with aces? Nobody. So now Musin's like, I may have made a small blunder here.
Well,
do I win?
Could have Jack 10 of diamonds.
I do have the king of diamonds. He might have 9-8 of diamonds. He also might not.
Over 111 people now over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Shout out to all of you people tuning in from around the globe. Don't worry, I'm going to try and get the chat disabled nonsense sorted out. I'll speak with the team, just be like, look, alright, can't have a live poker stream and not get to have some rogue chat and questionable banter with the viewers. But for those of you watching, please do go ahead and hit that like button as a vote in support of Leo and I, bringing you guys coverage of this warm-up for the next 3 days. Live from the Crystal Cove as Musin is to emotionally detach himself from the 130,000 he's going to lose in this hand. Don't forget, chat, this is 3-bet jam on the flop. Oh, sorry, 4-bet jam. Khalil checked. Musin continued for 12k. Khalil made it 36k. Musin made it 130. I think Khalil said, I'm all in, dealer. 270k.
Yeah, this is very spicy indeed.
And this feels like the classic funeral for the hand. You ever seen that?
The hand funeral.
The hand funeral.
Yeah. I often call people out about the hand funeral. Actually, it's one of my pet peeves.
I don't hate this one, given that we're playing 1.5k, 3.5k, and there's 460 in the middle.
Yeah, and there's potential he has the best hand. Like, there's a slim chance he has the best hand, and he's in quite a tough spot because he is blocking ace king. But it's like whatever, he can have 9s and 6s. It seems super likely.
Yeah,
having the king of diamonds is no good.
The hand funerals I get annoyed with are in cash games where like you're all in, you table your hand on the river, and the guy just peeks back his hand for like 3 minutes straight. We literally could have, you know, dealt the next hand.
Because you're taking everybody else's time.
Yeah,
it's not just your time.
You're stealing EV from people, for sure.
If you're taking 30 seconds from 8 other people, you know, it's not cool. You're wasting 4 minutes of people's life. Just let it go.
Move on to the next hand. Time has been called, as is the right of Muhsin's table mates.
30 seconds.
Been given 30 seconds from the floor.
Nice. Yeah, this isn't so much a hand funeral. Like, if he had like Queen Jack here, I'd be super annoyed, obviously. But at least he has some kind of hand. I just don't understand the free bet on the flop at all.
Wow! He spike calls it off. 600k in the middle. I mean, this is.
And he's in about as bad shape as he could be.
It's got to be like a chip lead pot. Khalil stand. They both stand up. Khalil's doing the walk around though. Look at this. This is poker right here. This is what poker's all about. The old stand up, walk away from the table when your opponent's got one out. Hands on hips. And Khalil holds for what I assume is a top 5 stack.
Yeah, although it may well not be by now. You know what tournaments are like.
True. Almost 200 bigs. Ace.
Calling.
All out.
So Muhsin finding the spot to jam his final 9 bigs. Ace Jack from under the gun.
Fowler in the cutoff for the ace-6, getting a count, but I think eventually just going to be folding.
$22?
22 or 32? Oh, Kolev does make the call. I don't think it's 22. I think the dealer's told him the wrong amount.
Did they say 22?
Yeah, and he made the call. I think he's about to find out that it's
32, unless he wins.
Wow.
Then he won't have to find out at all. But yeah, that would be a bit frustrating for sure. But that's why you've always got to double check, you know, I think.
He did. I mean, he asked the dealer.
That's true, yeah. I mean, you can't do much more than that. Yeah, brick.
That's brick out. Let's find out. Muhsin gets the double. Oh, okay. It was 22. Oh, fair. He's got, I think it was 22, mate. He's put 7 in. He's got 25k. He's got about another 7 there. That's 32, 39. And then like 5k's worth of 500s.
No, those are 1k.
Yeah, the pink ones are 1k.
So he's got 32, 42. So yeah, 22. Yeah, must be. Fair enough.
Alright, alright. So we do have break coming up shortly.
Stoyanov ace-jack off, under the gun +2. Kolev under small blind with king-9 suited. Playing a relatively short stack now after calling the jack-10 suited and calling down early with the ace high. He's playing sub 20 big blinds. Around 16 to be precise. But I think versus the +2, this hand, I was going to say not quite strong enough to peel, but he obviously thinks otherwise. I would have thought King 10 suited to be peel. And Musin now all in for the second time in a row, finds pocket nines this time. Facing the big blind all in. What is Stoyanov going to choose to do? It's only around 13 bigs. Ace jack off, really, really close. The big blind 3-bet range, 3-bet all-in range, and 3-bet range in general just tends to be a little bit stronger than most other positions because the big blind obviously has the option to just call. So a lot of hands that might jam or fold from other positions are able to just call. But Stoyanov elects to re-jam. Kolev gets out of the way, and it is a flip.
Looking to go back-to-back doubles.
Yeah, we did see Kolev fold a 9, but still 9's the best hand at the moment.
Hello.
Ooh, finds the case 9 on the flop, gives him a pretty solid lead, but not the worst flop for Stoyanov. He's got backdoor diamonds working, he's got the jack for the gut shot.
Yeah, not at all.
Diamond. Nah, 5 of clubs drawing dead. Moose. Oh, not drawing dead, sorry. Still got a gut shot. My bad. 10.
Okay.
Can't believe someone else at the table just called Stoyanov's card. Someone was like, 10 ball.
Did they?
Yes. That was
Here? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Atanasov picking up a nice hand. Wow, even bigger stack. Didn't know we had 2 absolutely mountainous stacks on this table. Look at that, 965k at a 4k big blind. Wowee. Almost 10 starting stacks already with just a third of the field left. And finding a very, very nice hand to go along with it. He opens the ace-queen suit to 9k. Folds around to Koroshenski in the big blind, ace jack offsuit. We may see an all-in.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We are live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. Day 2. Here we are. Merit Poker Vintage Festival Series warm-up is underway with coverage from this Day 2. And you can see there's a lot of chips in play very early into this tournament. Got about 4 more levels of play today, then obviously all of tomorrow, Day 3, till we get down to the final table. But what a turnout we've had. 500k guaranteed prize pool. Managed to smash that with over 1.1 million collected. 71 places paid. And still got a ways to go until we get down to the money.
You have to put your cards like this.
Here we are, new feature table.
Everyone has to see how you double. But not from...
I have to put it here, yeah?
Oh.
Mobarek playing almost 150 big blinds. Just limping in from +2 with the 8s, which has invited Melchizedek to also come along for the ride and limp from the cutoff with Queen Jack-O. Silverton with the same hand on the button. Looks like he's going to ISO.
The cards are big. Big numbers. Cards.
Silverton with a continue on the ace-9-4. Wow. Mobarek's just like, you know what, mate, I'm gonna limp pre, now I'm gonna check raise ace-9-4 with the ace. Gets it done.
Way hot.
It's what?
It's hot.
Hot.
Yeah, it's hot.
No air. Thing
Yeah.
Lights, all the lights on it. It's hot?
It's hot, yeah.
That's the
I was running from...
That's the pressure of...
No, it's not about pressure. I was running from diamond. Still here.
The TV pressure, bro.
There is, always.
The cards. The cards.
Ah, the cards here. All right.
Here we go, big man.
And in the small blind, playing 50 bigs. Ace-6-0. Always going to complete here.
Hold on.
Understand. For sure the best one. Huh? For sure the best one. Yeah, seeing how far away. Sharon Boston.
Hmm? Yeah.
They're talking about some previous player that has busted. Welcome back. Those of you that have only just joined us since we returned from break. 71 places paid, min cash of 3,440. Over $209,000 going for first, as well as 9 packages into the Montenegrin series coming up in February. Quite the turnout here at the Merit Crystal Cove.
I'm short too. lights are like the sun.
Yeah, especially on the street.
Right?
Yeah.
Pilkington under the gun, 33 bigs. Looks down at a couple of queens. Potential double spot here for her. She can find someone else. Hand behind.
Yeah, I will ask myself this also. I don't know.
Ace queen for Hassan on the button. Could be trouble.
Guess what?
Yeah, you have to call. Sorry.
Five deuce rainbow. Pilkington still with the best of it over pair. Mobarek with a gut shot. Hassan with the 2 overs. May also have the best hand, but he is up against an under the gun range. Jessica continuing for 40% into 2 opponents. Has to be somewhat concerned. Oh my. Mobarek would have turned a straight had he stuck around as he chuckles to himself. Turned the absolute nuts. Pilkington setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.5. Quick fold.
Thank you.
I folded 7-6.
I appreciate that
I
fold.
cannot lie, you're gonna see it live.
You get all my chips if you don't fold. Every single one of them.
I was about to pay the 20K.
What did you fold, yeah?
7-6.
7-6?
Gut shot 8, man.
If we were on that table, you wouldn't have folded.
You would see it, you would see it,
You
you're not
know what I
lying.
100% if we were on that table, he wouldn't fold.
Oh my God.
How much was the bet in the first?
24.
21.
21, whatever.
It's not good to lie on live TV.
Yeah, I don't want to look dumb. You know, like
I think
this
the live
idiot who
stream saved
called
me,
with
right?
the idiot who called for a gut shot.
That's Mark third. Mark. The upper one.
Yeah, the corner's bent. Is it a good one?
Langer just flopping the joint.
Better color.
So quick look at the chip counts. Jihad Ali Mubarak could have had a lot more had he just pilled one street from the big. He would have stacked Jessica Pilkington, who quickly admitted he would have got every single chip pound. Scanning through the table, Shakib Mihiri at the bottom of the counts, 18 bigs, but still plenty of time, hour-long clock. Everyone else kind of just chilling, you know, between 40 and 55 bigs, other than Roy Coco, who's also up there with 100 big blinds. Shout out to
They're gonna hear this.
all of you keeping us company over on Facebook and YouTube. For those of you watching on our YouTube channel, as always, if you could hit that like button, is greatly appreciated. Helps us reach a much wider audience, and I've received confirmation that as of tomorrow we're going to have the live chat back, so you guys can get involved and keep us company in the form of engagement. Just non-stop hands here. Langer with the aces. Mihiri, who, as I just alluded to, is looking for a double. 18 bigs. He's going to be in rough shape, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just jams here. Although, that looks like a lot more than 108k. Ah, that's not Mihiri, that's why. Here he has 3-bet to 49k. Yeah, Langer, no nonsense, just got to put him in. Knows that 3-betting off this stack is just always nutted. And here he does call it off, and he's in rough shape.
I committed myself also the race. What's this TV table? Maybe they make show for you. I don't know.
Wow, Queen 10-7 is saying there's a chance. That's flop top pair. Backdoor straight draw as well. Now just a queen and a queen only. Deuce of hearts on the river, changes nothing. Langer with the KO. Mihiri getting his last 18 bigs in with ace queen suited. Not much he can do.
Good time to get aces, huh?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, chat. I am back. Just putting out some stuff on social media. For those of you that aren't following us, do go ahead and drop us a follow over on Twitter and Instagram, Merit_poker. Vanguard flopping best. Bit of a loose open here from the low jack. Does have the best of it. Best diamond in hand as well. Wow. It's going to check down all the way to the King of Clubs river.
Jack.
4-liner on board.
Ask ace drag.
Pilkington should have 3-bet pre. Well, she saw those hands. Edwin saying Pilkington has a nice hand and mod page of results. She's been around for a while. Do you know her from the UK, guys? I know Leo does.
Nice try.
He was talking about her earlier on. Jessica Pilkington, 222k. Aces again, chat. What is going on? Just all day today. Just been big hand after big hand. Pretty epic stuff from an entertainment point of view. Saboten in the big blind. Early position. Hope we're just going to defend, makes sense. No need to inflate the size of the pot. Queen 9 deuce, 2 hearts, 1 diamond, complete whiff for the big blind. Hassan obviously overpair ace of hearts. Going to be looking to put more money in the pot.
الموت.
Size.
Early position, ace 9-0. Yeah, I know the way that everyone's been playing. Everyone's been playing pretty honest poker. So I don't hate the loose open, but I just think +1, ace 9, and 60 bigs. Still feels a bit loose. Cow does fold his big. It'll be a three-way affair. A lot of multi-way pots being played here at the moment. Queen 8 tray. Rainbow Pilkington's 6s out in front. Obviously going to struggle against much pressure. Moparek just loves raising these pocket pairs. Loves finding out where he is. Limp called pocket 8s earlier and then check raised on an ace 9-3 board. I mean, the guy's just an absolute hero. Just loves the game.
You play only 1 hour, right? One level?
I don't know, I think there's 2 levels more, right?
Okay.
2.
2 more after this. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 more levels of play after this.
So we play all the time here?
2 hours.
You finish the stream?
No, 17. There's 1 level. We will not play it here.
No?
Okay.
We played now 15 and the 16. The 17 will play it.
He knows his stuff. Regular here at the Merit.
13?
Another multi-way affair with a couple of pairs. No sets. It's been a day of big hands and uncooperating flops. There were a few occasions where it looked like we could play a massive pot, and then unfortunately the flop just hasn't cooperated with us.
You gonna stay here for the main event as well?
No.
No?
I stay till 28.
Hmm?
Till 28.
Mr. Philip, this is level 5 that Philip. Mr. Philip, this is level 5 now.
Again, another couple of hands that could collide here. Mobrick coming with the 3.3x.
Вначале сделал уже, напротив у нее вначале уже сделал 50 тысяч.
Conversation. The ace jack of clubs just flatting. Langer wants to see 3 from the small.
Usually,
it's Milad's fault.
It's his fault. He was like, oh, limp, limp, limp.
Mubarak. So you see why I limp? No, I don't see it. Don't see why I limp. Oh boy. Nut flush. For Melkasation. Mubarak with the king of clubs in hand. Don't think he'll be going anywhere just yet. Depending on the size that he comes with. Milad would have turned a set. He looks over to his opponent. I'm just like, mate. Mate, I flopped a set. I turned a set, but I folded on the flop rather. Makes the discipline lay down. Sizable bet on the turn, 85k.
Next time I'm limping.
125k.
In 30 minutes, you see. You see, he has Queen Jack of clubs.
If he does, Sahten. I cannot.
Or sevens.
I'm not in position. I'm not in.
It's sevens either like no seven.
Drawing dead.
Ace 10 of clubs, no.
Drawing dead.
No, he has ace king with the ace of clubs.
Drawing dead. I told
Or
you.
aces.
والله
No, but
drawing
aces
dead.
you raise.
ما بتربح ما بتربح. شو ما نزل ما بتربح.
8-9 of clubs.
Aces.
لا
That's drawing
كيف
dead.
aces يا زلمه بشرفك. كيف بتجيبها الايسز؟
شو كيف انزل ما بربح؟ مش معقول الا ما يكون عندك aces.
معي فلاش.
English please.
قصاي. ميت.
Not flush.
Ace
He's not
5 of
lying.
clubs. That's it.
صح.
No, ace 9 of clubs.
بس دفعت 20,000 بري فلوب انا اول واحد مريز. tough to believe. Anyway, صحتين ما انا هشوف هلا.
لا ما بقول لك معي اسفل ايس هيك.
اسفل ايه؟ ايه اوكي.
بقول لك يعني فيك تشوفه يعني.
No, it's fine.
You will see it in like 20 minutes.
And you know,
Telling the truth.
I turned set.
Yeah, I heard. I heard that.
You don't know the river.
Obvious.
Have
no?
to go. Huh? You didn't get the memo, did you?
They didn't get the memo. When I'm big blind, double raise
Yeah.
is always a call, no matter my hand.
65. Maybe improves. If he improves, he pay you 200 more.
What about 3x? No?
The X, I look at my hand.
Okay.
3x, he just puts you all in.
2.5? Make you confused?
2.5, you make
It's a
me
pretty epic 2K when the big blind's telling you
I need to try
I'm
all
blind
my
calling
options.
any 2x to my big blind, but may take a peek if you 3x.
Do you ever see that interview of the football guy? Like, he was saying, I want to say thanks to my wife, my girlfriend. Oh. Have you ever seen it?
No, in poker? In poker?
In football.
I don't know.
I want to say thanks to my wife, my girlfriend.
Oh my god.
Ну, тут скользят хорошо. Ну, тут скользят хорошо.
No TV stunts, bro. No TV stunts. I don't do this shit.
I'm a bit too loose on this table. I'm a bit on loser side.
That's been a bit
Also
loose.
too much.
I've seen it.
That's a good sign, by the way. It's a very good sign. My favorite number as well.
I mean, 3 of clubs is like your favorite number.
Oh, Lanka, it's the +1 open, 40 big blind stack, opting to 3-bet the king-9, somewhat unorthodox. Did not expect to see the 3-bet, especially in position. Even if you feel like you're up against like a perceived weak opponent or something, just, you know, flat. Table's been playing really honest, hasn't been much 3-bet squeezing nonsense going on pre. As I welcome back in my partner in crime this series.
Hello.
Ew, I was about to text you to grab me a cake, mate.
Oh, I had a little chocolate like Swiss roll kind of deal, and it was just phenomenal. It was the most chocolatey bit of chocolate I've ever had.
It's dangerous.
Ah, but I think the buffet's closed now, so.
It's dangerous.
Oh,
out
there's
there,
the
mate.
downstairs one.
It's dangerous out there.
It is dangerous. That dessert buffet at the main
dangerous.
buffet is just. I'm surprised I limited myself to one. Honestly, respect. Where respect is due. That is me respecting myself.
It's more dangerous than Laszlo Boytash and your direct left in a 200 big blind deep PLO game.
Exactly.
It's just, it's dangerous.
Dangerous. I'm going to gain some weight this week, tell you
Yeah,
that much.
100%.
But I'm going to make up for it by going to the gym. It's going to be a bulky week, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's November.
Yeah, exactly.
You
need a bit of cushion, don't you?
So 3-bet pot, 89k in the middle langer, 3-betting pre to 35k.
My glasses upstairs. What an idiot.
Go ahead, mate.
It's alright, I can see them. I can see just about.
Grab a cake on the way back. Obviously,
Open, 3-bet, king 9, cool, check.
Yeah,
bet,
plus
cool.
1, 12k, hijack 35k.
That's a good one.
And then
could see Langer just absolutely blast it off now.
22% c-bet, thereabouts on the flop. As to be expected, 3-bet pot, small and wide. We may have liftoff, although I would assume, Leo, 3-bet pot, check, bet small, call, check, bet small, call.
Yeah, it could be a give up.
Red.
Hard to be
flags.
Hard to get much to fold on the river that calls twice.
Yeah, alarm bells. I mean, even if you're, you're blocking 9s. Like, yeah, we'll see.
No blocker to the suited Jack X that exists.
It's very true.
Yeah, check.
Ace Queen's going to be good. That's where you pretend that you just had.
Queens.
Jack 3.
So sick. Going for some thin value there on a turn.
Oh, it always comes an ace, doesn't it?
Unbelievable.
I'm calling you 12.
Yeah, thank you, my friend.
You're welcome.
I would lost all my chips.
Epic
Jack 3.
start to this Merit Poker Vintage Series. 500k guaranteed in this warm-up, which, I mean, smashing out the park would be a bit of an understatement.
Just about scraping it.
Yeah, we only just managed. In the first 2 levels of registration.
How many people left?
Great question.
Thanks.
Thanks for your question. Next one.
Who's next?
1.148 million in the prize pool. 209,000 for first, plus 9 packages to Montenegro.
Make the final table and you're going on holiday again.
Yeah, with at least 21k in your back pocket. This is pretty epic, man. I mean, exciting stuff. Obviously, don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but the main event is anything like this. 1.5 mil is going to get
battered.
Yeah.
Well, they need 500 players for the main event. What did they get in this? 600 and something.
600. It's only 1k more, right?
Yeah, you would expect most people to be playing it, plus maybe a few more.
You don't just come to Cyprus to fire the 2k, do you? It's not like based where the casino is. It's not like in London.
But you also probably don't come just to fire the 3k. So I think a lot of people, it's going to be a lot of like shared competitors, you know. So I don't know if it will get a ton more than this tournament will.
No.
But even if it gets what this will, then the guarantee will be beaten by a reasonable little bit.
But it's not like in Leicester Square where you just walk past the casino and you're like, oh, what a fancy. Going to play a bit of poker.
Yeah, exactly.
We're in Northern Cyprus, like that.
Bit of a hand though. Jack 10-9. All 3 players have a jack. 2 of them have a gut shot to go along with it. Langer has the ace of diamonds for the backdoor flush draw, and Mubarak has the jack of diamonds, and Melchisidian has the 7 of diamonds. So very interesting. Mubarak going for the C-bet, 35k, which is pretty chunky. 35k into like 48. Rather large. Larger than I would have chosen, especially multi-way. You don't tend to size up too much multi-way. Not much more than like half pot or 60%, just because when you're multi-way, you always have a smaller share of the equity than if you're heads up. Unless you have the absolute nuts, obviously.
It was table 6.
But either way, your whole range has a smaller share of the equity. Jack 7 getting out of the way. Nicely done.
was table 9, I guess.
Uh-huh.
When it was
Langer
away, it was
not going to be folding this one though, for sure.
I had 9.
No,
8. 100%.
And 8, yeah.
Been there all day.
6 of diamonds on the turn. Both players picking up a flush draw now. Mubarak absolutely crushed at this point. Just can really hit a king or a queen to survive, but can't be the queen of diamonds. Can't be the king of diamonds either. Still firing though, makes it 75k into the pot of 110. 120.
Would you say it can't be the king or queen of diamonds?
Yeah, Langer's got the ace of diamonds.
Okay, I'm super confused. But
I said Mubarak can get there if he hits a king or a queen, but he can't hit the king or the queen of diamonds.
Ah, right. Just say that in the first place.
That is what I said in the first place. That's literally word for word what I said in the first place. You weapon. 2 of hearts on the river. Check. Check. Ace. Jack. Wins.
Oh, you love it when your opponent gives up, then you're just like in a spot where you're going to throw up.
If he doesn't give up, I'm all in.
It's because of the last hand when I was...
You're giving up or you're getting it in your face.
I rejected, insane.
Rejected everyone.
River, you call a big bet?
136 players left. Yeah. 71 paid. Don't know if we're going to make it to the money tonight.
Sorry? No.
It would make sense that we play down to the money.
Yeah.
Maybe if you put all in
60 players, 65 to go.
3 levels left.
3 levels left, yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Fair.
I would say. Or at least extremely close.
Check shops then.
Object.
I wanted to go to the gym, but it closed at 8. I thought it closed at 10.
No, Jack 8. Jack 7.
Livid.
Check 5.
Jack 8, I don't fold.
So instead, I ate a big chocolate roll and lay down on my bed for 45 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
It's basically the same. I had to do a sit-up to get up, so...
Oh, man. Closes at 8. Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to have to come up with something tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Maybe kick things off at 1 until the first break. So at 3 o'clock, one of us pieces out, goes to the gym, comes back, hour commentary, and then the other person pieces out.
What about 4.4x? Do I need
your decision?
Or I just need to fold? Fold. See you.
You can choose one.
Doesn't matter. I'll take this one.
What was the deuce?
I can bet that it wasn't the deuce, the second one.
Sorry? No deuce, no.
Yeah,
No, I was tormented. I said the other one's the deuce.
Oh, yeah. Would have been funny, though. Yeah.
It would, if he turned the deuce over, it would have been funny.
That's that.
Mr. Vasa, successful question, Vasa. Mr. Abraham, successful question.
I think you would be absolutely brilliant at Twitter. You're very like...
You have to put your cards here, yeah?
Sharp, yeah, quick, like witty. I think
Is
like
that what you have to be
I
on
think,
Twitter?
I think you have to be... Yeah, like the sharp and witty people seem to have the most success and like build the biggest followings.
Grand. Not really interested in having a big following, to be honest.
Played before Q tennis.
No?
Nah.
Don't want to get invited to more events like this.
Oh,
I'm here, aren't I?
No, you played before.
Oh, you are.
I put him here and then I was using this hand, so I moved them.
We were here because we used to play 1-2 together when we were 18.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
That's all you need. Sometimes you just leave such a lasting impact on somebody.
Queen 8 of diamonds dominated for Hassan.
Subotin just flattens Pre, seems fine. Versus under the gun +1. Bit of a whiffy board. Can't see Subotin folding just yet. Subotin.
He's humble.
So I'm firing out the C-bet. 8k into 36. Subotin makes the call. Queen. 10.
He's against the small blind flatting raise, so Hassan has to be somewhat concerned.
Yeah. Not concerned, but cautious, I think. There's going to be a lot of pocket pairs, basically a pocket pairs and ace high after we continue the flop, and then sometimes an open ender. Or a gut shot.
Suited broadways. We block the diamond variants of those.
Yanis.
Oh, I know Yanis.
Giannis, who we were talking about earlier. #1 on the Cyprus money list.
Yeah.
Boss man.
He came like 4th in the MPP main for a couple hundred bags, I think.
Yeah, he's a beast.
He is very good.
I think it's YA. Yeah,
that still came up though, didn't it? Yeah, came 4th for 230k. It's a very impressive final table as well, like stacked final table. Steve Warburton, Arseny Komatsky, who won the opener for like 300k, and then comes 2nd in the main event.
Jesus.
What life?
Some week.
Yeah, just
800k week.
800k week.
As you do. Small heater. And Hassan continuing now on the turn, unblocking the draws. Deciding to just go for it with this one. Subotin lays it down.
زين منه يعني.
Winner chicken dinner.
زين مع في 2 بالهاند في انا وياك.
I say winner.
كثير 8 7 ضام 8 انا معي شب 7 شبيت لك. ما بربح شيء. انت فيك تدق التيرن يعني.
انا بدي يخوفوا انه جاني الفلاش.
بس معك شيء انت مش انه ما معك شيء.
ايه بس انه اي نو اي وقت دفع لي حسيته احسن مني، حسيت احسن مني. انا قلت اذا احسن مني رح يضرب التيرن، ما ضرب التيرن. كملت. بس كان عنده هيوج مان، عنده اصل دينار يعني.
Pocket fours under the gun now for Hassan. That's a go.
Adam Hendricks currently ranked #1 GPI Player of the Year ranking.
Jess with the 6-5 suited +3, playing about 30 big ones. She makes it 12k. Our man Coco Chanel lets it go. What was his name? Coco Jambo.
No, Coco Jambo's Ognian Dimov's online screen name. It's Roy Coco.
Roy Coco.
Great name.
Roko Coco. Yoko Ono. Jess gets that one through pre. She'll be happy with that. You're on my hand in my page?
Yeah.
Why? I'm not playing.
I'm just having a look at how like the GPI.
Yeah, look at the state of this final table, by the way.
Come back to your seat, your dinner break is over.
Yeah, it's
What are the cash players?
Stop eating now.
Unbelievable that was. Like literally one of the probably the toughest. I reckon that was tougher, or equally as tough as the WPT final table that I made, which was a bigger. And it's WPT for a start, but this is just like some random small field 2K in the UK.
Well, it's not that random though.
It's not that random. Yeah, it's like yeah, but you know what I mean.
You see?
It's not like an international event that a lot of people are going to travel for.
Wow, that's going to be fun.
Sitting in a funny angle.
Yeah, it's difficult when this is high up.
Yeah, it's true. I feel like a dwarf.
Ace Jack off for Yoko Ono. Makes it 13k. Queens for Sakal. Playing around 32 big blinds. He 3-bets, makes it 30k. Nice and small. Holds back to Coco.
We will mute you backstage. You turn off your mic.
Oh, okay.
No problem with that.
Okay. Because I want
Playing 100 bigs.
Yeah, just...
Okay.
I haven't seen much of Coco in terms of play style. It's difficult to try and deduce how he's going to proceed in this spot. Wait, when did Giannis get brought over here? Did he just get moved, did he?
I don't know, I just looked up and saw him there, so he must have done. It wasn't on the original.
You mentioned him earlier on there, right?
Yeah, that was because we were looking at the Cyprus money list.
Oh, that's right.
There's a new dealer there.
A little bit of a cooler.
What's the guarantee on that mix, Max? You thinking of firing?
80k, but it's probably going to get way more. I imagine it'll get like 150, right, surely. It might not, though, because it's like in the middle of the main event, so it is a proper side event. But I think that's what's going to make it even better.
Yeah. You're just going to get all the people that bust out. Sweet.
Yeah.
A quick look at the chip count. So Mubarak's lost a lot back, was playing around 1.2 million at the start. And, well, yeah, it's given at least 400k back to the table. A couple of funky plays. But still, Jessica at the bottom of the counts, 27 bigs, plenty of time in this
Still
structure.
chunks, blinds up now, 4k, 8k, 8k big blind. Ante, add that ante on the end there because that's what it is.
So you're thinking of playing the,
that's the one.
1k mix max.
30-minute clock. I like a little small field, so I don't mind if it's only 80k, that's fine with me, 80 players.
10 p.m.
Can't see how it's going to be a 3-day event with 80 players and 30-minute clocks, though. Seems kind of optimistic.
Day 1. Day 2.
Must just be final table. But even then, like 80 players with a 30-minute clock.
Yeah, but look, it doesn't start until 10 p.m. on both days, mate.
10 p.m?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, so it's just going to be like a 5-hour day or something.
Yeah.
4 or 5-hour day.
Late.
Reg on day 2.
Levels of play 8.
8 levels, 2 of half an hour. So
yeah, so you finish at 2:10 a.m.
Yeah, that's alright, isn't it?
And then the same on day 2.
Yeah.
Finishes at the FT.
Makes sense.
And then
so I can actually commentate all day anyway, even if I do make the final table.
Pretty
What time
much.
does the final table start? 10 p.m.
We're covering day 2 of the main
I'm gonna go smoke.
on the 25th.
Okay.
So yeah, it would be
Tell me,
like
I'm over
10
here.
p.m. in the evening. You just go and play the.
Sweet.
Go and play the FT.
6 max final day. So 6 max final table. Nice. Nice.
Nice.
Shame we can't play the main.
Drink a lot.
Called Pillow Bounty.
I do.
We just do tag teaming hands and 1 bullet in the main event.
Smoke too much.
I was thinking.
Take my laptop to the table with my headphones and just commentate while I'm playing hands.
Oh, this is wild.
Hope I don't end up on the feature table.
Not when I'm on here though.
So I've got ace
I don't
jack off
know.
here. I'm going to open.
They put your cards here so you
could
can
hear
see
me.
what you would have had.
45, yeah. Oh, yeah, 40, sorry. Yeah.
So Hassan putting the 3-bet in. Small blind versus the hijack open of Subotin. Subotin makes the peel in position. That's a pretty good flop, I would say, all things considered.
Absolutely drills it. Top pair, flush draw. Hassan. Pre-flop 3-bet. Just going to wave the white flag straight off the bat here.
Yeah, got some backdoors, hoping perhaps he can just turn a bit of equity for free. Flop goes check, check. Don't expect it will, though. I think Subotin definitely has the equity with his hand against Hassan's entire range to just bet here and proceed no matter what happens.
Yeah, half pot jam.
Not even half, I think he'll just go a third, to be honest. Don't think he really needs to go big. He's gone about 40%. You kind of want the the like ace king of spades hands to peel. So going smaller makes sense because you want them to hit like ace of diamonds, king of diamonds. There's so many good turns for us, and even on bad turns we always have a continue. So Hassan,
oh no,
going for it, just goes make it 100k for some reason.
I'm just drawing dead in these fields.
Why?
I'm just drawing dead, mate. I'm just sat here with like queen 10 of clubs.
That's him. That's Sabatin.
Yeah, no, I know.
And just folding to a check raise, you mean?
But he's there with top pair and a flush draw.
Yeah, no, that's what you've got to do.
But I'm just, yeah.
You've got to flop really good hands. That's a good way to do well in tournaments, I found.
But I'm just going to get put in the bin by players like Hassan who just check raise me.
Yeah, this is
all the time.
This is pretty
all in.
Curious hand. All in. I guess he just wants to get it in now with more equity against overpairs. If he is against an overpair and he gets it on a flop, he's going to always have 50% basically instead of calling it off on the turn with less equity. Hassan just unwilling to let pots go by the looks of it.
In 23 minutes, I need to check.
Great strat.
In 23 minutes, you will see. Yeah, when it's going to be.
I love miscommunications when there's players of multiple nationalities on the table and they try and talk to each other and they've just got no idea what they're actually trying to say to each other.
It just makes poker just so great.
Yeah.
You got one of my cards.
Just live poker at its finest.
How's this guy wearing like a Columbia zip-up fleece jacket?
He likes going for morning runs.
I didn't say why, I said how. It's pretty warm. Yanis as well in the full hoodie.
I think it's warm in here because this is like where all the computer stuff is, like the back room and that. Out there though, it's air conditioned.
That's true.
Looks like he's just sharing that ace-3 a hearts check raise to his table mate. The lad.
Yanis limps the 9-5 off. We were checking back. Yanis flopping bottom pair.
Yeah, a bit of a cooler. Yeah. Facing a huge bet though. 15 into 24. Blind view blind. It's one of those annoying ones where you're like, okay, I know I'm supposed to call in theory. Can't ever fold a pair blind view blind, but why is my opponent just blasting?
On an ace high board. Traditionally not something the big blind tends to do. Check, check. Oh, brutal river. Both players improving to 2 pair. Yanis probably just going to go for a big bet here. He can go really, really big. When he has 5, this is such a great board for him because the big blind is so stripped of 2 pairs. Can't have ace-queen, can't have ace-king, can't have king-queen. Would bet the turn with all of them and will raise pre with a bunch of them. Can't have ace-9. Yanis kind of gets away from it cheap there. I think if Mubarak actually thought about it for a minute there, he might realise he should be raising for value, but Yanis gets somewhat lucky in some respects.
Don't think he can raise for value on the river.
What size did Yanis bet? Oh, pot. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, small blind just has such a nut advantage on that board.
I didn't see that he bet pot.
Here? Why?
Because the table is bigger, because we need to put our card here. A little bit unfair to play here.
And too much acting.
That's true.
Watch,
Even still, though, I think Yanis is going to bet the flop with Jack 10. He's going to raise king, queen, pre. He's going to raise ace, queen, and ace, king, pre. So he is super strict of value.
Do you not think he has traps?
He only has traps. That's it. That's all he has. But we have an ace.
Aces, queens, kings.
Them over,
yeah, potentially. Queens and kings only. When we have ace, like when we have an ace, you kind of have to discount that.
Okay. Because when you register, you sign some rules. Yeah.
How many big blinds did Yanis have? 30. What are we at? 4, 8, and Yanis has got like 300k, so there's about 35 big blinds deep.
Like a critical hand, you don't want to show.
Interesting.
You don't put it.
Like to put that
sign the papers
for a little solver.
Yeah.
And
little hand review.
Yeah.
That you.
Yes, but for example, you forgot one of them, like.
If you forget once, that's okay. But if you always forget. Got
So he's playing 220 plus 45.
Just about defend any two.
270, yeah.
He had about 280 at the start of the hand, something like that. 270, 280.
And even after 1 hour, we are now a little bit comfortable right here. Because
What do you have?
It was like 35, 240.
Yeah. Because first 30 minutes wasn't comfortable.
Did you not play on here before?
Yeah, I play. I played up.
Ace, Queen, 9.
Okay.
Rainbow?
Yes.
No, it's two spades, right?
Ace of spades, Queen of spades, 9 of something.
And you from London?
No, I'm further north, Sheffield.
I'm from England.
Yeah, England.
Sounds like English.
Yeah.
One snooker play.
Yeah, that's the city. The city of snooker, yeah.
Big fan of one of your
Okay.
You got
Everybody.
a
I've met him a few times.
Yeah, you should get the PTO with it instead, in my opinion.
Oh, we have everything because of Obex, but it's just
Yeah, they're in Sheffield.
it's the one that I'm used to the most.
More than amateur, not pro.
950, mostly check.
Just for fun, not.
Bit of bet.
But you're good at snooker.
Yeah. My highest break 70 and 12 feet. 70 break.
If you're good at snooker, you're good at
It's
pool. Can we
no
try
big
some
betting, but we did big bet.
It's a table
We
in
bet 3 big
Yeah, I
blinds,
know.
didn't we?
Okay.
Oh no, it was 15.
No, he
yeah,
did
2 bigs.
Yeah, he did do 2
Bring it,
bigs.
let's do something.
There was a little sliver of that.
Three-handed.
What do you play?
Pool, snooker.
Pool,
There is no snooker, only pool.
Only pool there. Yeah.
Only pool and table
Pure
without
cool.
holes.
Not pure cool, but cool.
Big hole.
Without holes.
Ah.
King of something. King of
Yeah,
practice.
King Rainbow.
No.
Carambol,
Billiards.
abricot.
3 balls? 3 balls you mean? In premium you have a pool
No
table.
holes you say, yeah?
Pure check.
Sorry?
You say no holes?
No holes, yeah.
3 balls.
I just want to see if he's.
What does it mean? 3
Not 3
balls?
balls? No.
Big blind's probably supposed to
You
be.
have,
I just
a
wanna see
with
what-
holes in premium. You have a regular
Yeah,
one.
they have a regular one.
Bit of a
but
hand
still
here,
have a-
just
yeah, but
blinds, jacks and
Boring.
small blind versus some
Yeah.
multi-way
just
action
for
before her.
practicing.
Never
Yanis
played
is
it.
ISO'd
You practice,
20k,
you're
just
not,
makes
you're
it
not
65
playing.
at the
Yeah,
small blind,
never
playing
tried.
around 25
No
big
holes.
blinds.
I was thinking maybe I made a
Yanis in a
mistake,
tough
but
spot with the pocket 9s.
Yeah, so we got 3 people.
Like
He
play
may
poker
end
with
up getting away
knockout.
from this
Tell
one.
me what you have.
So we got 3 people for our pool tournament already.
It's on the TV.
We can organize something.
Let's do something, yes.
I will be here till
A
the
lot
end.
of time I don't play, but I still have it. I think I still
Yeah,
have it.
That's what I thought.
I play
The
when I
kings
was
and queens
young.
are only a super small
10
frequency
years ago.
pre-flop because they unblock
I want
hands
it.
that
I have
continue.
another friend that want to play.
Which is what I was a bit suspicious of. So Yanis is actually super stripped of value by the river. Although it's at first glance it looks like he can have a lot.
you have to play by
Queens.
yourself.
And I think
Ace-king.
he's probably supposed to pure bet the flop with Jack 10, right?
First I'm going to win this.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then-
Oh, 50% check.
No rush.
Is
I'm
that if I
here
make
for
it,
So you can have Jack
tell
10.
you
a whole year, I guess.
Yanis folds the 9s, nice fold.
Fold. I have bigger. I have bigger.
Come on.
I have bigger.
Nice.
I saw your hand. I'm saying I have bigger. Too bigger.
Actually, I wonder what he's
Too
meant
bigger.
to be doing against 2 bigs.
Yeah.
Aces.
Me, yeah. Round of my
It's
ball
about the show 1, show all.
because of this.
I don't think he meant to show. I think he was looking at it himself.
Nah.
But
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he never
You don't look like an amateur. I don't know how to look at his cards.
Yeah, Solver doesn't want to.
No.
no, but you
But Yanis had the same
About left hand.
you
suspicions.
didn't ever do this and then fold your cards.
Only if I want to show something.
Oh, so you're the sneaky one.
Sneaky.
Ah, right.
Sneaky, tricky.
I have my eye on you
He
then.
told me a few hands ago.
Oh,
he could
Ace
see my
5's bombing.
Yeah, because the big blind's not supposed to have very much ace
So
X
there you
at
go.
all. So when you do have it, you basically have the nuts.
The other side
Wait, I
sounds
can
good.
see your card. If you leave them
You're
here, I
like
can
at the
see.
very top of your range, apart from Jack 10.
Everybody see anyway.
No sets.
YouTubers. Should
Very
we put
few
the
2
screen
pairs on
here
the
so
board like this.
we can see in 30 minutes?
5 and that.
Yeah, a lot of the snooker players
Yeah, let's
come into
mix,
the
check, and big
casino
bet,
when the
which is what he did.
crucible's on.
There's actually a 200% pot. Not very much pot size.
Yeah, but that is what you said though, it was like large.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went for pot.
And then what does ace 5 off do versus pot?
I get fascinated by these things.
Raise.
good for
I don't think you can raise the river, mate. It's alright, Henry. It's alright, mate.
Well, I mean, he butchered the entire hand, so...
Who did? Big blind?
Yeah, both did.
Giannis didn't. He just messed up his river size, that's all.
Promotion.
Well, he didn't even mess it up. I think Pop probably actually performs better in real life than 2x Pop. I think Giannis played it
they
good.
pay for this, but nice.
I just think if the big blind really thinks about it, he should realise that he kind of has to raise. Because it's not necessarily about what Giannis can have that's better. It's about how often the big blind's going to have better, which is basically never.
Easy fold.
Especially once the turn goes check. He now has no 2-pair before the river, right? He only ever has river 2-pair and that's it. That's his best hand.
No, but Giannis leads Donk's pot on turn from the small blind.
I will lie at
Right.
this for 30
No,
minutes.
well, not on turn.
No,
Turn check,
on the
check.
river, turn one check.
Yeah, so check, bet,
yeah.
cool. Turn, check.
Yeah.
So we've checked back ace-5, so we never have 2-pair on the turn.
Right.
Then by the time it gets to the river, ace-5 is his nut best hand.
Yeah.
He cannot have any better hand than that. That's literally the top of his range, so he has to raise.
Yeah. But why does he have to raise when Giannis can?
Because he can't have anything better.
Why can't Giannis have anything better?
Giannis can. I'm not saying that, but that's not all that the solver takes into account. The solver also takes into account our range. So although Giannis can have better, Giannis can also have a lot worse. He can have king queen. He can have ace x. He can have king x that goes for value if he thinks that the big blind never checks back an ace on the turn. And then once we get to the river with ace-5, we are literally the stone top of our range. So we have to go for value. Because we're at the top of our range and Giannis can have worse that calls. What we got going on here? Under the gun limp from Sakal with the ace-8 suited. Langar ISOs +1 with the ace-10 off. And Giannis finds aces and just traps +3. Love this from Giannis. Queen-10 suited for Coco on the button. Lets it go, very disciplined.
Yeah, do you know when they played the Crucible in Sheffield?
Very disciplined.
snooker.
I wonder what he's suspicious of.
Yeah, well, when they play it in
I wonder if he's
Crucible
suspicious
in
of the
Sheffield,
ISO or if
well,
he's suspicious of
it was against
Giannis's
the
peel.
casino.
Because
Like,
Giannis's
just
peel
sort
is
of
like
down and they
a
come
little
in there
bit
to play
suspect
sometimes.
in these positions. It's not like he's just peeled the
so I
button
played,
versus
like,
a 3x.
Caspoke with like Ken Doherty and Stephen Hendry and Mark Williams.
Queen 10 of clubs.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He's sitting there like, oh my god, please brick out.
It's like the one time I make a discipline laydown multi-way.
Flop the nut. It's so satisfying though when you make a fold like this. You see this kind of board and then it comes like 7 of hearts, deuce of spades or whatever. It's very satisfying indeed. Like, let's put in the c-bet in with the gut shot.
I didn't see him
Giannis got the ace of clubs as well.
But like, it's like mainly the commentators like
Great
Stephen
board for
Hendry
him.
and Mark Williams and Ken. Now they're retired.
Just peels.
Like when they're not commentating, they come in there when the Crucibles are.
Giannis obviously repping a pretty strong range by now.
Yeah.
But he doesn't retire yet.
Not too much Jack X that's going to just kind of snap call the flop. So not too bad of a turn for Langar. Like, doesn't have to worry about Jack X too much. There may be a little bit of like Ace Jack in there, but
yeah, Ace Jack of hearts, Queen Jack.
Yeah, exactly.
Not much.
Not much. But then like, there's not much weak stuff in his range either. Not many whiffs here. Giannis isn't really going to have very many like flush draws unless he has a combo like the Queen 10 of clubs or the Ace 10 of clubs. He's not just going to peel like Ace 8 of clubs versus this ISO, so not very many flush draws. There's going to be a lot of like King Jack, King Queens,
He's here now, actually.
King 10 suiteds. Interesting for Giannis. I think he can really go either way on the turn. SPR is 1. Just goes for the jam, trying to get called by a king.
My dream is to come to see the Sheffield, the World Series, if he's still playing.
Not been snapped, so he loves it. And Langar in the tank. Obviously ahead of all the draws. That's what he's thinking about. Having a 10, not ideal. Blocks some ace x, blocks some king x as well, but Giannis is not going to have ace king, so really only blocking the king 10 of hearts combo. Actually, lets it go. Nice pot going Giannis's way. Back up over 300k.
Ask him or like something. And he will send you the ticket like mail. It's okay.
Yeah, so I think you can get them emailed.
Queen 10 of clubs loves that he got to see a turn and it was a brick.
And I mean, Yanis had 2 aces and one of them was club, so.
Perfect.
Not that he knows that, but when he looks back, if he
Can
looks
I
back at this hand on stream, he's
ticket
gonna
only for the first
realise he made a pretty solid fold.
round? I want to know where. Can I buy ticket only for when you're playing?
Have I turned it? I've not turned it back on, have I? I'm sorry. I'm trying to be secret. I don't want people to listen to it.
I want to see Ronnie. That's it. I don't care about all the serial. You know, I want to buy ticket when
Yeah,
you play.
so you're probably better off going for the semi and the final,
Yeah.
right?
Not working.
But I don't know if you can get like. I'll have a look. I'll research it. Are you here all week?
Perfect for me. Yeah, I will take the number, and if yes, I will talk to you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, mate, he's going to the Crucible. Sheffield.
Jess.
No, Jess is going to sort him out with tickets, apparently.
Oh, nice.
We'll help him out. It's always been his dream.
Yanis making a pretty wide open. It's nice to see him do this because I do this sometimes, and I always wonder if I'm being a bit of a whale, but nice to see beasts making the same
right
open.
in the centre of the city.
Yeah, I think it's very
So you
player
can come
dependent,
play
but
catch
Yanis
with
is going to
us.
be
The table is far from
extremely comfortable.
Yeah, and
He's
probably who he deems to be a weaker player in the big blind, which makes a big difference. Interesting one. Yanis with the 2 overs and the gut shot with the jack of spades. Sakal with the king high flush draw. Goes check, check. Yanis doesn't want to bet and face a raise. A board that doesn't favour him either. Check, check again. 9 of spades. Where's the 9 of spades dealer?
Yeah. Yeah, because
Must
I
be
don't know
going
if you
for
can
a
buy like
delay,
week
double
passes
delayed
as well.
C-bet when he checks turn.
Yeah.
Are you staying here all week?
Now I'm here all week.
Yeah, so I'll have a research online.
Oh,
on the
wow.
website.
Sakal with the deuce.
Bottom pair.
Looks him up and says, "What you got, buddy?" I got a
don't know when it is,
deuce.
actually, to be honest.
I think it started.
When we leave the feature, I will. I'll have a look.
Jessica doing what I do whenever I speak to someone who's, not English or American.
The simplified English.
Yeah, just like slow down.
Whenever we leave feature, I sort.
Exactly. Like it. I think that's how we should be doing commentary.
Me friend.
Seeing as we're here at Merit, probably a lot of like Russian and Lebanese viewers tuning in to see how their friends are getting on. Like, hang on, don't understand a word that these 2 English people are.
If they removed some words from their sentences and slowed down a bit, that would be great.
Me Henry.
Me Henry. Like poker.
It's funny because I grew up in Eastern Europe, so I got so good at practicing, like slowing it down, that sometimes when I speak to like my close friends who I know speak fluent English, but because they're Bulgarian, I'll just speak to them like super slowly or like with an accent.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Hassan opening under the gun here with the king queen of spades,
Aye,
and
aye.
Jess peeling what I can only assume is something like ace jack off or ace 10 of clubs. Perhaps ace queen off.
Any traps?
Any traps?
2 aces?
Possibly, but seems unlikely given this distribution. Another ace for Sabotin. Got them both crushed. How much is he playing? Over 50 bigs. But only less than 30 big blinds effective. He makes it 61k to go. Putting both of them in a tough spot. King, queen of spades. Hand you absolutely hate being free bet when you've got, especially at this stat depth in a tournament. It's just like, oh my god, this hand is so good. What if I flop a royal flush? I fold.
This is why I don't play tournaments.
Because you have to fold so many good hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is frustrating.
This is why I don't play tournaments.
I think Hassan will just eventually fold here.
So I'm just going broke. I'm just like, okay, well, I'm all in.
Well, I call. Ooh. Snap. What do you mean, how much is it? It's ace king in a tournament.
not aces.
San said it's not aces. He's going to see the ace king.
Yeah, it's not aces, but you're still getting called, buddy.
Yeah, 200.
I call just to make count.
Yeah, no problem.
Just to not think about
No, don't
rolling.
worry. Take your time. Fine. Best of luck.
This is turning into a bit of a slow roll now.
Big blind, yeah?
I'm so confused why he's doing this. He said that he's calling. He just wants to know how much.
Yeah, this is a bit.
Just call. And
very, very slow rolly.
106.
Like it needs to be like 500k plus before you even really start thinking about it.
Queen is coming.
I feel like a queen is coming as well. Some spades.
Depends what Jess had. What Shadow's queen?
Queen.
And it's 5 clubs, man.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, the queen.
You called it.
Wow.
Queen.
Maybe she had ace jack, and then Sabotin is in worse shape than he thinks.
Queen hold.
That's a good one. If you got ace king, that's a good one.
More than deuce. One time deuce.
Wow, you're ahead. Why are you calling for a deuce?
Wow.
Because he wants to stay ahead. He doesn't want it to be a jack.
Okay, I'll take it.
Good luck, guys.
No, but when a jack would be a chop, like you can't call for a deuce,
I
mate.
fold to his three.
Do we want?
GG.
GG. Don't really.
We just missed what Jessica.
Hey.
Yeah.
Did she say what she had?
Yeah, I didn't hear
I
what she
fold to
said.
the free bet anyway, but I have ace jack of clubs.
Oh, ace jack of clubs. Yeah, fair. Makes sense.
Thank you.
Would have rivered a straight. Shouldn't have folded.
Yeah.
Very strange.
No, not a good strategy to fold straights.
We're back up and running over on Facebook.
Ну, спасибо, молодцом.
Ace jack of clubs. Yeah, fine. Nothing you can do really. Free bet. I think free bet's okay as well. Pre-flop slash good. Probably a solid mix. But free bet and getting jammed on really sucks. Jack 9 suited for Melchizedkian in the hijack. Playing just over 40 bigs.
They give us a microphone, nobody talks. That's it. I said they give us a microphone, but nobody talks.
We talk.
Yeah, but
They've been
you don't
talking
hear. You
way
talk
much
until
more
they come
than
on you.
than the other tables.
They're making TV tables, so we talk.
It's a boring table.
Nah, it's been fun
It became
compared
boring. It was fun
to the
before.
first few tables.
Yeah, before
You're not bluffing anymore because you're on here.
You know it's bad. You know it's bad. You know it's bad. I'll tell you. I'll tell you why. You are the reason. Because before nobody see your cards and you play. And now everyone see your cards. You don't want to. You don't want to play.
That's why you folded the gut shot to me. If we're over there, you don't fold here. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad we were here.
You were limping all the time.
Even
now
him
don't
slip.
even-
No, man. Honestly, my card changed.
Because of us.
I have no suited connected. I'm playing King Deuce for
What did you eat?
I don't know what.
Sabotin
Only
putting in the
7-6
3 bet
I
in the
played
cut off
when
with
I was
10-9
big
suited,
blind.
getting
I folded
the
my gut
dominating
sets
hand
when I
to
hit
fold.
Oh, yeah.
Nicely done.
Otherwise, she was like, all right.
I think it's crazy that somebody who has the 3 bet with 10-9 suited cut off versus hijack in their arsenal also just doesn't snap it off of ace king pre versus a 4 bet jab for like what is clearly less than 50 big blinds.
You'd rather my company than knock me out.
It's just trying to avoid the old
accidental call off 100 bigs.
Yeah, the live misclick.
You'd be out of the tournament, so you have 0.
I'll get
So
you
10% is actually
I'll get you a
nothing.
whiskey. I think
Nothing.
they're free at the
Nothing compared to.
Ace 10 for Coco.
I can't stop yawning.
What?
I have to wait 30 minutes.
Yes, why not?
Yeah.
We'll be exactly at the break.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're going on break in 30 minutes
I'll
time.
tell you, so you don't look at the stream just at 30
I
minutes.
didn't have much anyway. I didn't have much. So it's okay. Even if you don't tell, it's okay.
That's maybe thinking of getting up to something here, but does eventually fold. King Jack, and Mubarak has already stated that he does not fold his big blind to 2x.
I mean, this is a pretty solid defend either way. Whether you're a fan of folding or not.
Oh, wow.
This is probably going to get through as well.
It's like there's 71k out there.
I'm having it.
I've just told this story that I haven't played many hands because I've been drawing dead. I've just had bad hands. Oh, is Sakal going to come with the old...
Limp back raise.
Oh, love it.
The old limp back raise.
Oh, love it.
Just calls the
he's
ace-8
He's just like, you know what?
2/3 for a third of his stack.
I didn't call 17 pre. It's the classic in for 17, in for 85.
Yeah, in for a penny, in for a pound and all that. Whiffs though, Mubarak has the betting lead and the range advantage. Not going to be very much 9x in Sakal's range. Yeah, I mean, what else can you do?
Oh, I wish Sakal had like pocket 8 so you could just like snap it off and Mubarak just has to table the 5-3.
Yeah.
There might still be a world where Sakal convinces himself that... Nah, okay.
Maybe he just shows it anyway. No? Yes.
Oh. Power play.
Power play. Love it. Love it.
That's why he's wearing the Columbia Jack, mate. Jacket, mate.
Trying to cover up his beating heart while he goes for some savage bluff.
Who had 5-3?
Wake the bear.
Who?
Why wake the bear?
Captain of the table.
Come to Dubai, Habibi.
Come to Dubai.
From Dubai?
You see the hand?
Come to Dubai, Habibi.
I was there in January.
He goes 85.
You're also from Dubai?
I fold, he called, fold.
I think he just got a home game invite in Dubai.
Dubai, yeah, I heard that.
High, like a boss.
It's because he tormented him saying he's too quiet.
Exactly.
It's your fault.
Exactly. So now we have at least a game.
Game on.
Now you can take some chips.
I can take some now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Milad stacked me in
penalty
bracelet event.
Damn, too bad.
And then at the end of the hand,
29.
I squeezed like ace king 5-6 or something. Yeah, like ace king 5-6 single suited.
Better or higher when I fight?
And he ended up like tank calling off with like king, like good, but not great kings.
No, no, I don't think so.
And he gets the clean runner, and at the end of it, he like at my hand, he's like, Henry, mate. It's like, what are you doing like that to me? I'm like, what do you mean, mate? Because he goes like, he opens under the gun and goes flat, flat, flat. I got ace king. Oh, I block aces and kings. Just need to get through my lad.
You understand now?
He's not having any of it.
He's not having any. He hasn't
Yeah.
registered a tournament to
You'd have
fold
preferred my jack 'cause you're
the second best hand in PLO.
Technically the second best hand.
Technically, it is.
Second best tier. Subotin, king 4 suited, +1. Let's it go. Sakal now absolutely raging after losing that last one. Look at him, you can see the steam coming out of his ears. I'm only joking, he looks completely fine. Strikes me as a man who doesn't really care. Those sunglasses are very mirrored. I feel like you could definitely see the cards in them if you paid it close enough attention.
Yeah.
Like it's like an HD TV.
I mean, you can see the cards right in front of it.
You can see the denominations of his chips.
If you're Russian, I should have called you.
I wonder if we'll catch the camera and like see ourselves.
That would be really. I hope we get to see his hand through his glasses. That would be hilarious.
Not all of them, but yeah.
It makes it 40k.
Depending, like young guys here.
Am I young or no?
37, 38, 35, in this range.
Sakao, King 10 suited, facing the full small free bet, 2.5x makes the peel.
Okay, like 3-4 years, it's okay.
I need to go to Spa.
Maturity, it's okay.
I need to go to Spa more.
Really bad flop for Sakao. Langer with the 2 overs and a gut shot. Big blind had 6-7 of diamonds.
Big blind folded. Oh, it's 3-bet.
3-bet, yeah. Sakao now jamming. Sorry, Langer now jamming on Sakao. He's taking a bit of a beating.
You? I thought that was your hand. I thought you liked it.
Yes, I love it.
1 more hour after this level finishes, there'll be a break and then 1 more hour level, and we're going to keep the same feature table.
I was going to say you never fold 7-6.
Yeah, so we're going to be wrapping up around
It's a freeze, man. No,
11:30, 11:45 or so. Straight to bed.
يمكن ما بعرف بيقول لك مش هبلي عملها مرتين ورا بعض.
Shout out James Dempsey. Texted me, happy belated birthday. Day late.
Cute.
Disgraceful. Coco, who's been pretty disciplined pre-flop, picking his spots wisely. He's working up with Jacks here and Langer. Quite easily the most active player at this table so far. Understandably so. Very competent and aggressive. Opening King X from +2.
King X. Gonna be at least a jack. Or a suited 9 or 8. Ace 10 in the big blind into the muck, and Langer snap folds, so probably some kind of King 9 suited type deal.
Oh, getting too old for this. There we have it. Chukri Sakao, after calling off a decent chunk of his stack pre-flop and whiffing flops, down to just 12 big blinds. Robrex managed to get a bit of it back. Was down to 800k, peaked at 1.2 million. Back now hovering around the million chip mark, which still seems absolutely ridiculous. Like 10 starting stacks. Here it is.
Not so ridiculous.
Not
now.
now.
We're getting closer to the money, but still pretty ridiculous.
Just feels like the entire day we've just had some absurd.
Some crazy stacks.
Yeah.
Every table's had them. Ace 9 off for Yanis under the gun +2. I think we'll be opening. It's at 16k to go.
Overrating really likes
his little suited, low suited gappy types. What's this? 31k. The full click.
Again?
No, it's okay.
Really annoying this spot when you're Yanis. Like you feel like you always have this junky offsuit hand that just doesn't want to peel a free bet, but then you're forced into it because of the size.
It's also like, why can I just never have it?
Like kings or aces that I can just trap or whatever. Like the guy's got 6 high, but Yanis is gonna, I think, have to peel. I mean, he's really going to be hating it, but you're just ahead of some like ace-5 suited, some king-queens, some king-jacks that are in there, so ace-9, not too bad. Obviously, we're dominated by some of the range, but you expect the like real value kind of ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king type stuff to go a lot bigger. I feel like players who play in this kind of interesting, clicky kind of way often have pretty big sizing tells. And these kind of click free bets are often just like taking control of the hand, you know?
Now it's fun.
So it's not always aces.
It's not always aces, is what I'm saying.
Back then
Some,
it told me,
don't get me
"Oh,
wrong though,
shit,
some people it's
wow,
always
okay."
aces, but this is not the guy. Not the guy at all. And Mubarak flopping the best of it. Bottom pair, puts the c-bet in and gets a quick fold from Yanis. Up to a milli.
This is the same Mubarak that limp called 8s from +1 and then check raise on the ace-9 deuce rainbow board.
3-bet 5-3 suited.
Just loves it.
Just loves it. It's working. Did he win with the pocket 8s?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's 3 out of 3 for funky moves, so he knows something that we don't.
4 out of 4. Whilst he weren't here, he also raised pocket 5s on a queen 8-3 board where it's gone like open under the gun. He flats, Jessica Pilkington flats, comes queen 8-3 rainbow, c-bet from +1 into 2 opponents, and he's just like, nah, none of that, 125k to go. Like, it's like, good luck.
Good luck, good luck, we wish you good luck.
Good luck knowing how to adjust to these player pools.
18.
My wife watched the stream.
Oh yes.
And she laughed at me. You don't play any hand.
Shout out to your wife, mate.
She laughed at me. My wife watched. What?
The guy I played heads up in the PLO tournament in Luton, when we took the picture for the final table, he was like, I don't want to be in the picture because my wife doesn't know I'm here. I told her I was doing, I can't remember what he said he was doing, but it made me like absolutely howl at the time. But he was like, yeah, my wife doesn't know I'm here, so I don't want to see this picture. And then we chopped it heads up, and he was like, okay, I'll tell her when I get home. Because he had a newborn baby or something, or like a 2-month-old baby, and he was like, yeah, just getting a bit of peace and quiet, I think.
Peace and quiet, playing some 4-5-6.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to de-stress, you know, and play the most stressful game I can think of.
Yeah, literally.
Romania. Look familiar. I'm trying to think from it.
King's Casino.
Sorry.
King's Casino.
Have you seen some of the people? Did you go last week?
And ABT, I think.
Did you go last week to King's?
No, I wasn't.
That would be like a balance, wouldn't it? You're sensible, he's crazy. We have to like.
You were? It was good? It was good? Or no? You was there?
Yeah, I didn't make the money. I only went for the main event.
I have the chips. 17, you have 2 callers. It's difficult for you to talk.
When he called 80, like,
exactly. Thank you.
But this game would be boring if we all played it
If you had the hand to call 80, why you shove? Yeah, exactly. First of all, if you have the hand to call 80, you should re-raise you first.
even though he decided to put 80 in the frame.
Down.
Lucky for me. Yeah. And then call the when he called, I was like,
Go on, Sakal. Flops the 8 high flush draw after defending the big. He's like, dealer, triangle, please.
My favourite, this is never a bluff all in. When people make this triangle shape at the dealer.
Never a bluff?
Never a bluff.
Okay. Have to use that one. What makes you say that? Just like having the sheer audacity and confidence that...
Yeah, I just find that very few people have exactly that, the confidence or the even foresight to like do something fancy when they're bluffing, or like something that draws attention to them, but it comes so naturally when you have some kind of confidence about what's going on.
Well, Melka Satan makes the correct call with the ace-9, and well.
Now he's drawing dead.
Just punished.
Dead.
Punished.
Nice for Sakal. After taking a little bit of a beating, he doubles up, back up to about 200k, 25 big blinds.
Ace jack.
I wish you 3-bet.
132 left, so we're not going to make it into the money tonight.
No, you were right. We were miles away.
It's close. 3-bet, flat, all-in.
I really thought we'd do it.
71 paid.
Absolutely miles away.
It's about 50 people, mate. They're going to go home tonight. They're going to take pictures, bagged for day 3, post it on Instagram, and they're going to come back tomorrow.
Dust it.
Just go home empty-handed.
Yeah.
Live poker.
What's crazy is that you can be 50 players away from the money in this tournament with starting stack and still have 15 bigs or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Like 15 bigs with an hour-long clock.
Yeah, and the next level is going to be like 4,100, 8,200.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
Get me in now, coach. Put me in. Considering there's some tournaments you can register like with 8 big blinds and stuff on day 2, you know, and still not be in the money and 30% of the field left. It's pretty crazy. Jess with the queen jack off, under the gun +2, makes it 18k. Folds so far. Langar with the defend though.
It's crazy just the difference in like a Triton 50k and then a 2k warm-up event at. Yeah.
What's great? What do you mean?
Just like Queen Jack's just like in the muck, 9-handed, like low Jack, Queen Jacko.
Yeah.
Off of sub 20.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, sub 25 rather.
Do they play 9-handed? Triton?
No. And I think maybe tomorrow might be 8-handed here. I'm not entirely sure.
What's gone on here? Did we check the flop?
Check flop, yeah, against the big blind.
Jess.
I just got the perfect card on the turn.
Yeah, she's a range bet though, isn't it?
Langar with a gut shot.
Yeah, not much you can do though. Let's have a look. I know Queen Jack off is super border. What's she playing? 25 bigs. +2. Are they 9-handed or 8? 9.
9, yeah. I think they're 9. Yeah, they must be. Nice spacious table though. 9-handed normally seems cramped.
Queen Jacko is in there pure.
Yeah?
Yeah, 25 bigs. Queen 10 off, even 20%. Anything 25 and below, you open Queen Jack. Just because the blocker properties are so good, I was pretty suspicious. I think you start to fold a little Queen Jack at like 30, I imagine. Yeah, you fold it like 30% of the time at 30 bigs, and you probably never open it at like 60 or 80.
Okay.
60 is like a 40% open.
Oh, I'm just
100 bigs, it's like a 20% open. But it will be a pure fold from one position over. For sure.
I take that all back then. That's why I'm in here and she is out there. And go with the well, almost 4x from the small. Picks up the blind and the big blind ante. So strange, we used to just be like, picks up the blinds. Picks up the blinds and antes. Now it's the blind and the big blind ante. Great adjustment though, especially for live poker. So slow, there's always like 2 guys at the table. Having to wait for like 2 minutes every hand whilst the dealer tells people to put their antes in.
Yeah, true. God, I don't miss that at all.
I don't, especially down the local G. back in the day. It's been like, come on, John, mate, you're slowing down the entire game.
Yeah. Antes. Anti. Anti. That was all we used to hear at the old casino, you know. There's always one. At least one.
Oh, yeah, so I just got to reply to this. What, you got to do that right now, do you?
Yeah, it depends of the age group of the people as well. But I found the older the people get, the correlation got stronger.
Yeah.
The older you get, the less likely you are to put your ante in on time.
100%.
If at all.
And it used to tilt me, because I would get tilted at the dealers. Being like, just deal the hand, and like we'll sort it out as it goes along.
Yeah, I bet Big Blind Ante came from one guy being so frustrated by everybody else who's like, look, I'll just put it in and everybody else can pay me back later because let's just play the hand. You all owe me 50 chips, all right?
Do you know the thing that really, like, one of my biggest pet peeves is, you know, I grind cash predominantly for a living, and I typically play in the same places. I don't play in random casinos where people don't know me. Very rarely. Like, all of the places that I play, for the most part, the people know me. If I'm, like, on my phone or I'm, like, doing something, and the game's getting slowed down because I haven't put my big blind in.
Just keep going. I'll put it in a minute.
It's just like, I'm not going anywhere.
Exactly.
Like, you can see I'm clearly in my 20s. I have thousands of dollars sat in front of me. Like, this isn't my first time playing poker.
I'm not going to get up and leave and stiff you for $10.
It's literally, it's like, it's a 5-10 game.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going anywhere.
One of my biggest is not even that. It's the dealers who refuse to deal until the blinds are in.
Yeah.
It's even in tournaments. Like, the man has no choice but to put his blinds in. No matter when it happens, he has to put his blinds in at some point. He can't just because you've dealt the hand, he can't just be like, haha, well, I'm not going to put my blind in.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think that's not the dealer's fault, though. It's not.
It is a bit personal choice, though, because there are plenty of dealers out there who just deal and then go, you need to be
yeah, but those dealers are actually going
breaking
against
the
the
law.
rules.
They're breaking the law. They should be in jail.
They like poker players.
That's true. No, yeah, they've probably played a bit themselves. It's usually the dealers that don't play poker at all that just do it for fun.
But the reason is because if the guy who's under the gun, who's in the blind, thinks he's under the gun, he just mucks.
That's his own fault. He should be paying attention.
100%, mate. 100% agree with you, but yeah, I have the annual TDA.
So what's going on here? Yanis opens and then Mubarak just calls a small blind with queen 9 off. Seems fair.
He's in trouble now, isn't he?
He is in trouble. I hope the hand's a queen. Just because I like Yanis, that's all.
It's fair. I like Yanis.
Nothing against Mubarak. It's not, though. It's not a queen, is it? Yanis still should be pretty confident going for a second barrel hit. Enough King X, enough pocket pairs with a heart, enough Jack 10, enough Queen Jack, Queen 10 type stuff that he can get value from. A lot of those are going to have one heart as well. You can have some 10-9s in there. Even some floats with some like Ace 10 type stuff. Yanis makes it 40k on the turn, half pot. Mubarak thinking about what to do. It feels like he just wants to bluff all the time. But
wow, it just moves all in.
Shoves.
Ships it in. What an absolute boss, man. This guy.
Yanis calls. Nice one, Yanis. Let's go. Drawing dead.
Wow.
How much?
Drawing stone dead.
I like that. Yanis didn't take too long to like convince himself into folding. He just like, cool. That's what you get when you got a reputation like Mubarak, though. Like, Yanis has only need to see a couple of hands from him. Seen he's been free bet once, seen him free bet the 5-3 suited, seen him do a couple of other stuff, and probably watch some of those hands back from earlier that you mentioned.
Yeah.
And then that just earns you the snap call.
It's so weird because Mubarak like reached for calling chips.
Yeah, and then he's like, actually, I'm all in.
Literally, he like pulled out the 25k, then he looked over and he's like,
I don't think I'm going to win if I do this, so I'm going to do something else.
Oh, that's brilliant. A bit of a chuckle from the table. Love to see it.
Nice one. Come on, Yanis.
Put on an absolute clinic in that MPP main to get fourth from an ICM perspective. Was in the absolute cage for the entire final table. I think he got down to like 5 big blinds at one point and just really put on a great display of ICM knowledge. Made some incredible folds with like 7 bigs. I'm just like, yeah, well, I'm just out of the tournament. It's double here up to 55 big blinds.
Very nice, very nice.
Last year. 1 month last year. No, I wasn't living there. Well, I thought I was, but I left after 1 month.
Queen 6 deuce. Mubarak with the flush draw. Jess with top
I
pair.
was there for 2 days, and then I left after 1 month.
Interesting turn card. Mubarak picks up a double gut shot to go along with his flush draw. And Jess does have the 7 though, blocking some of the potential outs, and a brick on the river.
Missed my flush.
It's because the World Series was on, and then we had all the problems last year. So
Jess missed a little bit of value there, I think, on the river after Mubarak. It's traditionally a pretty aggressive player. It doesn't strike me as a type to ever check back a hand that's like top pair or less.
How was Jessica involved in the hand from the small?
I think he limped the small. I think he limped the button. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he limped the button.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's the only way that hand plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she peeled.
Right, we are going on a very short break in 5 minutes. Enough time to run out and grab a cake. It's Balkan season. It's allowed.
Well-known strategy of bodybuilders around the world is just eat loads of cake.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick 7-minute break. I was thinking of grinding cash, but there's just no shot.
Out there?
Yeah.
Too tired?
Yes, for tonight, yeah.
Who's that?
Jack
No.
Sinclair.
I think we move.
2 hours. So we still have 1 minute here.
Oh.
No, 1 hour more.
Just 1 hour.
But we leave now.
Level 17, finish.
But I think we move back to those tables.
You guys would be wrong.
The other ones can play 1 hour or stream finish.
After the satellite.
Plus.
Yeah, I think as soon as this finishes, everyone that's still left is going to run to the satellite.
You have to still play satellite?
50 seats. It's crazy.
Ah, 50 seats into the main. Wow.
King 9, King 9.
Wow, that's insane.
I probably play that too.
What's that?
The satellite into the main.
Seats,
It's got
as well, I mean.
Easy money.
50
I hope
seats.
so.
For a 300 satellite. So they've got like 500 players.
Wow.
Where is that? I haven't seen anything like that.
Here, yeah, Jessica says. Is it? Let me have a look. Let me have a look at the schedule. Right, is it schedule or schedule?
You like the food?
I say schedule. Oh, what do I say? Schedule. Schedule.
So it's
Everything.
yeah, 50 seats.
I think I timed it very
50
good.
seats guaranteed. 550 buy-ins, so 1 in 6.
This must be the same table.
It's last year. When is this?
Yeah,
Same tournament.
last year.
Somebody else.
So we had still COVID.
Who is it?
Yeah.
This guy called
Now it's better.
Addy.
Paradise now.
Close enough. He's a German guy. I met him in Bratislava.
You stay? You see?
That's the same tournament though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, 44k first, well, something like that. Right. We're going to be going on break after this hand. It's the players.
Henry doesn't even care about this last hand. He's just thinking about chocolate cake.
I don't know, man. I've been on like such a good diet and that. But I'm only here for 10 days, so.
Jess opening the ace-5 off in the cut-off. Sabotin defending the big blind with the ace-8. All right, we're checking this one back.
This is live poker, mate.
No, betting's fine as well. I'm just saying because she checked back the 8-3 deuce, so I was more like, it's okay if we check this one back, but it doesn't mean that we have to. It will probably be a mix, but Wouldn't be too surprised if ace 5 off checks back pretty heavy on this kind of board. Sabotin. Oh, they got the graphics wrong. Just bet 13k. Sabotin makes the call. Other way around.
God damn it, share hands, guys.
God damn it.
How dare you?
This is unacceptable. Professional outfit we're running here. Check. 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 Or bet super small.
Block 15.
Yep. Definitely an option. Just trying to minimize your losses against a hand like Jack 10. Or like pocket 10s, pocket 9s.
The old bet 3-bet with Queen Jack O.
Yeah.
Yeah, set up nicely. Always randomizing on the clock. Sicko.
Henrik Hecklin gave a very good piece of advice about how to randomize in game without people telling. I don't know if I want to share it. Should I?
Go ahead.
What he does is imagine your chip is like a clock face.
Yeah.
A chip is like a clock face.
Well, that's Ike Caxton's. Well.
Yeah, yeah. And then you just shuffle some chips.
I'm not even giving you 12.
Oh, B15 on the river. Sabaton taking it down. We are going on a 7-minute break when we come back.
7-minute break?
7-minute break.
What?
When we come back, got 1 more hour of play. This epic day 2 of the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. Don't go too far. Got to wrap things up for day 2 and wind the evening down here for coverage day number 1 live from the Merit Crystal Cove. See you guys shortly. Some room to 3-bet fold if anyone's sick enough to come with the 3-bet out the small with this stack depth.
Yeah, and if we see a bricky flop here, I expect we'll see the chips fly in. I think Nerd's probably just peeling, hoping for a kind of jack high or lower board that he can stack off on.
Note the SPR, Leo.
Yep, we are at 1.
Well, that is a bricky board.
Very bricky, and not only bricky, but actually gives Nur a decent bit of backdoor equity. He's got he's got the backdoor straight draw and the backdoor flush draw, so definitely never going to be folding on this board.
Hand number 13, and it feels like every single hand so far today has been just hand against hand.
Some kind of premium. Interesting decision for Flynn what to do on the flop with SPR. This is actually a spot I really like just jamming, because our ace-king, if we do decide to jam a hand like ace of diamonds king, we can get it in ahead a decent amount of the time. We can put a lot of pressure on a hand like jack 10 suited. And also, when we have if we put some pairs in that range, Nur basically is just forced to stack off with any pair he has. And he's always going to stack off with a flush draw. We don't mind if jack 10 folds. So I don't mind a jam, but he goes for the small bet and then jams the turn, and Nerd kind of reluctantly pays it off.
Well, he has picked up some of that equity that you mentioned in the form of a gut shot. So 6 outs once for Nerd. Not the spot you want to be in, but still 14%.
Yep, better than nothing.
229k in the middle, and Flynn gets the hold up to just shy of 100 bigs. Great start for the Irishman here. Day 2 Merit Vintage Series warm-up event.
How much?
To like 250k, and then him and Nerd just play some massive pot where it's like 9-4 suited against jack 8 off.
Talking of Elder, here he is. The king, queen of spades.
23 hands. That's all we've played, and it's been literally just like
hour.
Yeah, nuts versus nuts.
One level, 23. Yeah, 23 hands an hour. That's not bad, especially given that we don't have a time. A clock.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about this the other day. He asked me how many hands you think you get in live tournaments. I said obviously the later the tournament gets, the less hands you get per day, but I said around 25 an hour, so happy to be proved right.
Edwin Snippe over on the Merit Poker Facebook channel saying, hey Henry, happy to hear you're back in the booth. So I guess you got to your flight in time. I got to my first flight in time. Did get to my first flight. Missed my connecting flight. So instead of flying from Frankfurt directly to Larnaca, I had to wait an additional 3 hours in Frankfurt, fly to Athens, in Greece, 2-hour layover there. Got here around 10 PM last night. Got straight to bed as we jump back into this. How about this for a flop? Ace, Jack, 7, 2 spades. Top 2 for Volotko. Straight draw and second and a half flush draw for Eldar.
Not wasting any time. What's Volotko up to here?
Volotko's just snap calling.
Oh, right. I thought he was like thinking about it.
No. Alright, the immediate one chip flick in.
Yeah, literally the worst possible hand you can see. You look at Ace Jack and you're like, wow, I've got the absolute nuts. How can I ever lose? And then he turns over King Queen of Spades and you're like, what's going on here?
What's going on indeed? As Eldar, you did say you want him to chip up to 200k.
I did say.
Very first hand.
There we go.
Doubles up to 107k. These guys just love it, don't they?
I love it. I love watching people like this play poker. The scruffy t-shirt, the necklace hanging out.
Wow.
Males. I mean, yeah, males. Obviously, there are female professionals, but they all just get snapped up instantly.
Yeah, they do. I don't know, man. I mean, I think it's just because of like the recent circle of people. Most of the guys that are grinding like the Triton super high rollers, they're all in their like their 30s.
That's the thing, isn't it?
They're in like later stages of their careers. Because obviously, like to get to that level, you do need something that only time can give you, and that's experience, you know.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, you have the
odd
young wizard here and there, but even like a lot of the quote-unquote young guns like Badziakowski or Mateos, like they're all in their late 20s now.
Yeah, I was going to say, Badziakowski's not that young anymore, and like Ali Imsirovic.
Yeah, those guys. So
I feel a bit guilty mentioning that name, actually. I'll take that back. Don't like to promote scammers and cheaters.
Yeah. Yeah, well. But yeah, other than Bads and Mateos, a lot of the guys are married.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even know if they are. Maybe I'm just using like I would say like...
Not many.
Yeah, not many. I'd say like 25%.
You reckon? I'd say less than that.
Yeah, probably less than that.
Wow, look at this. Eldar all in for his last few big blinds with the Jack 10, second pair. But he's drawing incredibly thin against the bottom set of Nur. He does have the club, Jack of clubs, so he's got a little bit of backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, but any non-Broadway, non-club on the turn is going to be drawing dead. That looks like a Jack, though. Always a sweat. So now it picks up an extra 7 ounce.
Very warm welcome back for the last time this evening. We are live from the Merit Crystal Cove for what I can only say has been an epic day at the feature table and just an epic start to this series. 500k guaranteed prize pool with over 1.1 million collected. Little 2x to kick things off here. There's no wonder players flock from far and wide to come and play here. As a lot of you have already heard firsthand from myself and Leo. Wake up, sun shining, you're on the beach, great food, great gym and spa facilities. Really is full package, 5-star service. We welcome you back for one last time.
That was honest.
Jumping back into this. Top pair nut flush draw for Malberic, who has been playing incredibly out of line in certain spots, and the players are definitely aware of that now. Coco with top pair decent kicker. I mean, if Malberic just check piles, even though this is for 50 bigs, I just don't see Coco ever folding based off what we see. As I welcome Leo back into the booth for what looks like is about to be
a massive pot. Yeah, check raise. Let's go, Mubarak. Loves it. Yeah, we've seen him like raise a bunch of stuff, check down.
Just got in dead against Giannis with the Queen 9.
Exactly, yeah, like so much action has happened before this that folding ace-jack with no heart becomes pretty much impossible at most stages of this hand. Like if it runs out a heart, then obviously he's going to have some cause for alarm. But Mubarak has a different look on his face this hand, you know. You can tell, like this is a completely different kind of attitude he had compared to the hand when he was playing against Giannis.
That's fair.
He does seem to be handling himself a bit different, so a bit heavy breathing I noticed as well, which is often a telltale sign of a good hand.
He's turned the nut flush, checked it on over.
Checks again. Not sure about this double check, to be honest. When you got your reputation like this, like when you do make good hands, you need to just absolutely go for it. And if Coco checks this back, it's going to be unreal. I mean, he could. There's not too much to get value from. A bit of ace-10 or something, but Mubarak's check raise range on the flop should be relatively polar.
Did you see it?
Could be trapping still.
No, I wasn't looking at the stream.
Could have some kind of full house combo that didn't like the turn, but now has improved to a great river and thinks that, what on earth? Check call.
Just snap calls river.
With an ace as well.
Sweepstakes.
It was 80k into 240k.
I heard on the break or not?
1/3.
I didn't know if anybody had told you on the break.
Nah,
Let go of your mic.
It's like I didn't like.
Oh, that buzzing noise. Yeah, was that me?
Yeah, when you touch it, it's because your arms on the laptop and laptop's plugged in.
Creating an electric flow.
There we go. You know better than me.
I think I just have to go for it.
Yeah, I got a bit confused because I thought maybe if you had a hand like that, you'd just go all in.
Yeah. I think maybe I just went a little bit too much.
Man, the 8 double was not a nice card, you know. And if I re-raise him, ace high, he will not. I don't think he will call. I will not get any more.
Ace high?
I leave this.
No ace. Yeah, no, with ace only ace one. You see what I mean? And jack, not king or queen or whatever. So the board is very scary for him. There's no point. I don't think I could get value.
Malad's regretting making a comment now.
I'm dead.
You're right.
What did he say? What happened?
Yeah, Malad's just like, why are you calling? And Malberic gave on the full explanation as to, you know,
I didn't want to lose to a full house.
Didn't want to lose to a full house, and he's not paying me with ace-jack. He didn't even have ace-king or ace-queen.
He's not paying me with the ace-jack that he value bet the river with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got that image, like I said, when you've got an image of shoving the turn with Queen 9 drawing dead and check raising a bunch of stuff, free betting 5-3 suited pre, that's the whole point in having an image like that is for times like this when you make the nuts. Like, you need to just go for it and hope that people pay you off. It's not the time to get tricky. If you're overdoing it, where every time you're blasting it off, you've got a bluff, and then you're trying to play the nuts really trappy every time, then it becomes relatively easy to play against, and you'll be hemorrhaging chips if somebody catches on to that strategy. It's not very easy to win at poker if you don't put money in when you've got a good hand. Is that me? Why is it so quiet when I talk, but when you talk it's like maxing out?
Because I just have a really loud voice, mate.
Could be.
Put
the microphone in my mouth. Maybe if I turn this up a little bit. No, that just turns it up in my headphones. Ah, well.
Now I'm credible again.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, they're all the same level. But yeah, no, it's just my voice. I remember growing up, my mum would always be like, "Henry, stop shouting." I'm like, "What do you mean, mum? I'm just talking normally." Booming voice.
My mum would be like, "You haven't said anything for 2 weeks. Is everything okay?"
And you're like, "Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, great, ideal, thanks. Leave me alone."
Yeah, of course everything's great, mum, so I haven't said anything for 2 weeks. You don't strike me as someone that was a quiet child, though. Jesus. You've always been a loud mouth.
I was the quietest. I'm not a loud mouth. I'm only a loud mouth when I'm around people that I know.
Oh,
The rest of the time, I'm dead quiet.
Position is not good. That would be a fish.
Oh, that bad. Touch this table.
No, it's a suited hand.
It's the last level of the day, Sabotin. With the kings, I tell you what, I mean, I know we've played 166 hands, but...
Feels like more, doesn't it?
Well, it feels...
How good can you run?
Like more, but we've also had just top of range, like way more than...
Yeah, is expected.
Yeah.
There's hardly been a single hand that's just won pre-flop.
Yeah.
It's been a long time in this group. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I don't recall seeing a single walk.
10 times in a row.
No.
2%.
There we go, Sabotin with the raise and take with the kings.
We'll change.
Good for you.
Seriously. وحياة العبد. لعب على اولاد بدبي 2% سيبوني فيها 9 على 10. Full jack over 10s.
Been hearing a lot about Dubai recently. A lot of very, very good poker players live in Dubai, just like for life EV.
Not my
travel to. No, it's not mine either.
My idea of life EV.
No, I must say it.
But to each their own.
Yeah. Cyprus as well, massive poker scene here.
Yeah. Is there much poker in Dubai though? Or is it just must be some private
games,
games, obviously, yeah, but
tons of private games.
No casinos or anything. So it's very illegal, isn't it? Gambling.
Yeah.
Then the luck is yours.
This is why Merit is as popular as it is, because it's just so close to a lot of countries where gambling's illegal.
True, yeah.
I'd be out of the tournament if it weren't on here.
Again, thanks.
Langer on the button opens to 20k, and Yanis in the big blind with pocket fours, playing at 35 big blinds, 36 big blinds. That's 359 after raising to 20k, right?
Now I'm gonna bust you.
Behind, yeah, 359 behind, yeah.
Okay, so a little bit much, but we may see Yanis. Yeah, I was going to say a few less big blinds, and Yanis is just going to be all in, but 38 a bit much.
Maybe you'll double me up trying to bust me.
King Jack Deuce.
I just feel like those marginal spots in a tournament like this, you know, 167 hands in, we've seen some absolute blow-ups. Hour-long clock.
Yeah.
Someone like Yanis who just has the edge that he has post-flop. I wonder how much he's actually meant to like deviate from those marginal spots. Like how much. I mean,
if you have like 33 bigs here and the button opens and you have pocket fours, it's not that marginal actually to shove pocket fours. There'd be a pretty like high EV hand. I'm gonna have a quick look on Preflop Academy, but I get what you're saying. There will be plenty of spots where he like takes a different line because.
Yeah. I'm saying like if it's like 0.2, for example, like 0.3.
Yeah.
Does he just like not take those as purely as he would?
I don't think so. I think he would still take them.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Especially ones like at 4s that just do so well as an all-in and not very well at all out of position as a peel.
Mm.
Big blind versus button. $30 bigs, 4s is a pure jam.
What about 40? But like, what's the EV of the jam though?
Well, you don't get EV on Preflop Academy, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
35 bigs. Still pretty much a pure jam, and the rest of it is like 3-bet not all in. It's like 90% jam, 10% 3-bet not all in.
What for 40?
35. 40, 80, 75% jam.
Wow. Okay. So a pretty big deviation there then from Giannis.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels pretty impossible to calculate like his perceived edge over the field.
Yeah.
Versus taking a 75% frequency spot.
40 big blinds, we still jam around 80% of the time
80,
with pocket 4s.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Those pocket pairs just benefit so much. Pocket freeze is a pure jam for 40 bigs. It's only 50 bigs where it starts becoming just a peel.
Right. Wow.
Little knowledge bomb for you. Big blind versus button specifically. It would be wildly different versus the Cove, but big button just has so many hands that raise fold. And the times he does call, the thing is, right, is when you jam 40 bigs or 30 bigs, a lot of people are just going to fold like 5s, 6s, potentially even 7s. I mean, obviously we're not supposed to ever fold 7s or even 6s, but a lot of people don't know that. And the hands they do call tend to just be like flips.
Yeah.
And if you're going to jam pre, let's say the button opens and you jam 20, 15 or 20 bigs, and they call with a very similar range to what calls 40 bigs. It's much better for you to get it in with 2 outs for 40 bigs than for 20 bigs, because the times you get there is absolutely huge. And you're going to get there the same amount of times.
Here's a question for you then. So you mentioned a couple of apps without plugging anything, but your own opinion, not financial advice. Quick disclaimer. What would you recommend then for tournaments people trying to like start out? If you had to put like a 3-step program in place for people that are looking to get into MTTs.
3-app program?
Not necessarily 3-app, but like
3 things to start working on.
Yeah.
Number 1 is 100% pre-flop.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're leaking pre-flop, you're just losing money, and MTTs is really that simple. And then it would just be, for me, the most important thing to work on in MTTs is 40 big blinds, 25 big blinds, 15 big blinds, basically, or like 40, 20, 10, or whatever, like some combination of 3 stack depths, sub 40 big blinds. Ideally, obviously, you just learn most of them, but there's quite big differences between 25 and 40, and big differences between 25 and 15. So just understanding like the distinctions of how things change at short stacks is really important. Pre-flop ranges, understanding different stack depths, and then
flop sizings.
Nah, flop size. Do you know what's way more important than size at any stage of the hand is frequency and strategy.
That's what she said.
Yeah, she said size doesn't matter. It's just how often you do it.
It's the frequency.
It's the frequency. It's the flow. It's the rhythm. You know. No, but it's all about like.
Oh, let's go. So Cal's just called it off. He's like, you know what? He's just like, it's the end of the night.
This is it. I'm in.
I'm in. We've got 50 minutes left on the clock. If not, I'm jumping in that satellite and I'm winning a seat into the main event.
Exactly.
Love to see it. 67% for Mizrachi to double. Just feels like Sakal.
And that's a pretty good.
That'll do. Good flop. 3 for a sweat.
He cannot win.
What, he can win?
3-3.
3-3.
Ace ace.
Yeah, it's free 1 minute.
The dirty one.
And which one would
Yeah,
be sicker?
if you have a strategy where, if you have two strategies side by side where one of them is betting at the right time all the time, but choosing just butchering the size,
right,
and the other one is choosing a good size all the time, but betting at the wrong frequencies all the time and betting at the wrong time in the hand, betting the flop not enough, blah blah blah, etc. The person who's betting the wrong size all the time but betting at the right times is going to make far more money than the person who's betting wrong but betting a good size. Like, strategy is far more important than sizing.
I remember reading some like thread once of some like very elite poker players that were saying, they were like talking about a potential prop bet where the only size that they could use was 1/3 in like any spot. I can't remember the exact nuances of.
There's some absolute beast online who only bets 50% on the flop. Cash game player. Just his strategy is he only ever bets one size on the flop. Check or bet 50%. And he absolutely crushes it, because also what's really important in poker, in such a complex game, especially like MTTs, is understanding your own strategy and being able to replicate it over and over again. Because if you're doing something different every time, or your strategy is just based on like, I'm just going to kind of make it up as I go along without any real clear framework, then you're basically impossible to identify your leaks and fix them, because you're doing something different every time. So you need to employ a strategy that you can recreate over and over again, and then once you start to understand your own strategy, that's when you can start to realize where that strategy is going wrong and make clear adjustments to it, instead of just randomly doing stuff.
I love that. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Instead of randomly clicking buttons.
Yeah, a lot of people, like, if you put them in the same situation 10 times, they'll do something different 4 out of 4, 5, 6 times out of 10, you know?
100%. Yeah. They just won't realize that it's the same spot.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember, I want to say it was like Jason Kuhn or something that was talking about a checklist that he has in his head. For like it's like an 18-point checklist for like
whether I should raise pre-flop.
no, obviously not, but for like flop decisions and stuff.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
It's crazy, but it sounds crazy because you're like, wow, 18 steps just to make one decision. But once you've done those 18 steps enough time, it'll be easy to you. You know, it's like driving a car. You know what order you open the door, or getting dressed in the morning. You know, most people get dressed in exactly the same way every morning, have a shower in exactly the same way, same repetition, because you've done it so many times, your brain just knows what it's going to do next. And poker's similar to that, you know, if you work on your strategy enough and you really understand it, then you're going to be able to recreate the same thing in game. What we got going on here then? Melchicetium with top pair, putting in a value bet.
Yeah, check through on the flop.
Nice.
Mobrek. It's just like, wow. I ain't going anywhere versus a delayed c-bet. Don't blame him, he has turned second pair, a lot of draws out there.
Yeah, Coco definitely can feasibly have the best hand still as well, so no reason for him to be folding.
Oh, if Mobrek doesn't turn us into a bluff, then...
Nah, he won't. Too good, isn't it? Check, I guess. Hard for Melchicetium to bet into 2 players and be getting value from worse. Yeah. Check, chop that up.
No.
I would say the app that has helped me the most in the past, however long, it's quite expensive, but it's definitely worth it, is Preflop Academy. Which has like, you can, it's what it says on the tin, Preflop Academy, but you can filter for you can filter for 2 big blinds, 3 big blinds, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 22.5. You can get right in all of the little gaps.
Who ran all the spots? Do you know who's behind the sims?
Not sure. But I know they're pretty accurate. I know they're at least very solidly accurate. They're very close to what you find on like GTO Wizard and stuff. They're slightly different. Every solver I've ever been on that has pre-programmed pre-flop ranges has always been slightly different, but
yeah, there's been you know some beef online, some wars between the different applications out there.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're within like 1 pip or 2 pips, 2 pips is actually quite a lot. But if you're like, let's say it's big blind defending range and you're within 1 or 2 pips, it's like not the end of the world, but being pretty close. Just, you only have to learn the bottom. of each range. You don't have to learn the whole range. You know, you don't have to look at it and be like, wow, that chart's really overwhelming. All you need to know is the worst hand that you're supposed to have in every spot.
Makes a lot of sense. Sakau, his final 2 big blinds.
Yep, it's going to get called by somebody.
30 minutes left of the day.
11 more.
Okay.
Wow, it's all the way down, all the way around to the big.
Guess what?
King 10.
Drawing dead.
Oh, wow, that's good.
He's drawing dead.
Yeah, he is. You're right, Milks.
Be friendly, my friend.
Drawing dead.
9-5 of clubs. It does feel like Sakau's drawing dead in this spot.
Looks like you.
I'm drawing dead on club.
8. For a little sweat.
Now you're drawing it.
He was drawing that on the last flop, so he was already.
7, turn it round.
It was
4.
Too late now.
No, the ace. Rubbish.
Rubbish. That's a word I haven't heard in a long time.
Great word.
Wow. I haven't been in the UK forever, that's why. It's not a word that I use. Been converted.
Hold on to those chips. Hold
Our
on to
friends
the chips.
from across the pond.
It was a gift.
It looks bad when the other person has king 9. Push jack. All is good, huh?
You're not scared of the flush?
What can I do? Fold?
9.
Been impressed with Langa's playstyle. I think he has the correct playstyle for a field of this type. I'd be very curious to see him like deep in day 3 to see if he makes some significant strategy adjustments when the field, you know, naturally gets tougher. One would assume that it gets tougher. Obviously, there's a lot of
in a field like this, it will. In a long tournament, it's pretty much inevitable.
But yeah, no, I've been really impressed. You see a lot of great players kind of approach the game with this strategy where they just trust their post-flop game so much and their reads on their opponents that they can just get away with this. If I did this, I would just like the lynch mob would descend upon me. But Langa is very solid.
Subotin defending with the same hand. A lot of 7s and 9s going around in this hand.
Yeah.
Jess going to be way out in front. She's got almost half the equity 3 ways with King Jack despite not having a pair.
Low if like a 7 comes on the flop.
Interesting. Very interesting. Let's see who wins this one. People do tend to peel a lot more ace-X than they should pre-flop versus opens, so yeah, I like Langa's decisions to just give up.
It's annoying that there's not a single spade on board.
No. And 7's checking back as well. Not going to turn a set. I hate to break it to you, buddy.
Really can't even start thinking of bluffing at this.
No,
Two
nobody
overcards.
really can. Jess is just the only one who's got...
Oh boy, he's reaching.
He's reaching.
Let's go.
I mean, he can still potentially have some ace-X. It's plausible.
Langa's just going to win the hand. Let's go, mate. Fair play. There you go. Say pick up 100k, Leo.
Get it done. Just going to go for it again on the river, I guess, if all the draws brick and hope for the best.
Overbet river. So pre-flop academy, eh? You have to...
Yeah, good one. I'm not sure exactly how much it is. I'm chopping it with Endrit, but...
Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to Espen and see what he's studying with.
It's really good as well because when you use it, so if I put the filters on, whatever, 20 big blinds versus, like it's got all these situations, so you can have versus a limp, versus a 2x, versus a 2.5x, no ante, whatever. Say versus an RFI, we're low jack, their MP. not only does it give you absolutely nothing.
Great tutorial.
Not only does it give you your range, but it also gives you all the ranges that you've put in before. So, for example, if you put like, oh, it's I'm the big blind versus a cut-off open and a button, cool. It tells you what you should do, but it also tells you what the cut-off is supposed to have opened, what the button's supposed to have called with.
I feel like if you started off with something like that and just grinded that for like a few hours a week,
it just massively improves your post flop just by being good at pre-flop, because you get in the right situation when you're supposed to be. You're not in these spots with hands you're not supposed to have, etc., etc.
what does it say about getting min clicked? Low jack v. Oh, okay. I guess it's low jack v +2.
Yeah. Let's see. Versus the 3-bet. Low jack versus MP.
My cards. Can you see when I do this?
No.
Oh.
I didn't see your cards.
Okay.
Yanis is worried. He's like, I've opened. You 3-bet me twice when I've had not a very good hand. Can you see my cards? How deep are we? 35 bigs.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm pretty confused here. So Yanis thinks. I mean, that makes sense.
I think it might have been a joke, but
okay.
It
Yeah,
might
I was
not have been.
gonna say, because like he's got a pretty good hand. Like,
why would you say that if you?
Yeah, shouldn't be concerned about getting 3-bet. He's flopped a straight flush draw. Mobarek with the 2 overs, 135k in the middle. See what Yanis brings against a sizable C-bet, 85k into 135k.
So yeah, Yanis has a pure call. King Queen suited is also a pure call pre-flop, no free betting, but we do free bet some pretty much King 10 suited pure, Ace 9, Ace 8, bit of King Jack suited, Ace Jack off type stuff, but King Queen suited just a bit too good because you don't want to be 3-bet folding a hand like this.
I hope Yanis jams here, just like calling and like facing brick turns.
I think he's going to be all in for sure.
Having less than pot behind and just not being able to realise it against someone like Malbarek, who you just know is
capable of having a fold.
Yeah,
and when he bets so big, it's like an absolute print for you if he folds.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see Yanis doing
You
much
just get
else,
to increase your stack by 50% without seeing turns or rivers. Yeah, good man. Good man. Snap fold from Malbarek. Yanis chipping up nicely.
Very nice.
The end of day 2. Certainly one of the players to keep an eye on over the next day or so. Well, we're going to be keeping an eye on him over the next day or so, but we'll be keeping an eye on the field, seeing if his name pops up from the outer tables. Because that man with chips is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I've played against him a decent amount, and he's just really solid. Like, he's not somebody that you pick up on anything of. It's just like he's always doing the right stuff. He's very, very accurate, and like he's studied a whole bunch with a lot of very good players. So
yeah, like I said, that MPP final table that he was on, like when I say, you know, from like an ICM point of view, absolute masterclass. Yes, he came fourth.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But like he had like between 5 and 10 big blinds for just like so long, like for so long.
No, he's very, very strong.
Mizrahi with the aces, opening off just north of 30.
Yeah, Mubarak getting in the mix with the 3s +2, doesn't care.
Ace King, huh?
Suited.
Ace King, yeah? Yeah, suited. You know this is streamed, right? Like, why would you lie? You had a good hand. Just be like, no, I had King Queen suited.
I have 2 overs, good shot, flush draw.
No, you didn't, Yanis. You had pocket 2s.
I have 60% probably.
Bit of action here. Jess +3 with the Queen Jack suited makes
wow,
the call.
Malkstan just goes for the squeeze. Understandable.
Yeah, he's all in. 18 bigs. Not much else to do for him. But he has run into it here big time. Mizrahi. With
Mobarek just fuming, by the way, that he doesn't get to see a flop with his 3s. As is Pilkington. Look, this is why I hate tournaments, Leo.
What?
You're trying to convert.
You've got to look at Queen Jack suited and
you
go,
got 19 bigs and it has to go in the muck.
Yeah, I think Queen Jack suited. I actually genuinely don't know what the play is pre-flop against a player like oh man, whatever his name is, can't remember. But I wouldn't. I know it sounds crazy, but I wouldn't be surprised if Queen Jack suited is actually a fold versus the open and the call from early position. Sounds crazy, but just dominated so often we're not deep enough to continue our like backdoors. And when it goes multi-way, the SPR is already bigger, so having backdoors becomes really not unfavourable.
Milkstown with the spade. Club on the turn eliminates that option for him. And 1 card away from being eliminated from the tournament. Deep into day 2.
There it is.
10 of clubs.
Melkosetian hitting the rail. Unlucky sir, good game, well played, etc.
Nothing you should do.
Nah, pretty standard bust there, well played.
Yeah, pretty grim as well, given that there's like 8 big blinds dead money in the middle, and he still has fold equity with the 9s. Just such a print spot, unfortunate to run into top of range. But I'm sure he'll be jumping straight into that satellite. Into that 30 seats guaranteed into that main. That is absolutely ludicrous.
Are you sure it's not 50?
Oh, sorry, it is 50.
Yeah, well,
it's
it's
50.
actually a $500 sat, so
that's right.
Makes a bit more sense.
That's still insane though. I think I'm going to try and adjust the sleep schedule a little bit. Can't be waking up at 8 AM and then commentating until midnight. Super 10. The ace queen against his favourite player, Malbrex. Coming with the limp from +1, Jack 9 suited. Wants to see a flop.
Yep, as you do.
As Danny Negroni likes to say, limping is pimping.
Magic limps.
Sixes for Langer in the small. Playing around 50 effective multi-way. Chance to just play a 1.5 million chip pot. Knows Malbrecht doesn't mind putting chips in the middle. I can't say I blame him for this pill out of the small. Always a bit of a concern that Malbrecht may come for the limp raise from +1, but hasn't done it up until now. Mizraki, fresh off that big hand, just one hand to go. Picks up with ace-jack in before Malbrecht just, okay. 100k dead money out there. So 4 ways to a flop, chat. 20 minutes left on the day. This could be a bloodbath on certain board textures. Wow. Unfortunately, not on that one. Malbrecht, the only player with a flush draw. Langer with the overpair, but still going to be somewhat concerned. Checks through. And well, Malbrecht now has Mizraki drawing dead. Dead. 130k in the middle. And he just comes for full pot. Full pot into 3 players.
Why not?
Well, you know, why not? So if you got me beat, you got me beat. The great game, the pot limit hold'em.
Deuce.
125 gets it done.
Wow. Nice flop.
Nice turn.
Nice flop, yeah, not really, mate. Just a jack high flush draw. It's not exactly the nuts, is it? Jack high flush draw on a 4-way pot on a paired board. Wow, you flopped the nuts.
He did correct himself eventually. It's
What
like,
about flop?
nice
Is it
turn.
bad for you?
No, flop is good for me.
104 left out of 624 entries. Absolutely smashing the 500k guaranteed prize pool. Only 71 places paid though, so 30 odd players going to be bagging and tagging tonight and coming back tomorrow, where their dreams are going to be shattered, Leo.
Absolutely. Some players are going to get royally effed tomorrow. Some are going to do the royal effing themselves.
There we go. Pick your poison. Tournament poker in a nutshell. It's one of the beautiful things about tournament poker. Real competitive nature of the sport. 105 of you currently watching over on YouTube.
Hello.
Do appreciate you all keeping both Leo and myself company into the late hours of the evening here at the Merit Crystal Cove. Going to be going live tomorrow from the same time, 1 PM local time. We're going to be playing down. The plan is to play down to the final table tomorrow.
Seems like a long day, doesn't it?
It's meant to be shorter, you know.
Yeah.
That's what they say anyway.
Check, 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 check. This one.
Oh no, sorry, apologise. We're only playing 8 levels tomorrow. So Sunday's going to be a long day.
Yeah. I was going to say, that makes sense. Because it's 4 days, isn't it? So it can't be played to the final table tomorrow. Chop, chop. King high, king high.
Why can't it be?
I didn't see the pair.
Play to the final table tomorrow.
Because it's 4 days.
Yeah, tomorrow's day 3.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, true.
I was like, hang on, does he
So
know
they're playing
something?
so
Does he
just
know
play 8
something I don't
levels.
know? Yeah, 8 levels.
Interesting.
8 hours plus breaks.
Interesting.
Mind you, it said at 8 hours today. They extended it by 2 more levels, which I assume was a decision made due to the amount of entries that they had. Probably didn't expect to get 600 runners. Jordan Peterson's back on Twitter after getting blocked.
Cool.
He didn't get the memo either.
By the
He's
time
been here all day.
yeah, exactly. Like by that time you should have got. Now he got the memo.
He's not messing.
Coco opening it up. Undergun +1 with the ace-5 suited. Mizrahi in the free bet, putting in the free bet on the bottom with the 10s.
Do it, Coco. You've played for 12 hours. You've played 12 hours today. Do it.
I mean, it's in there.
And he's been super patient as
You
well.
look on Prefop Academy, it's in there.
I bet it is.
The magic hand.
The magic hand.
What was that? 35 bigs.
Was it 35 bigs?
Yeah, he had about 35. Versus 3 bet. EP2. Oh, we MP versus bottom. Ace-5 suited. What do you reckon the frequency is all in?
Ooh. So wait, this is for the 4-bet?
Yeah.
What are the positions? UTG, no, plus one.
MP, like
plus 1 V button it was.
Oh, +1 was it? Okay, let me change it then. Probably doesn't change much. No.
I'm gonna say.
Actually, crazy that it went up.
It went up
when I put it earlier position because we have a stronger range, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna say 23% of the time.
100%.
Really?
Yeah. Ace-4 suited 80%. Ace-3 suited 70%.
What?
Yeah, yeah, baby.
That's mad. That seems ridiculous.
Magic hand. Because you've got so many all-ins for value, right? You got ace king, you got jack, you got tens plus. Tens is probably what, like 60% all-in and like 20%, 30% call or something, 70, 30. Or maybe even a pure jam with tens. So you have to have other stuff in there. You can't just jam for value. And the best ones you can have are ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, ace 3 suited. So they just go.
So we're folding 33% of range that opens. That's interesting.
Sakao all in here for his last 3 big blinds with the ace-9 after Coco's raised, and he's got Coco absolutely crushed, but Yanis has woken up on the button with a pair of queens. Expect to see him raise. I don't think he's going to jam 33 big blinds effective, well 50 big blinds effective with the small blind, so I expect to see something like 85, 90k here from Yanis.
That's mad. I don't think anyone's 100% frequencing that spot.
Yanis makes it 64k, just goes for the click.
Unless your name is Makita Baziakowski. Yeah, even still.
It's just the one. It's the hand.
Ace-9 for Sakao in rough shape, given that 2 aces have already been folded. Does have both his suits working for him. Playing down to hand number 184. So 6 more hands after this.
Look at this. David Doherty running World Cup sweepstake. Guess who he draws in his own sweepstake?
Brazil?
Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah. You and France. Unbelievable how good some people run.
And we are going to lose Sakao. Flicked it in with the old ace deuce of diamonds.
Well, Endra got Japan.
Was it winner take all?
I guess so, yeah. Kellett got Croatia.
He's actually not drawing dead.
No, not drawing dead. Jamie Nixon, South Korea.
Wow,
Chris Maguire got Spain.
Drawing dead.
Ian Simpson got Tunisia.
Drawing dead.
Drawing dead. Andy Batt got Poland. Drawing dead.
Come on, give me the good teams.
John Bousfield got Uruguay. I mean, that's like a bit dead these days, but if this was the early 2000s, he might have done all right.
They're actually like
they're all right,
close favourites, right?
Are they?
World Cup favourites.
Are they? I don't really know anything about football.
So. Neither do I.
Max got Belgium.
Sounders?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Not bad.
Neymar's Brazilian side is plus 400 favourite. So
Argentina?
Yeah, so it's Brazil, Argentina,
France,
England. That makes sense.
England. Everyone just loves overrating England, don't they?
Not recently, then. And
no, to be fair, we do have
not, yeah, I'm definitely not one of them, but England the last 5 years.
Gareth Cash, whoever that is, he's got England. Andy Wilson, Ecuador. Jack Oliver, Cameroon.
Wow, so he's just got the plus 25,000 team.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, well.
Who's got Brazil? That's what I want to know. Who's got France?
Oh, yeah, who's got France and Brazil? Oh, well, Ewan had France.
Wow. So he's just got the second.
Brazil, thing. Joe Roberts, don't know who that is.
Okay.
Netherlands, Ronnie Ballantyne, don't know who that is either. Mexico, Kevin Williams, they're not bad, are they?
They're like 15th.
Switzerland, Alex Whitenstall.
Switzerland are actually better favourites than Mexico. Anyways, chat.
Anyway, back to the football. Jess all in from the small blind, facing Mubarak's button open to 30k.
Nice little pickup.
Nice pickup, very nice.
Love that.
Love that. I think a lot of people would shy away from jamming weaker hands against their 3x, but
okay.
Oh, zero.
Yeah, you can't fold against somebody like this. Sizing not really relevant.
0-0 human 0-0 just walked in through the door and realised that we're commentating in here. Online absolute legend.
I'm sure that you have ace king, ace queen. I would probably call that. Any pair I'm dead.
Something like.
Are the sickest high stakes cash game players.
You'll probably river a 3.
Sorry.
Back in the day. does catch up with everyone eventually.
A7 off for Sabotin. It makes the defend versus the under the gun open. Both players whiff, but Langar with the big range advantage. Not too many hands that are going to connect for Sabotin, and he does just let the ace high go. Only one over card as well. I think he'd continue anything with 2 overs there probably, but
Another big blind.
yeah, not that one.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Four more hands announced.
14. 14 minutes.
Call in.
4.
Blind.
Call.
Call. You will?
Why not?
You will blind? I go all in blind?
I don't think that's in my
99.
Come to Dubai, they go blind all in.
It's true, mate. Honestly, I've heard so much about the private games.
Yeah,
I'm just like, I just want to get to a point where I have like my family stuff sorted out, and I know they're all safe, and like got a house and stuff.
Yeah.
And then just like take $1 million and just, you know, and then just see what you can do with it. Just pull a full Andrew Roble. Just like get the security deposit down on the house, get it all paid off,
and then go for it.
And then just like take $1 million and just go for it.
All we need now is several houses and $1 million spare.
There we go.
How hard can it be?
3 times.
Getting
the guy
there.
got aces. The guy's got aces against him.
You know,
Like
bad
what
there.
they're talking. Not in tournament, in cash game.
Yeah. Easier in cash game because you can reload. Right now we can't.
No, it's right. 2 times. One different guys. And they said
So 3 more hands.
And we're done.
We're going to call it a night. 8 levels to be played tomorrow, although again, at the TD's discretion.
No?
no, I did not see.
I saw the card as it left your hand.
It's the second one, yeah?
So I don't play.
I mean, I saw the card when it was still leaving your hand, so he see it, he see it.
No, I didn't.
You might not have, but still change the card.
Because I was not looking. I was not looking there. I was looking.
Pilkington doesn't care. It's just like, guys, I've got Ace King. There's 3 more hands in the night.
Not messing about now. 2 hands left.
2 hands left.
Raise fold every flop.
No messing about with ace king, yeah, Jessica?
Yeah.
Alright, mate.
Two more.
No.
You finish big blind.
She's doing it again. I love it. I love that I'm not the only one. This is so good.
What?
The English, when you're an
Oh,
English,
yeah, yeah,
you're an
broken.
English native speaker.
Two more. We've not started yet.
Absolutely love it, Jessica. Doing us proud out there.
One more now.
See if there will be any car crashes. Pilkington, 23 bigs, going to come with a raise fold from early position.
Yep.
Coco with sixes, 1C over, low jack v high jack.
Interesting, pretty
close,
one.
right?
Yeah. That's just cool.
I feel like flatting's probably the worst out of the three options. Jamming higher EV than flatting. Oh wow.
Not sure actually. Let's have a little look on our friend. What is it? 23 bigs effective. Let's do 22.5.
We start where the button was.
No.
Versus RFI.
They remix.
We don't know.
We're not gonna be on the same table.
What are we?
Low jack v high jack, 8-handed.
They make it again.
Oh no, sorry, 9-handed now. We do have a new play.
Yeah, no more money to take.
Sixes fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a 20% call.
It's like here.
What about jam?
No.
No jamming?
No jamming. Sevens, half jam, half call.
So sixes is 20%.
Nines pure jam. Sixes 20% call, rest fold.
Wow.
Which is what I would have said if I had to guess. I would have preferred fold to call.
Listen, Leo, right? If my auntie was my uncle, then...
If my grandmother had wheels, then she would be a bicycle. As Gino Diacampo said.
That is good. He is so good.
He's funny.
He's great because he jokes about a lot of stuff that we can relate to.
Yeah.
That's what makes him so good.
I mean, I wouldn't have said 20% call, 80% fold. I would have just assumed fold, to be honest. Just because early positions, there's a lot more folding than people realise. Same with like when Jess had the queen jack suited earlier, and it's like open under the gun +1 and call under the gun +2, and you're under the gun +3. Like queen jack suited is just not doing well because there's so many broadways in both of those ranges. And you're just not deep enough to get to realise your equity. So now, yeah, Coco in a bit of a world of hurt, facing the small free bet. Very small from Mizrahi, especially out the small blind. Makes it 57k versus 22k in a call, but obviously Jess only playing 22 big, so it doesn't need to go massive. I would still expect a little bit bigger, or just an all-in. Depends on who's in the big blind. Giannis. Oh yeah, so you can't jam because Giannis has like 500k as well. But Giannis doesn't seem to be at the table. Maybe he left after this hand. Pretty good flop for Mizrahi. 2 overs, gut shot to the nuts. Ace of hearts 2. Just going to bet and have to stack off if it comes to it.
45.
But looks like Coco's just going to snap fold.
I don't know if I'm in trouble or not.
Pretty good one to end the day for Mizrahi. One more to go.
Not sure you're good.
Seemed hearts, queen of diamonds. I'm in trouble there.
So last hand of the night. An epic start to this Merit Poker Vintage Series. To wrap up the year 2022. No wonder this guarantee was just absolutely annihilated after the year Merit Poker's had. Really putting themselves on the map as a European hotspot for live poker.
I fold at the right time.
I think next year is going to be even bigger.
Maybe Jack come in anyway.
Langer, ace 8 in the cutoff. Last hand of the night. He's not folding an ace. Late position.
You can see your cards from here, bro.
Really? So, no, I believe it.
Habibi, his last time.
Guess what?
Go sleep.
Okay,
Take back. You take back. You take back.
I don't want to play.
I joke.
Mubarak, last hand of the day, as is tradition, defending his big blind.
in before we see a 900k pot somehow.
Ace high, ace 8-5.
I said when you double my big blind man, I'm not folding any hand.
So I should make 21.
21, I fold.
Okay. Next time I know.
He lies.
He for sure lies.
I check. I check.
Check, check.
I check.
Langer turns the open ender.
Ace high.
5.
Oi, kicker plays.
Check, 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 check. That was the fastest check down ever.
The fastest last hand of the night.
With that?
I already put 20.
Yes, but it's better hand than that.
Yeah.
So with that, Langer scoops in the last hand of the evening. Players get to bag and tag.
Let's go ahead and see. No, it looks a bit like James Rand.
Like who?
James Rand.
Who's that? Jihad Malbrek. Chip leader for this feature table, and I must say, one of the most entertaining players to watch throughout the day. Just always in the mix, up to no good. He's going to be bagging 74 big blinds. Tomorrow we're going to be back from 1 PM local time for day 3 coverage. We'll be playing 8 levels, but again, it is at the tournament director's discretion. And both Leo and myself will be in the booth from the start, so we play down into the money, which is one of my favorite parts of the tournament, even though pace of play does slow down a little bit. And then from there, we're going to be working our way up all the way to the final table on Sunday, where the eventual champion is going to be walking away with over $200,000. Both myself, Henry Kilbane, and Leo Worthington-Lees in the booth bid you good night.
Good night.
It happened. Let's go. A little bit more, 40%. 300k.